Hello everyone. We're doing a special type of panel talking about Roe v. Wade. So we're going to do a small one here where and hopefully that means we can dig a bit deeper into the issue. Yeah, so as you know, if you're watching this now, there was a leak um, at the United States Supreme Court that showed the first draft of a decision, a majority decision, in which they would be rolling back the Roe v. Wade case, and I guess the Casey case afterwards as well. So we're talking about the implications of that and where that could lead, or just a whole thing, right? We'll try to cover all of this. So we have amazing people here with us, right? We have Stabby, this way, who has been a great person on this channel. She's come by every so often, and she's always been really fun and interesting. How are you doing, Stabby?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Fine.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you too. We have our friend Stardust, who is here. Hey, Stardust, thank you for stopping by, joining us tonight. Yeah. Thank you. And finally, we have our boy Pisco, which anyone here is familiar with, right? Like if you're part of my audience, you know who Pisco is. If you don't know, you will find out today. Pisco, how are you?
How you doing, Prime? Hi, Stardust and Stabby. Am I okay, my volume-wise?
Yeah.
Okay. Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Could you start us off, like center us here? Our friend Pisco is almost a lawyer, not quite a lawyer. Don't call him that. He'll get he'll go on a whole rant if you do. But he's almost a lawyer. So Pisco, if you get us started.
Sure. And I just want to put it out there. I'm just waiting on my bar ceremony where they like swear you in. Yeah, but it's taken an obnoxiously long time. But so this is not legal anything. Take my observation with a grain of salt. And so Prime, you just want me to sort of set the stage? Is that
yes, please?
Cool? All right. So yesterday we had a kind of very unusual insight into the private deliberations of I'm gonna put my streamer mode on so that doesn't bother you guys. 1 second.
Sure.
Into the inner workings of the Supreme Court, in that there was a leak of what appeared to or purported to be a majority opinion from Justice Alito, explicitly overturning Roe v. Wade and its progeny. That is to say, most significantly Planned Parenthood versus Casey, but of course all the other follow-on cases that apply Casey and apply Roe. And it kind of raised a bunch of issues. We more or less saw this coming based on how the court was positioning itself in relation to some of the pre-enforcement challenges to Texas's SB 8. And certainly in oral arguments, it appeared that the court was leaning this way. But the opinion is a full-throated overturning of Roe v. Wade in almost every possible conceivable way from a sort of argumentative standpoint. It totally undermines its rationale, which has to do with the 14th Amendment's guarantee of liberty, a due process of liberty. And it's upset a lot of people, and it's really throwing a lot of balls in the air with respect to where the court's going to go next. The opinion goes to great lengths to try to distinguish abortion from other kinds of privacy rights or substantive due process rights, but it doesn't really do that convincingly from my perspective. So that obviously the substance of what's going on there is an issue. How it's going to affect women and our societies going forward in the context where, dozens of states already have abortion bans or will likely have abortion bans in the near future in response to this case, or have like trigger laws. Everyone's trying to contact me right now. Trigger laws in response to if Roe v. Wade gets overturned. And then finally, there's this other sort of side issue of the court's legitimacy and what this holding, overturning decades-long precedent, is likely to do to the court's legitimacy. And then the final issue is the court's legitimacy vis-a-vis the leak, and who leaked this, why they leaked it. Some people say, who cares? But I think it's important to ponder, like, who benefits from the leak. I'm almost not entirely sure that, left-wing people or anti-overturning Roe v Wade people benefit from it. So all those issues and more, I'm sure, are going to be explored soon. And I'm curious to hear the panel's thoughts.
Prime. Are you there, Prime?
Oh, you're muted, Prime.
Shit, sorry. I had to mute for background noise here. So Stabby, could you get us started of your thoughts? Then we'll hear from Stardust and what you're thinking about all of this, and yeah.
One of my thoughts was that it seems like the leak was immediately blamed on a passionate generation, and I'm kind of thinking that this was a leak that was kind of planned just to show some movement, just to show some of the things they were doing. I noticed instantaneously people started coming out in support of, oh, I'll ban abortion, life begins at conception, etc. And people don't know what conception means. One of my biggest problems is how many times they mention conception and how life begins at conception, especially considering the fact that I'm a bio major. So this is out of left field just a little bit, but it actually pertains to it. And you cannot win the abortion debate through biology. You can through philosophy, moral stances, and ethics, but you absolutely cannot touch it with biology. The placenta comes from the blastocyst inside, like around what will become the abdominal area of a baby, and that has to implant in the uterine lining. Now, let's say you had relationships with, your significant other, and that was like a day after their period. That baby, if it's fertilized, is going to continue to develop for 28 days and then get flushed out with the period. That's conception. That is an actual alive baby that is getting flushed down a toilet. So what are they meaning by conception? There's also conception of implantation on the side of the uterine wall, if it's like a really healthy uterine wall, but the hormonal packages don't go to the blastocyst and say, hey, we're going to be a placenta, let's get pregnant. So it might take up to 2 months to flush that one because it's already implanted in the side of the uterine lining. So there's just so many different versions of conception, and it doesn't seem like the conservative American opinion has even the mental capacity to understand what that is. So that's bothering me. It hasn't been settled. It hasn't been talked about, but biology does settle at 100%. So I am worried about the legal precedent, especially since they're trying so hard to separate privacy and medical rights without outright claiming what they're trying to do, which is women should not have specific rights, whereas others should. So I do know the legal precedent is probably the most pressing, but from a biological perspective, I just want to know where people are coming up with some of this terminology because, stay in your lane. If you're going to argue the morals and philosophies of abortion, I will have that conversation forever. I personally believe that we have the morality of a baby meshing up with the morality of a woman, her self-autonomy, and how she exists. And I think that it's a loss in either regard, and I'm willing to have those arguments. But when people are talking about biology, they just don't understand. I think that's pure insanity. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with it with biology.
Well, thanks so much for bringing that very unique perspective here, because I think we all, to a certain extent, some of us have stronger understanding of these things, others a weaker, but still, when we come to this, like I think few people have like the list of facts and exactly how conception happens, and all the places where it can fail. I guess we can say that along the way, and that like when we had these discussions, it really gets down to that nitty-gritty level. So really, thank you for bringing that perspective. It's very useful. Okay, Stardust, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to also echo what Prime was saying. I think what Stabby brought up is really important because a lot of the time when I argue about abortion with people, they don't seem to understand the basic biology around it. They don't understand that, yes, you can have a fertilized egg, but that doesn't mean that that egg is going to necessarily implant even. That doesn't mean that that egg is going to necessarily lead to like a pregnancy, right? And then there's a huge percentage of pregnancies that result in miscarriage. So it's interesting that people are so worried about these babies that are or you know, babies that are being like flushed away, when they could be worrying about miscarriages and the prevalence of miscarriages, right? If you really wanted to be effective and wanted to prevent like the loss of life for people who wanted those lives, you could be doing more research into miscarriages. So I mean, and then even on top of that, there are studies done. There's like the Turnaway study I like to look at a lot, where they followed like 1,000 women over 10 years who were all turned away from an abortion, and they measured what the impact was on their lives after that. And you can take a look at that study, and it'll show like across the board, like being turned away from an abortion leads to a lot of the time people are more likely to stay with a violent partner. Being turned away from an abortion leads to more socioeconomic turbulence in the life of the person who was turned away, as well as their pre-existing children. Also, because they're more likely to stay with a violent partner, those children that are already, you know, their offspring are also now more likely to experience violence in the home. And then there's like obviously maternal bonding, right? There's a very real issue where somebody who's turned away from an abortion is less likely to bond with that child that they are forced to carry to term. So there are a variety of issues that not only affect the person who is pregnant, but affects the unborn child and affects pre-existing children in the world. And I guess my main question is like, how much harm are we willing to put into the world and put into these like communities over like a moral argument?
Yeah. Okay. There's so many parts of this I want to cover, right? And I think both Stabby and Stardust are bringing us to really interesting places. So I hope we can hit all of that. So we've got like the full sweep here. We got the biological, we got the social, we got the legal here. So I'm actually really happy with this group that we've assembled. So let's start with the legal because that's what people are expecting, but we're definitely going to hit every single part of this. All right. So Pisco. I think so. How much of the ruling have you been able to read? It's like 98 pages. It's really
I read the whole
long.
thing.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Love legal people.
Yeah, I mean, freaking amazing. So, what are the standout parts for you? What stood out?
Yeah. So in order to understand like what the standout parts are to it, you have to kind of know a little bit about this area of constitutional law. And basically, we all understand that the Constitution does a bunch of stuff. The Constitution obviously is the foundation of the structure of our government. It says there are going to be a bunch of branches of government. It tells you what the powers are. You know, implicitly, it's understood to reference state authority that was already pre-existing before the Constitution. And so you can think of the Constitution as setting up, you know, the basic structure of our government. But there are other parts of the Constitution which deal with individual rights. And that's the stuff that gets everyone spicy and everyone likes to talk about. That's the First Amendment, that's the Second Amendment, that's search and seizure, that's all this cool stuff. But, you know, there are parts of the Constitution that are explicit. Constitution says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. That's explicit. The Constitution says, you know, a well-regulated militia being necessary to secure a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It says that in the Constitution. But there are other parts of the Constitution that where we think of non-explicit parts of the Constitution, implicit parts of the Constitution. I'll give you an example. It's an implicit part of the Constitution that there's a government of limited powers. The federal government, that is. It's implicit that because the Constitution takes the time to lay out the powers of the legislative branch, it's not giving away. It's not a legislative branch of unlimited authority. That's just one example of how it's not just textually enumerated stuff that's part of the Constitution, but other stuff, other understandings, other common law theories and notions that aren't necessarily in the Constitution. The foundational problem with Roe v. Wade is the question of where do we derive quote unquote fundamental rights which are not textually enumerated in the Constitution. A lot of people, I would say most people, and even this opinion agrees that there are fundamental rights. That means that the government, even if there's a Democratic majority in favor of abridging your fundamental right, they can't do it. That's how powerful a fundamental right is. Everyone seems to agree that the Constitution has some basis to, without textual enumeration, provide for certain fundamental rights. For instance, you have, it's been acknowledged by the Supreme Court that you have a fundamental right to use contraception if you want to. That's Griswold. The Supreme Court has recognized a fundamental right to be free from sterilization in certain circumstances. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say, and also government, you're not allowed to sterilize people. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say, also you're allowed to use contraception. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say, also you're allowed to have sex with, consensual adult sex in your bedroom and in the privacy of your own home. That's not explicit in the Constitution. But over time, we've come to understand, especially from the 14th Amendment's guarantee of due process of liberty, that there is some substantive component there, that there's some notion of a shared historical, deep-rooted history or tradition, which even if certain values or rights are not textually enumerated, they're there. So here comes abortion. And the debate is abortion one such right? Is abortion a fundamental right? And this opinion is, you can sort of view it in two ways. One is it's having an argument on the merits about whether or not abortion is a fundamental right. That's a conversation about whether or not this right is really traditional and really deep-rooted in our history and really implicit to the ordered liberty. And so you'll see a lot of, in the opinion, a lot of conversation about the history of abortion. What kind of things were allowed at the time of the founding? When did states start to implement laws against abortion? That's trying to get at the heart of what was allowed back in the day and whether or not this right is really so integral to our societies. And in that sense, the opinion to me is not convincing. It's not convincing because, for me, one, at the time of the founding, abortion pre-quickening was legal. And the cases that Justice Alito points to, or the laws that Justice Alito points to, are like laws that punish, people who are maliciously ending the pregnancies of other people without their consent, right? No one who's pro-abortion thinks that it's okay to end other people's pregnancies without their consent. He'll do things like that, right? He'll say things like, you don't look to antiquity, but you do look to 700 years of, Anglican common law. He'll play these little games where he's not being clear on what laws he's referencing, and why like one form of evidence is acceptable, one is not in the context of this historical analysis. And so I'm not really impressed with that historical analysis. I'm not really impressed with how he differentiates this from the other kind of due process rights, like raising your kid the way you want to raise your kid, teaching them whatever language you want to teach them, the sterilization cases, the sodomy cases, all that stuff. They all have to do, in my opinion, the same kind of concept. It's about privacy. It's about intimate family decisions. It's about procreation. It's about marriage. That's kind of the heart of what's going on. And abortion, to me, is indistinguishable from the essence of what's going on in those other privacy cases and other substantive due process cases. And so on the merits, I disagree with him there. But the even more egregious thing in this opinion, and then I'll let you guys talk. Sorry, I know that I'm monopolizing. Is the stare decisis stuff? That is that there's a principle in our constitutional jurisprudence, and not just our constitutional, in legal jurisprudence, that we ought to have settled expectations of law, that not everything ought to be up for discussion every year. We shouldn't be having to have, the Brown v. Board of Education argument every year. We shouldn't be having to have even the gun rights cases all the time up for discussion, always. And stare decisis is meant to protect even decisions that were wrongly decided. So if you think Roe was wrongly decided, which I don't concede that Roe was wrongly decided, even then, you have to come up with a showing for why this opinion, which has been affirmed multiple times in the Supreme Court's own history, where there's a significant reliance interest, should go away, and we should ignore stare decisis. And what Alito does in that respect is unforgivable and absolutely disgusting. Just ad hoc throwing away reliance interest when he doesn't think they're quote unquote concrete, not explaining his rationale, and really ignoring the strongest arguments in the stare decisis factors. And so on the whole, I think the opinion is abysmal, poorly argued, and political.
So I want to hear what our ladies have to say about this. I have thoughts on the stare decisis part. But first I want to make room for either of you two if you have some thoughts on this.
I'm still processing what Pisco just said, so.
Sardis?
Yeah, I can't really comment on like the legal side of a lot of this, just because I don't have that background. But I mean, I can say that in regards to like the types of people who seek abortion, 60% of the people who seek abortion are already mothers. And about 1/3 of the people seeking abortion say that their reason for wanting to terminate the pregnancy is to care for the children they already have. So I think that's a super important to keep in mind as well.
When it comes to stare decisis, and I think that's actually an important fact that we could talk about later, Stardust, in terms of the social, because that's something no one ever really mentions. But when it comes to stare decisis, right? Talking about the settled law, right? Like this is settled law, and we should move on from this. Like I had just finished watching a montage of the confirmation hearings of the newest judges, right? Including Alito, talking about this settled law, right? Now we're just gonna have to move on, right? It's settled law, guys. And it was literally all bullshit. I think everyone who was watching it, and I don't want to say had a brain, watching it and didn't have faith in this idea of the institutions of the Supreme Court, right? I think understood that was an absolute lie. That the moment they got in office, put on the bench, and the moment they had the opportunity to do so, they'd do it. And here they are doing it. Exactly, right? And so I actually when I was thinking about this, I thought of you, Pisco. I think of you often. But I thought of you, Pisco, and I thought of the conversations we've had about the politicization of the court. And I think you understand my feelings on this, and that it was always political, and that this idea that the justices were above it all was absolute nonsense. That like it never actually existed. And I feel completely vindicated because we have Republican judges put in the court, right? And as soon as they were given the opportunity to do the thing that they were obviously put on the court to do, they did the thing, right? With Justice Roberts seemingly the exception.
Yeah, I mean that criticism is well aimed because the Republicans have been court packing without people realizing, and I've been arguing this for years now, that what happened with Justice Scalia's seat and the failure to give hearings to Merrick Garland was actually worse than legislative court packing, right? Legislative court packing is people, is literally making a law which increases the size of the Supreme Court. But no one actually cares about the quote number of justices, unless you really care about like how their workload is. But I don't know that you guys care that much about it. People care about results. People care about the partisan balance. And in that respect, the Republicans, by failing to give failing to give hearings to Merrick Garland, and then reneging on their own principle come the death of Justice Ginsburg, even closer in time to a new election, and inventing some other pretext to quickly rush her into the court. What they did was worse than legislative court packing. At least legislative court packing requires bicameral presentment and signature by the president. What they did was absolutely unilateral and power politics. And it was designed, I would agree with you, to get the result that we see today. And so anyone who's like feeling, I don't know, sheepish about being in favor of increasing the size of the court in a way that benefits Democrats, you just have like a problem of masochism. You just don't realize what's been done to you. What's been done to you and what's been done to the federal judiciary is worse than if they had passed a law increasing the size of the judiciary. They have held the nominations for both lower federal courts and for Supreme Court justices in this absolutely hypocritical way, which you can say, well, it's their power to do so. It's our power to pass a law to increase the Supreme Court. And so there's parity on both sides. And you might feel really glad right now that you've proven your point that the court is ultimately a political instrument. In some ways, I suppose it is. And this decision has vindicated people like you who don't trust in the judiciary. That's why I think this is so profoundly bad for the federal judiciary, so bad for the court, so bad for our institutions. And so people like you should be feeling vindicated right about now. So yeah, I don't have much else to say about that.
So do you think this idea of originalism and textualism is officially like thrown out? I mean, they're going to use it, right? Like, so the next time they need it, they'll use it. They'll talk about well, it's clearly not in the Constitution to have this right or that right. But I feel like I feel like this proves that they're the reading that they have is just whatever they had already decided, right? Like their political leanings have already showed where they would go, like not what's in the Constitution, what's not. I think you helped show that at the start when we were talking about other rights that we just assume we have, like the idea of being able to have sex, within the confines of your own home. That even though privacy doesn't appear anywhere in the Constitution, there is like the word privacy does not appear anywhere in there. That we extrapolated that, and that in some cases I think they'd be all for it, but in other cases, certainly not. So like, what?
Yeah, that's well said. And even Alito's opinion mentions, so you guys know, the original Bill of Rights were never meant to apply to the state governments. The state governments were the ones who brought on the Bill of Rights as a way to appease them in their fears that the federal government is going to overreach. And so those rights, and you'll notice in the First Amendment, it says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion, not government shall make no law, right? And so it's actually not a foregone conclusion that the Second Amendment applies to states. But where are all the big Second Amendment cases now? They're all in states. And so, yeah, and you'll have justices like Alito with a straight face affirming substantive due process when it benefits him. If there were ever a COVID mandate, who do you think, I promise you that there would be at least 3 or 4 conservative justices who said bodily autonomy is an absolutely important inherent thing in our ordered liberty. It's deeply rooted, this notion of bodily autonomy. Oh no, not as applied to abortion, but bodily autonomy as to vaccines. Wait, what? Like the reasoning is ad hoc. And especially Alito, he's always been more results oriented, even more so than any other judge. But you really get the sense that given this opinion, they can distinguish anything they want, anything they like, to be protected, and to be majority proof. And what's more is this opinion masquerades as, well, we're giving it back to the people. We're giving the choice, the option back to the people. Isn't that where you want it? Bullshit. The first thing, if this Congress tries to pass a law, a federal law, recognizing a right for all individuals in the United States to get an abortion, federal law, this court would be the first court to enjoin that law, and I think it might even be a 6-3 decision. And they would enjoin it on the grounds of a unconstitutional application of legislative authority, and we shouldn't be surprised by that. And so no, I don't really think that this is a court of principle. Originalism when it suits us, substantive due process when it suits us, commerce clause when it's marijuana, yeah, commerce clause. When it's guns, no commerce clause. When it's a congressional ban on abortion, you better believe commerce clause is going to cover that. But if there were congressional approval of abortion, I very much doubt this court would let that sit. And so yeah, I don't have much faith in the federal judiciary right now. That's what this court has done. It's been happening for years now, since Amy Coney Barrett and Kavanaugh joined the bench, since what happened with SB 8 in the Texas law. It's a scary time. And, I'm not surprised that you see something as flagrant as sharing a draft opinion. I mean, that is so beyond the pale. I can't believe that happened. I'm actually not sure that's a good thing for
They
Democrats. I half expect a conservative to have done that. Why? So they cement. Now no judge is going to want to change their position out of spite. And so I'm not so sure that that this was like some liberal derelict liberal. It might have been, but it could have been easily been a conservative. And I'm sure that this court would find whatever conclusion they want to find with respect to abortion.
Okay, so I have one more question along this lines, and then I'm gonna shift it a bit to bring in our other two guests. With this ruling, do you think that what do you think is under threat afterwards, right? So people have been talking about like contraception, that contraception rests on similar grounds, and that access to that would be a problem. And then you've already beat me to it, talking about the federal a possible federal ban. So there are people in conservative circles talking about like the new era of anti-abortion politics that we're entering, and saying, all right, the next step is to go after blue states, go after the nation, right? So like as Pisco mentioned previously, they're going to be like trigger laws that go into effect once this ruling goes down, right? So places where there might be abortion access now in the South, they're going to be hit with these trigger laws, and they will immediately lose those rights, or they'll be like heavily restricted, depending on what the law says. But
so good.
I'll just finish. There'll be trigger laws will go off in certain states, but still, you're thinking you're in a blue state, you'll be safe from this. Not necessarily, because they're talking about, well, when we have the presidency and Congress, why don't we just do it? Federal ban, right? Across the nation, and figuring out ways to make that happen. I guess so. Two questions. One, what other laws or cases or case law might be at stake, right? That might be affected by this. And then two, what do you think are the possibilities of further restrictions, right? A federal ban. So go ahead, please.
Yeah, 100%. So, the opinion will explicitly say, hang on, abortion is not like these other things. Abortion is not like marriage. Abortion is not like contraception. And the reasoning is so laughable. You know, it's not like those things because it doesn't deal with potential life. Abortion deals with potential life. Excuse me, how does contraception not deal with potential life? How does sterilization and marriage not deal with potential life and family? Of course they do. Alito will say something like, well, abortion is a critical moral judgment. You know, it's a critical question. Marriage is not a critical moral question. You know, all these other things aren't critical moral questions with respect to contraception, who you can live with and who you can marry. Those are all critical moral questions too. And so by virtue, even though he's distinguishing these other substantive rights cases, he doesn't do it convincingly. And there's absolutely no real ground to distinguish these different cases. Not really. You can distinguish them factually, but in terms of their meat and potatoes, their substance, they're not really distinguishable, at least not the way that Alito wants to. What Alito wants to say to distinguish them is, well, abortion is killing. He wants to say abortion is killing a child and marriage is not killing a child. But if he were to say that, he'd be lying, because Alito is explicitly trying to say we're leaving it to the states. So everyone knows the real way to distinguish abortion from these other privacy cases and these other family rights cases is by saying, well, abortion involves murder. Abortion involves killing. But when the court is trying to do this about face, where they're like, we're not deciding the question of when life begins, they can't really say that that's how we distinguish it. And so they have to give some weak sauce distinction, which is no true distinction. And by virtue of doing that, it's open season for all these other rights. It's open season for Obergefell, that's the gay marriage case. It's open season for Griswold, that's the contraception case. It's open season for Lawrence v. Texas, that's the sodomy case. For all this stuff, because by its terms, you know, who can really argue if you're going to take the court's myopic view of what it means to be deeply rooted in tradition and history, and they look at the granular level of generality? Was sodomy deeply rooted in our nation's tradition and history? Is oral contraception deeply rooted in our nation's history and tradition? No, not at that level of generality. And so, of course, all this stuff is up for grabs. Of course, you're going to see tons of litigations and laws trying to ban contraception. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet $1,000. Bet $1 million. It's happening. It's coming, and get ready.
Don't just bet on it, though. I want to be very clear about something. If we're going to start seeing legality and we're going to start seeing playing with the law, it's established law. Oh, no, it's not. It's too soon to an election. Oh, this is way sooner, but we can do it. It's just time to start playing politics with these people. They're always going to be offended. There is a reason almost all mass shootings have been conservatives. There is a reason the churches hold basically all the pedophilia. There is a reason these people are who they are. Start fighting back. It doesn't matter if their feelings are hurt. They were right. Snowflakes, get over the feelings. Like, facts, not feelings. So let's cram it down their fucking throats, like, immediately. This is a little easier to do. It's time to start treating them like the Taliban that they are. They open their mouths, they're liars. Your neighbors go to church, liars. They're probably bad people. Start treating them accordingly. If they want to play politics with women's bodies and come up with the same exact principles as the Taliban, the gun convoys, the crazy gun culture, the beliefs about women, the beliefs about gay people, the beliefs about abortion or pregnancy, the beliefs about, let's just say it, sexual assault, and how they're always covering it up. If they're going to be the Taliban, start treating them as such, because their opinions and beliefs are identical, and it's okay for us to say so. And we don't have to hurt them. We could just be like, oh God. Huh?
We call them the Al-Qaeda, I thought.
Yeah, they're the same thing. They are exactly the same. Conservatives are the same. So just be all like, we don't have to hurt them. We don't have to do anything. We have to keep things the way they are as best as we can. Keep moving forward slowly. And when they invite you to the birthday party, you're like, oh God, no, yuck. Like, start playing politics at home. They're going to do this no matter what. Whenever they feel like they're losing, they walk into a school and start shooting children because somehow that's going to help them win something. Just start playing the politics back. I'm sick of Democrats sitting on their haunches and they're so busy virtue signaling morality and our protections when they're out of power. But the second they get into power, where are Nancy Pelosi's speeches about this suddenly? Why wasn't she working on this beforehand? Why is she suddenly giving speeches about insider trading being okay? Like, she didn't mean any of that. That was just because they were out of power. And now that they're back in power, here we go again for another merry-go-round. And they'll lose. They're going to lose. They always lose. But this religious extremism, how many lives is it going to cost us before we're finished here? Exactly.
Okay. Thank you for that. Stardust. So, in terms of the social implications of this, right? We'll talk about contraception just then, and that how that might be up for grabs in terms of case law. Do you what's your feeling on this? Do you feel that like this will cause a reaction? Like, so what people have been saying, right? I've heard people say, well, this is going to cause, there's going to be riots over Roe, right? I don't think that's not the case. I don't think it's the case at all. People aren't going to fucking riot over this. I would be shocked. I'm like, color me shocked. They'll play back this VOD, throw this clip back at me. If there was a riot over Roe v Wade that happens, amazing. Because who's going to riot over this, right? Who's going to? Is it going to be young women who haven't had an abortion yet, right? I mean, know someone who's had one, but I mean, the vast majority of women won't have an abortion, right? So who's going to riot over that? Is it going to be young men who this is all theoretically a harm for them, right? Like, no one's going to riot over this. But the point I'm getting at bringing up this riot is that what will the response look like, right? And how like vociferous do you think it'll actually be? Because I'm pretty, I guess, black-pilled on this. I don't think there should be rioting. I think there's already going to be a huge backlash from the medical community, and there's definitely going to be, if they try to take it a step further with contraceptives. I would be surprised if there was not a huge backlash from the medical community when it comes to contraceptives. I mean, contraceptives are used for more than just birth control. They're used for other medical conditions as well. So to disallow contraceptives would be like quite literally going even more than abortion, right? You would be preventing people from getting treatment for a variety of different things. As far as abortion goes, next steps, I don't know. I think probably like focusing on a local level on getting your local people elected is going to be very important. I think that continuing to advocate for these types of rights and advocate for contraceptives to also be widely available, because we know that in places where contraceptives are not widely available, you'll see actually there is more abortion. Also, just talking about like what are the real social harms here, right? There are again, like what I said, like a lot of people, as we talked about earlier, a lot of people have miscarriages, and as Stabby so greatly articulated earlier, the biology behind this is like doesn't even line up. People don't seem to understand how like female biology works and how pregnancy works, right? So people don't care about preventing miscarriages. They don't care about creating a bunch of safety nets that would be better for low-income people and their children. But they do care about
preventing abortions, when arguably there's so much more. There's like a ton of potential lives that go down the toilet, like a ton of them every month, right? So I think that additionally, like, yeah, just preventing contraceptives, like across the board, is just going to cause more abortions. That's like, that should be like, we know that by now. So
Did you have
Well,
anything to say, Stabby?
yeah, when it comes to things like intent, abortion, miscarriages, etc., we also have to address the fact that fetuses, female fetuses, have 6 million eggs if they're female. By the time they're born, they have 3 million. By the time they hit puberty or menarche, that's the first period. When they hit menarche, they have between 300 and 400 eggs left. By the time they're sexually active, that has gone down even more. So we're dealing with exactly, if it's going to be conception, how are we going to deal with conception? How do we deal with the criminality of a non-sexually active girl losing eggs 3 million before she's born? Like, it's going to get ridiculous. It's going to get stupid because these people are too dumb to pass high school biology. And I'm telling you, this stuff is in college biology. Like, sophomore level, you're getting to this stuff. So this is not hard. This is not difficult. What we do have some difficulties with are finding out exactly how many how many mortality there, how much mortality there is for an embryo. So it's called embryo mortality rate. And in 1978, what they were doing is they were using formulas to see how many eggs were being shed, who was sexually active, how long it took them to get pregnant, and they said about 78%. Now we're understanding that it's not quite 78%, but it is still very, very high, and they tend to lead towards 60 to 80% for how much embryonic mortality rates there actually are for women who are sexually active. And these women don't know they're flushing babies. They have no clue. They think, uh-oh, time to put my tampon in because, my period just showed up. We call it Aunt Flo. We go to the bathroom, we're like, fuck, why is it a day early? So it's not their fault. They're not trying to do this. How are we going to establish, especially with abortion drugs today, who is doing it on purpose and who is doing it naturally? Because if you're sexually active, I had 2 children. Statistically, I lost about 20 developing perfectly healthy babies and I had no idea. I had several late periods too and a lot of cramps. That could have been one that was implanted, but no placenta. So how in the world are we supposed to know this? Do women need to quit sports? Do women not need to not be in the military, police departments, men's jobs? It's a nightmare of epic proportions, all because they don't seem to understand what an egg is, how it's fertilized, and what implantation goes on in the uterus, because half of them don't even understand periods. So we've got to like really knuckle down on educating these dumbasses.
Well, I agree with my considerate brothers and sisters that you're a moral monster. 20 healthy young boys and girls, and only boys and girls, lost because of your carelessness. No, but actually, right? And I was making this comment in chat. When it comes to miscarriages, that women all over the world in places where there's an explicit ban, like they get arrested for that. They actually serve time in prison for a miscarriage. Like that's a real thing. In case you didn't know, like it sounds unbelievable because it should be unbelievable, but you should believe it. It's like I think they make up excuses like you somehow endangered the life of the child. I'm not sure if you know more about that, but like somehow you endangered the life of the child by being irresponsible, by living, right? And then I think you brought up something interesting talking about like sports, like once a woman is pregnant, right, and if the life of the child is really the embryo, zygote, whatever you want to talk about, right, the life of the child is really paramount, then I think it would follow logically then that she needs her activities all need to be restricted, because there's all kinds of ways in which you could endanger that life, right? Like, so like this flows the idea of arresting a person for a miscarriage, I think flows logically from that. Once you establish that this baby is more important than anything else, then you can reasonably say from that point, well, you engaged in some activity that was dangerous.
Yeah,
That
there's nothing.
please.
There's nothing about. I don't know what would prevent that law from being implemented. Under if Alito's opinion controls, and even if it doesn't, I mean, I don't know what would stop that opinion, that law from being enforced. Is anyone who?
Well, and we've done this before. We've done this in America before, especially with witch hunts. We have done this before. A woman had 2 miscarriages. Well, it was harvest time, so that's going to happen, and it's very tragic because she was trying to have babies, and miscarriages, you could bleed out back then. So she has 2 miscarriages. He has a really nice parcel of land sitting over there. Why don't you accuse the family of witchcraft so you can take everything? It's not like these people haven't done this before. They have. We have cases of this happening in the United States. Now, we weren't America just yet, but it has happened before, and it happens in other countries. So, yeah, where are we going to draw the line for that? They want a slippery slope. Let's slippery slope and push them off.
What does that mean?
Well, if they're going to slippery slope, like, well, the next comes this and next comes that. Well, if we legalize gay marriage, then the next thing is divorce rates are going to rise, which actually they haven't. They've been falling consistently. They always do the slippery slope on the right way, in the right wing. So if they want a slippery slope, we can say, okay, there is precedent standing right now for women to be jailed for having a miscarriage through no fault of their own. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes it just implants and you just don't have a healthy uterine lining. It's not your fault, but we're imprisoning women now. So this precedent stands now. In American history, this precedent has stood to get women burned and hung, and has even been used to get men in trouble for witchcraft because they must have been immoral if they kept having miscarriages. So if we have a precedent from the past and we have precedent around the world right now, it's not really a slippery slope. We can face them with this and say, is this where you're going? And actually force them into a corner. Because the hypocrisy crap, just to get the people on the court, like everybody was saying it. We were like, oh, you're catastrophizing. They'll never touch this. And then they did.
I think they'll just deny that to voters, though, right? I think for some of them it'll be true. So, among the pro-life crowd, I think there are some people who want to take this to more extreme levels. But I think for the most part, people are probably being honest in that, like, they just want to stop abortions because, as they understand it, abortions are the big bad, right? The big immoral thing that we have been doing in our society, and ending that is paramount. But to go any farther, I'm not sure that if you brought that up in a debate that it would actually be all that useful, because I think most people would just say, oh no, I'm not going to go that far, like this is the end. I'm not going to touch contraceptions. I think a lot of them might be actually serious when they say that. I think there's a section of pro-life, a movement that is definitely for contraception, because they can make the logical leap that, okay, I want less abortions, then I should be pro contraception so that women don't get pregnant in the first place. But then there's another group that disagrees with that, that doesn't want those either, and that the underpinnings of their pro-life, anti-choice stance is very different from those others. So I'm not sure how universal, but I'm telling you, Stabby, I'm not sure how universal that argument will be among that crowd.
So I think that so look, I can't really comment on that kind of stuff, but what I can say is that from the debates that I've had and from the talks I've had with people who are pro-life, it seems like a lot of them don't understand what you're talking about, Stabby, when we talk about whether an egg implants or not, whether a fertilized egg is washed out with the period, things like that. I think making that type of information more available and making it much more widespread would do a lot, because that actually, just understanding that from a biological standpoint would probably like fuck a lot of people's arguments up. I've seen it happen in real time, talking about eggs that are fertilized that don't implant. Technically, that's like, to them, depending on their definition of what contraception, not conception is, depending on what their definition of conception is, it can fuck up their argument. Now, some people will try to go around that and say, well, no, that's not what I mean by conception. But yeah, I think we need to make that type of information much more available.
I have actually two comments on this. I want to address it to both of you. So Stabby, and then I actually want to challenge you on what you just said, Stardust. So Stabby, to jump off what Stardust just said, there was, and I forget which state it is, but there's a state where a state law, state politicians are trying to pass abortion restrictions. Like, and this is like last week, and there was language within that law talking about an exception for things like ectopic pregnancies. And there was a man, a Republican, who was talking about, like, why is this an exception, right? Doesn't make sense. Like, we are taking the life of this child. Why would we, make a difference between some children with, like, I guess, regular pregnancies and ectopic pregnancies? Doesn't make sense to me, right?
An ectopic pregnancy?
Ectopic pregnancy, yeah. That's what
okay.
Yeah. And he didn't seem to understand the difference, like Stardust was saying. So could you educate us a bit? Would you understand the difference between like an ectopic pregnancy and others, so people understand? Because I don't think people know. You're muted. I can't hear you.
I accidentally touched my button. Sorry. Most ectopic pregnancies are like, I think it's over 60, it's 62%. I need to stop reading biology books. 62%, I believe, of ectopic pregnancies actually come out with the period, and they're eventually pushed out. They might happen more than we think. Endometriosis is incredibly dangerous because of this, because there's no negative pressure. And so, like, the scar tissue can build up every time we have a period, which can mean that those get trapped. So women who have endometriosis are at a higher risk for ectopic pregnancies. And furthermore, a lot of ectopic pregnancies are just going to flush out just like a regular miscarriage. Our problem comes when we have an ectopic pregnancy that implants inside the fallopian tube. So I have paper. So what we have is a fallopian tube that's not attached to the uterus. And this is recent science. We did not know this. So we used to not really do hysterectomies unless we could replace their hormones, because we didn't know you could actually keep the eggs. So here are the ovaries, and you can keep the eggs and they'll absorb into the body as you lose your uterus. And the fallopian tube is this little guy with little, like, weird looking little hands. I don't know if you can see that. And the negative pressure has an egg come out of this ovary and slip into here. Now, if the sperm climbs up and is anywhere in here, here's the uterine lining right here. Okay, this is all blood. This is what comes out with our periods, and it starts to drip out. So you need the egg to implant anywhere here, and you can sometimes feel it if it's up here. You can feel it implant. A lot of women have reported this. But if it gets stuck anywhere in this tube right here, the body cannot absorb it, and the sperm can get up there because of the negative energy in our bodies. I've had a hysterectomy, so I have to do a lot of things differently. I had 7 pounds worth of tumors in my uterus, and the VA had to take it out. But I got to keep my eggs, because now we know that the fallopian tubes can be cut for, versions of birth control, a more permanent form. But ectopic pregnancy risk rises for the first 10 years that you're sterile. And a lot of people didn't know that either. So what we've done is we've started to take the whole fallopian tube, or we'll take the entire uterus and leave those there. So I'm missing half of both fallopian tubes, and I'm missing my uterus now.
By negative energy, does that mean like suction?
No,
like
negative, yeah, negative pressure inside. So it like can pull in. If it ends up in the fallopian tube, you have a baby growing in the fallopian tube, it will end in death. There is absolutely nothing we can do about this. Since I'm pro-choice and I think that we should get to choose to have our babies, I chose to have 2. Since I believe this, I've never had an abortion either. I think it's exciting, and conservatives have no clue what's going on with this, that what we have is a new operation where you can take the egg out of the fallopian tube and put it in the uterus. So they recently did one, I can't remember where, but they recently did one where the mother didn't die. The egg stayed in the uterus. It did end up in a miscarriage, but this is a huge step forward for women who want to have babies, because the other risk for ectopic pregnancy is fertility clinics. And when women really want to have a baby and it ends up as an ectopic pregnancy, I want everybody to back up for 5 seconds and imagine being told, as a woman who wants to have a baby, you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, your insurance company is threatening to drop you, you're pregnant, everything's going well, you're 3 months in, and you pass out, and your medical team saves you and says, we have to give you an abortion or you will die. Imagine the pain and suffering of that. It's horrific, and we are fast approaching a surgery that can fix that for these women. So where's the excitement for that? These women want to have babies, and at this moment, ectopic pregnancy will lead to death. So there's just so much they don't understand. And if we could show what happens in ectopic pregnancy, cute little cartoons like this, I don't draw well, but you guys know what I'm saying, like cute little cartoons that could be drawn about this stuff, because there's nothing we can do about some of these problems, especially with birth defects that are going to kill the baby when it's born or kill the mother, and it has to be a late term abortion. 1.7% of abortions are done in the second trimester. 0.09% are done in the third trimester. The vast majority of abortions are done in the first. So there's that. Oh, and abortion has fallen in the United States since 1978 consistently. So there's that too.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's actually it's really helpful because
Dirty.
people don't understand. So no, I mean the guy, the lawmaker, right, was really saying why would we do this? Why would we have a medical intervention, right? Abortion medical intervention for this healthy child? You're saying it's 100% death. He doesn't know that. This no clue about any of that. And so once you explain it, it's pretty simple. Obviously it's not a viable birth, right? But he wanted no exceptions, period. And I think if you go to state houses around the country, right, and of course the U.S. Congress, and ask them about these things, no, they could not tell you. No, they could not give you a firm understanding. They don't know what the fucking internet is. They still don't know what the internet is, right? So these people don't have a firm understanding of this and are still writing laws. So thank you for that. But then this is where I wanted to bring Stardust in. Because I disagree with what you said previously, right? So Stabby did a very nice, and your drawing was actually nice. It was actually helpful. I could see it was actually really well done. But Stabby, is helping, giving us facts in terms of the biological responses, biological realities of all this. And you were saying, well, if you bring this in, it blows up their arguments, and I don't think it does, because I don't think their arguments are actually based in facts. I don't think that it relies on facts at all, right? It relies on, hey, children are dying, right? There's a massacre of tens of millions of children, and that moral outrage, which Stabby was saying previously, right? That moral outrage is where you win the fight, and not
Yeah, but you
on
can
the
take that same moral. You can take that same moral outrage, though, right, and apply it to ectopic pregnancies, which we know have to be terminated, right? We can take that same moral outrage and apply it to the tons of children that are or children, if that's what you want to call them, that eggs that are fertilized that get washed out. If they're going to have moral outrage over abortions, why wouldn't you have moral outrage over something that happens naturally that is the same process essentially? I
don't think they care, though. I think one is go ahead. Sorry, what were you
Well,
saying?
it's here's the thing, like it might not work with everybody, Prime, but I think that from like the conversations I've had with people, I've been able to leverage that much at least in a conversation. And sure, I might not change somebody's mind 100%, but if we're like talking to an audience, right? Generally, the audience is able to understand that, like, yes, if there is all this moral outrage around an abortion, and that abortion could be for a variety of different reasons, why wouldn't we just have moral outrage for everything under the sun then, right?
Yeah. Fair enough. I guess it's fair to say that some people are more good faith than others. I'm just thinking about this lawmaker, the video I saw of this person, and others just like him, because he's not the first person I've seen make similar arguments. And when you bring these things up to them, it doesn't actually matter. The goal is simply to end abortions, and they don't truly give a damn about the biological realities. They don't give a damn. I think that's someone's. I mean, they, like, built into this thinking is that, like, we shouldn't have an exception for the life of the mother. Right, like that's the laws that we're seeing now. Right, before they had that fig leaf that Republicans were willing to toss in there just to get any sort of restriction that they could. But now, like, they've been emboldened, and so they're going to see a lot more laws that are going to be passed that don't take that into account. Right, so when you talk to them about the ectopic pregnancies, they're like, "Well, I don't give a shit." Right, it's not my problem. I'm saving the life of the child that will never get born in any which way, but I'm saving the life of the child, and that's good enough. But I hear what you're saying, in that, like, one-on-one discussions, it might be more useful. Fair enough.
And most Americans want to keep this. I want to point that out. Most Americans are already on the side of this, of Roe v. Wade. They want it to stay in effect. So when I say, I did want to call out to Sweatpants, if I were explaining this to a Republican, they would bring anti-witchcraft bills back. So, that was really good. Like, we've been trying to explain science to a Republican, and we get witchcraft laws back. Like the Maleficarum coming for, like, I'm a redhead and I have a black cat. I'm screwed, and I read biology books, so I'm a bio major. Damn it. I'll be burned in a heartbeat.
Pisco. I know you have limited time, so I wanted to make sure I got we talked a bit more about this from the legal perspective. All right. So I wanted to focus in on the part about the other cases, other parts of case law that are under threat, right? And what that might look like. So you brought up gay marriage, which I've heard other people talk about. Why would gay marriage be under threat?
So the gay marriage case, which I believe came down in 2015, the opinion is a little bit unclear about what the holding is in that case, whether or not the case is embracing a substantive due process or a fundamental right approach to marriage. So think about these two perspectives. One is everyone has a fundamental right to marriage, including gay people. And the other perspective is equal protection clause analysis. So it's not that you have a right to marriage, a fundamental right to marriage. It's that if you're going to have marriage, you can't discriminate against gay people for it, because the equal protection clause prevents that for some reason. So that opinion is a little bit unclear about what the holding is, if it's combining the two in some way. But at least this opinion from Alito seems to suggest that the proper understanding, and remember, the proper understanding is just whatever the 5 people on the Supreme Court say is the proper understanding. That understanding is that marriage is a fundamental right. And that's why Obergefell wins. But the problem is the following. How you look at that right, changes your perspective on whether or not it's deeply rooted in our nation's traditions, such that it's a fundamental right. So if you looked at the marriage fundamental right as a marriage between a man and a woman, that's what's fundamental. That's what's deeply historical. That's what we're going to protect. You could see the court doing that and saying, well, and just kind of in the same Roe v. Wade analysis that Alito does in this draft opinion, well, where were all the gay marriages that happened in the time of the founding? Where were all the gay marriages that occurred in the 19th century and the lead up to the 14th Amendment? And, after the Civil War, where were all these gay marriages? In fact, gay conduct and gay marriage was not allowed. And so you could see the very same type of analysis, which he's taken in Roe, which is, let me take things at their most base. Let me take things at the most narrow level of generality. Abortion is just the procedures to get rid of a pregnancy. It's not this thing related to privacy and related to family planning and related to intimate decisions. It's the particular procedure. And the fundamental right to marriage is not fundamental right to any marriage. It's a fundamental right to a straight marriage. And you can kind of see the reasoning of this draft opinion, the way it approaches these issues, narrows things when it wants to, And so I could very easily see them distinguishing Obergefell from the sterilization cases and all the other cases based on, the marriage part. That's okay. That's fundamental, but not gay marriage. I can see that happening based on this holding. Same thing with the contraception cases, to be frank with you. So yeah, I think this really is open season. The analysis offered by Alito is really just an invitation to change the circumstances of any particular right that's been recognized as to only match the things that you care about in the way that they're expressed in like the way that you care about. So, raising your children, that's going to be protected because that's, that's the form of that right makes sense to conservatives. I want to be able to teach them whatever language I want to do. But we're not going to extend that beyond this little sphere that we've made for ourselves. And anything that looks like we're applying it to new circumstances or to liberal circumstances or to circumstances involving sexual minorities, we're going to just say, well, there's no history here of that. So that's why I think that it's open season for those cases, because the logic leads you there, in my honest opinion.
It reminds me of what you had said before. I didn't get to comment on it though. The idea that sodomy isn't part of this country's history. I mean, I think that's the funny part. But
I should be more careful. The laws against sodomy, an affirmative right to have sodomy, to have, I don't even know if that word is the proper word now, to have non-traditional sex, that is nowhere in our history, we'll say, the justices.
Yeah.
And so that's how you can distinguish it. It's because there hasn't been this like traditional historical right with respect to
non-traditional sex,
ability to non-traditional sex, therefore blah 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 blah, right?
So talking
Can
about
I ask one of your
Right.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask one of your chatters something really quick?
Sure.
Kobe Bobby, is that how I say your name? If I messed it up, I'm sorry. You said most pro-life people would say if you reasonably take an action to end your pregnancy, then that is the moral equivalent of an abortion. So you mean like going for a jog after sex or something like that? I'll wait for your answer in here.
Could be.
Well, that was in response to something I was saying. I was asking in chat because chat, I
Okay.
think I must have not articulated well while I was talking about this. But the way that we talk about abortions, right? If we're going to hold people responsible for like murder for an abortion, right? Can you hold somebody responsible for murder if they say they starve themselves while pregnant and cause themselves to miscarry? Right? Can you hold somebody responsible for a murder if they do extreme physical exercise while they're pregnant and miscarry? Right? like there are a variety of ways that somebody can terminate a pregnancy without without necessarily aborting it. And I think that you would still find them responsible under the law based on the circumstances. So if you're going to tell me, chat, because chat's been trying to do this to me, both YouTube chat, my chat, and Prime's chat's been trying to tell me, like, oh, Star, like, yeah, there's a huge difference between abortion is a choice, miscarrying isn't a choice. Miscarrying can be a choice if you want it to be. If you try hard enough, you can miscarry. So you know what, you tell me, if you can find somebody responsible for a forceful miscarriage, then tell me, how are you going to draw the line?
That's exactly the case. Like what I've been saying before, people are around the world have been prosecuted for miscarriages, and they'll use exactly what Star was talking about here. They'll say, hey, it was your choices that did this, and they might actually have a case to say that you took certain actions as a woman.
You can do anything you put your mind to, chat.
Yeah,
if you really want to, you can miscarry.
Yeah, if you take certain actions, right, extreme actions, you are simply more likely to miscarry, right? Like if you put yourself in certain situations, you are more likely to miscarry. And so if that's the case, then you have effectively, and they can say, whether rightly or wrongly, that you had intentionality behind it.
Where do we draw
right?
the line, Doghouse? That's the thing. Like, yes, there's a difference between an intentional, like, abortion and an intentional miscarriage and an unintentional miscarriage, but where do you draw the line? There are going to be places where it's going to be murky.
Yeah, and Doghouse, I'll let a few people, and I would like to see some people who are on the other side of this argument, like come in a little bit. So like Doghouse, we have a little bit of advantage on you. So if you want to come in a little later and share your thoughts on this, that's great. But I think it's clear. I mean, it's not like we're making this up. It's not like Star and I are pulling this out of our asses. We have actual cases around the world and Latin America where exactly what we're talking about happens. You have taken an action as a woman, right? You didn't go to a doctor, but in the end, the life of the child is ended. So the basis is not banning the medical procedure. I see out there, Crystal, not banning the medical procedure, right? But protecting the life of the child. And that is the problem. And you put the life of the child in danger by taking an action. It may not be within in the context of a hospital, but you took an action, right? That sounds like an abortion to me, right? Like if you take a coat hanger and use that to abort, that's not a medical procedure, but you took an action to kill it, right? So if you take another action, some sort of great exhortation, like Stardust is talking about, like exercising to dangerous levels or starving yourself, and a miscarriage happens, which is definitely a possibility, then you took an action. And so,
yeah,
and that logic, you go to jail. Sorry.
Yeah, my question is, some of you are saying you would have to prove that it was intentional. Where's the line? How do you prove it? How is the state going to prove that, right? If we're going
why
to
would you have to
prosecute
prove that it's intentional? I don't understand the logic there.
Exactly.
Why would you? I mean, is there some holding that I'm not aware of that's in this recent decision that says, but there is a substantive due process right to accidentally kill your fetus? I mean, I don't know where you're saying that it has to be accidental.
Don't we hold people responsible for accidental deaths too?
What about domestic violence and how often women miscarry after they've been beaten and taken to the ER?
Oh, yeah.
We've had cases in the United States of America, actually as recently as I think 2008, because the military absolutely refused to go forward with it, even though it was a Texas law, where it was wondered if she endangered the baby and herself by talking back to her husband. He literally beat a child out of her body. Are conservatives
actually,
willing?
Yeah, there are a lot of so I know a lot of medical professionals, and the ones that have worked in like OB, right, have talked about having patients whose partners were beating them up so badly that they had to tell them, you have to stop. If you don't stop, you are going to kill that baby. It, like you're saying, like, where do we draw the line? If somebody, I mean, and a lot of the time people don't realize that, like, a lot of domestic violence actually happens for the first time while somebody is pregnant. domestic violence actually has an uptick as soon as somebody is pregnant. Yeah, it's a very, very hard situation to kind of
What if you go back? What if you go back? What if, like, as a domestic violence victim, you go back to the person who hit you, and then eventually, you know, they beat you so bad you miscarry, and then you can make the argument, well, that you went back into this dangerous situation. You put your child, you were negligent. You can make that case about a live child, right? One outside the room, when putting them in a dangerous situation, right? You can say that you knowingly put them in a situation that was where they could be injured, where their life was in danger. Why couldn't you make the same case for a person within the womb? I don't see why not. Could you explain?
Well, and if we're coming at this from a Christian standpoint in the past and the morality and philosophy of it, then I need to ask a question. Why is it that all of these philosophical, moral arguments and these ethical arguments of our past that are still being used to this day, why aren't we charging millions of men with murder every day? Like, if we're not going to go to that step, which I think would be insane, just for the record, because it could be anybody. I could say, my husband yelled at me and then I bumped his elbow, but he actually elbowed my face, and I could just, like, get him thrown in jail. I'm not married. I'm just saying I could do that, right? So it would be an absolute nightmare. So if we actually believe all of this stuff and who's harming whom, like, why aren't men ever charged for domestic violence if it ends in a miscarriage? If she miscarries within a week, obviously he's guilty of murder, right? No? See where the line is so hard to draw? Like, it's almost impossible to draw this line.
So go ahead. Yeah, I mean, OnlyFans is talking about a case. I believe I heard. If you can find us an article for this, I believe I heard about this. But he says there was the Alabama woman that got in a fight with someone. I believe this is recently, and the person shot at her stomach, and the baby died. Alabama wanted to prosecute her for homicide for putting her baby's life in danger. After much outcry, Alabama dropped the charges. Can you find an article for that? Because yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. She got in a fight, she took an action, right? And she didn't choose to get shot at, but she put herself in a dangerous situation. That's an example of them prosecute. And even if you're not winning these cases, the moment you do that, you scare women into certain behaviors. You don't actually have to even win to change people's behaviors. Just like be prosecuting them for that. Scare cases like that where they turn back around. Still, as a woman, hearing that, which I believe happened very recently, right? And then now this news coming down, I'd worry about my behavior. What could get me in trouble? Pisco, I want to go to you, and I did have another question for you. I want to make sure I get it before you head out. Go ahead.
Well, I think the hypos that keep me up at night are the following. You know, say you have a state that has one of these criminal fetal heartbeat laws. No exceptions, only for the life of the mother. We'll say there's an exception. And that actually might be a constitutional exception you have to have as a matter of due process. Query whether that makes sense, by the way. Whether it makes sense if you're acknowledging that the unborn child in utero is a life, why you would value the life of the mother over the life of the child. And what rationale you could, as a policy matter, come up with to justify that distinction and the valuing of the mother's life more than the child's. But suppose that what you're dealt with is the following scenario. 15-year-old girl raped by a 6-year-old man, impregnated. Now what? That's not an abortion that's threatening the life of the mother. Are you going to force that child to carry that child, the fetus to term? Look at yourself in the mirror and say that you'll do it, because that's where your conviction leads you. If you think that the life of the unborn child and the fetus is truly a life, your conviction must lead you to want to have the state to force that pregnancy to term. And if you don't acknowledge that, you're a hypocrite.
so I wanted to ask about I wanted to ask about the legitimacy of the court, because this is a thing that I think, I don't know, I feel like it's weak grounds for like progressives to be fighting on. Talking about like, well, this proves that the court is illegitimate. And I think the basis of that is saying, well, the court is now so politicized that it has somehow been invalidated. Now, you know, my stance is that the court has always been politicized, right? This idea that it was ever anything, something neutral, something above the fray, I think was completely fucking imaginary. But now, like this talk from lefties saying that the court legitimacy is in danger, it, it it feels like to me legitimacy is did I lose some sort of important case, right? Like if I lost, it's illegitimate. I feel like people on the right, conservatives, had an easy case for the illegitimacy of the court when gay marriage was passed, right? Or gay marriage was, decided through the court, right? That, hey, this wasn't decided through the courts, and this is just a political decision. How could they? It was more balanced in our favor at that point in time, right? And like this just came down from the top from these 9 judges. They decreed it, and so it is. So what do you think about this idea of legitimacy? I know, like, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, is awfully concerned about this idea about the court being challenged. But do you think this is a valid argument? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
On the court being legitimate or the court being illegitimate?
Illegitimate, right? The charges of illegitimacy by people who are just lost the case.
I mean, this is a really bad day for the judiciary. I'm not going to sit here and say that our judiciary is illegitimate. I don't think about those things in the terms of black and white. It's on a sliding scale, I'd say. And does the court look more illegitimate today than it did yesterday? I totally agree with that. On the SB 8 stuff, totally agree with that. Is the court a less political branch than the executive and the legislative branch? I think so. I think even now, still, yes. I think now, yes. But that doesn't mean that it's free from politics. It doesn't mean that it's free from partisan influence and hacked opinions. And so, whatever, feel free to castigate the judiciary. I think that there's still some incredible value in the work of judges and the federal judiciary. They don't always behave the way we want them to. In this particular case, I think they behaved appallingly, and the Supreme Court has done a lot of damage to their image and their legitimacy. But I haven't lost hope.
But I don't understand, like, the case. Like, if we were conservatives, right? Perish the thought, right? So we lost a few IQ points, and we're conservatives. I'm sorry, that was cheap. But if that was the case. And this was a few years back. That was unfair. I'm sorry. But this is a few years back. And we were talking about, the gay marriage decision. I think we'd be saying all the same things, right? I feel like illegitimacy is just, I lost, and I have sour grapes over it.
I don't think it's I lost. I think it's I think it's the way you go about winning and losing. The way they've gone to overturn Roe v Wade here is bad, in my opinion. And certainly what they did with SB 8, I think, is almost unforgivable. That the way they're doing that is really, really messed up. But of course, part of the reason why stare decisis is so important is because part of the legitimacy is moving on even when you lose. And when you don't adhere to that principle, even when it's at its strongest, in my opinion, then it really does seem like, well, whoever wins is right, and it's all just about winning. And so, like, I take your comment to heart. But yeah, I don't really know I know it when I see it, the kind of chicanery that I'm looking for, and I saw it in the Alito opinion, and I saw it in the denial of the emergency petition to stay on the SB8 case, and so like, it's definitely something that I look for. I'm not just results oriented, but I'm gonna tell you that recently the court, the way they've gone about doing things has been pretty disheartening. Not just the results they're reaching.
Okay, so you think it's the procedures is the key to legitimacy rather than anything else?
Let me just put it this way. It's unconscionable to me that you can have a state law which flagrantly violates Supreme Court precedent in the most abysmal way. That's SB8. And the Supreme Court allows it to stand on some bullshit, really. This kind of gamesmanship of states is the same thing as nullification, this bounty hunter system where we can't sue anyone, and that's what exceptions are made for. That's why doctrines have exceptions. And that the fact that the court is essentially giving its affirmative okay for any state to bypass federal law just because we knew they were going to overturn Roe v. Wade because the court didn't want to do anything that looked like it was touching Roe v. Wade. That's the bad way to do it. When you're given a long-standing test about preliminary injunction or emergency relief, and you don't even go through two of the most important factors in granting or denying that emergency stay or whatever, then that's when people start to be like, are you really in it for the law, or you just want to get rid of stuff you want to get rid of? That's the kind of stuff that makes me mad. To be honest with you, I was more mad at the SB8 stuff than in terms of the legitimacy of the court. I don't know. This is really bad. It's at least a question for me whether or not the SB8 bounty hunter end run against federal supremacy of law, whether that was better or worse than the overturning Roe v. Wade for the legitimacy argument. They're both really, really bad, but the SB8 stuff was just disgusting.
So I think that's fair in what you're saying, that the rule of law is the rule of process, and that if you don't have a reliable process that people can predict, then that's when things become illegitimate, right? If we as a society say that we want that this is how we adjudicate cases, and then we suddenly change it midstream, then what's to say that this is legitimate, right? The same thing like in a sports game, that legitimacy comes from the assumption that the refs are calling things by the rules, right, and not just making the rules up. And then the game becomes illegitimate. So if that's what you're looking at. If you're saying that, then all right.
Elections have consequences. The Trump stuff was wild that anyone would ever just fuck it, dude, let's vote for Trump, and whatever, who cares about the Supreme Court justice. That to me is wild, that people didn't realize that this would happen. And so I'm not going to sit here and be like, the court's conservative, therefore it's illegitimate. The court is doing things that above and beyond its substantive holdings that is making people doubt its legitimacy, in my opinion. And then some of its holdings are so bad for the institutional structure of the court that I guess it's both. It's both the procedure and the substance. It's a mixture.
Fair enough. All right, Pisco, I know you got to head out.
Yeah.
So I'll let you go here.
Sorry for boring you guys about due process and constitution. Blah, blah, blah.
I loved it. Fuck that, right?
It was awesome. I'd never heard it before. It was great.
Yeah, Pisco, that I will sit here for we've done it before. We'll sit for 2 hours and we'll hit the legal theory hard. I love talking about this with you. So I really thank you for sharing your time. I know people are hitting you up right now to go to places with much bigger audiences than this. But thank you, Pisco, for sharing your time with us.
Of course, love you, Prime. Sub to Prime. I'm gonna do it right now. Peace out.
Thanks so much, buddy. All right. Okay. So we got some people who want to come in. All right. So I'm gonna bring in one person, and I'm gonna bring in a second one as well. I'm looking for people who are. Oh, hey! I just brought you without warning you. Pisco, thank you for gifting a sub. You're awfully kind. Thank you. But
Thanks for joining.
yeah. But I'm looking for people who are pro or anti-life. People who are pro-choice. Who are pro-choice. So, sorry. I'm looking for people who are anti-choice, right? Pro-life, anti-choice.
Life sucks.
Excuse me. Like, I got myself mixed
Major
up
League
there.
Base.
But I'm looking for people
Major
who
League
disagree.
Base should get in here.
So I'm gonna take only a few people though, right? And I need to know who you are. So if you didn't come in before, I might not let you on because I want to know who people are. Doghouse is a person who's been here often a bunch of times. So yeah, Doghouse is a safe bet. Thank you, Doghouse, for being so kind as to join us and to share your opinion. I know I saw you in chat. You disagree, and that's okay. Love to see it. So I want to give you space to like lay out like some objections that you felt previously, and we'll take it from there.
All right. Sorry about that. I got my son's in the office with me right now.
Okay.
Ironically. So anyways, he's seeing the duck on the screen. So when it comes to the issues I had was, y'all gonna have to give me a minute. Come back to me, Prime.
Okay.
Oh no.
We'll get back to them in a second. We have a second person who's gonna be coming in just a second. They'll be popping in, and another person who disagrees. So yeah, but okay, I wasn't expecting this. So Stardust, you'll help me distract while we're waiting for Doghouse or my next guest.
Life sucks.
Yeah, life sucks. I'm sorry.
Life.
I'm anti-life. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I didn't ask to be born.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Our next guest is here, and so we'll deal with him while we wait for Doghouse. Who's dealing with this his little boy. GSU, can you hear us? Because you're muted right now, if you can. GSU?
All right,
Yes, I can hear you. Give me 1 second. I'm switching to a wireless headset.
Okay, great.
All right, well, GS is you doing that. I can hop in real fast. My son was in the office with me, and he was like trying to get my lap, and he was playing with everything. It was amazing.
I'm sure it was really adorable.
Perfect timing, right? Talking about that, and so anyways, no, my contention was there was a few things that were mentioned, specifically with like the miscarriage thing. I was just explaining that to somebody in the waiting room. Basically, the way that I would say this is that there's a different kind of mindset. So when we look at, like, for example, having like doing an exercise. Now, and I'll only finish this up and I'll explain. When you have when you go and exercising and you have a miscarriage because of exerting a lot of force, right? But you unintentionally have it. We don't punish accidents in the court of law. Like straight accidents that are just like unbeknownst to you and it just happens, that's a miscarriage. But actually intentionally being like, I don't want this pregnancy, I'm going to chug a gallon of alcohol. Here's the problem with this though. Even though that technically could be a crime, possibly, abortion or murder or grossly, it depends on your state. The likelihood of trying to prosecute that kind of a crime is very difficult. Just because you would have to, again, it's kind of the whole intent thing. You have to prove that the mother intended to try to abort the child, and it's very difficult. So just because it could be doesn't mean it should be or even will be prosecuted. And chances are, if you're in a blue district, it's very unlikely it will be prosecuted. It's politically not probably the best thing to try to do, especially because it's such a sensitive topic. The other one was the spousal beatings. So there's actually, I posted it in chat, 38 states, I believe it is, currently have fetal homicide laws. 29 states have fetal homicide laws that apply to the earliest stages of pregnancy. And the reason why it's difficult for me to like pull this like quickly is because most of the time we're going to see these in murder cases where the pregnant mother was murdered and the person who murders the woman will get charged with 2 counts of murder. In fact, I believe capital murder can be one of those, depending on the state. But there was one I posted that I could quickly find, which was there was an accident that was caused, and due to negligence of the man, the woman ended up having a miscarriage, and he was charged with the miscarriage. So they do happen. It's just it's very difficult to find one that's like strictly like that specific case of like someone like beating the mother being beaten in a case of domestic violence and the having a miscarriage and having a crime. It's there's a lot of steps to get to that. So
I guess my question would just be I'm like happy to like definitely like accept those points. My question would just be like when it comes to like what we were talking about, like somebody intentionally causing their own miscarriage, like would you be for prosecuting that, and how would the state be able to like prove that that person was being intentional when it comes to that?
that's what I said, right? Is that there's the can they be prosecuted? Yeah. But should they be prosecuted? Probably not. And then the other thing is trying to prove it. How would the state prove it? That's the part that's why I'm saying it probably shouldn't be, because depending on the case of the circumstance, like if the mother is like, probably the chances are it's not going to be chugging a gallon of alcohol. But if it's like, it's difficult to just, if it's just simply like an act, I can't even imagine how you would. I can't even think of a hypothetical where like it'd be even clear cut for a prosecutor to take in front of a jury, right? Like it just doesn't. There's no hypothetical in my mind that it would make any sense to do that. Although it could be a crime because they're intentionally like the presupposition here is that the woman is intentionally doing that. We know that beforehand, but trying to prove for the prosecutor's standpoint to try to prove in front of a jury would be incredibly difficult. So can they be? Yes. Will they be, and will they actually serve time or anything like that? It's very unlikely just because of how much you have to try to prove.
So with that being said, wouldn't it be better for us to have a safe way for people to terminate pregnancies rather than putting themselves at risk by, for example, like chugging a gallon of alcohol and ending it that way?
Yeah, so one of the things I would say is that, and this is kind of tying into what I was also arguing way earlier, was I looked in today. Today I looked at all 13 trigger laws. These trigger laws, for anybody who's unaware, is basically once a Roe v. Wade gets overturned, once that actually finalizes and go through, there are these laws that are waiting for this event to happen, and when it does, they go into effect. And so one of the key things about all these trigger laws, the common theme is one, the woman doesn't get charged. It's usually the doctor. Second, the doctor only gets charged if they perform an abortion outside of the exceptions. And the exceptions are typically if the mother's life is at risk. That's the big one. There's also then a couple of other states. There's like 2 or 3 I found, I believe, that explicitly mentioned rape and incest. I think it was like 3 or 4 actually. So what I was going to say is that the other issue was that some of the way they defined abortion, this is where I take issue with some of the states, even conservative states, yes. They define that aborting a pregnancy before a medical test or after a medical test is done to prove the pregnancy, the doctors, if there's no other exceptions met, right, and the doctor just performs the abortion after the medical test was done to determine whether or not the woman's pregnant, then they could be charged with a felony. And I would have a problem with that because I'd have to understand, what is this medical test, right? Like, what's this? Are we doing like a blood test? Are we doing a ultrasound? Are we doing a urine test? I don't think it's quite fair to the mother to have that issue. So there are bills that definitely need to be refined from these trigger laws.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can see what you're saying, but again, it still doesn't address the fact that like with the outlawing of abortions, and with like you said, that it would be doctors getting charged, right? Which means that like most likely if somebody were trying to end a pregnancy, they wouldn't be going to a doctor then. They would be taking it into their own hands, finding some probably more dangerous way to terminate their pregnancy. So are we comfortable letting people take that into their own hands rather than seeking a medical professional. Even if we're like morally opposed to abortion, right? You still run the risk of these people going and inflicting horrible like damage on their bodies because they don't want to have that pregnancy.
I would rather have I would rather have it in a case where we don't have misinformation going around, where we do say, hey, look, there is an avenue, and I would hope that we could get these states to actually clarify maybe like the parts of medical things. There are cases like Mississippi where they do still draw it at 15 weeks. So if you get an abortion before 15 weeks in Mississippi, you would be in the clear. Now, again, we could talk about the line and everything else, and it can get off into a tangent, so I'm trying to be very specific here. That's what I would prefer, is that we let women know that there are options still out there, albeit they are more restrictive now than they would have been prior to Roe being overturned. But let them know that there are still options. And again, the problem too is that even with these states, there are carve-outs for doctors, and carve-outs to where they have avenues where if like the doctor determines it's medically necessary, however that ends up being in court, the woman can still get the pregnancy. And again, even with the medical tests, well, if a woman doesn't go and get a medical test and she takes a Plan B or something like that, or whatever, not Plan B, whatever the termination pill is, I think it's Plan. I thought it was Plan
The morning after. Right.
Morning after, thank you.
The morning after
see,
pill is actually not an abortion pill. The
Yeah,
Plan
it's
B
not.
is not
Exactly.
Plan B is
And it
not
won't be
an
removed.
abortion pill. Plan B is a is like just kind of concentrated like birth control basically. But
Yeah.
again, I would still say like sure, like Mississippi, like 15-week plan, like sure, that sounds like a good like middle ground, especially if they're allowing for later when it comes to like specific medical instances. But I would say like in if we overrule like Roe versus Wade and we make like abortions illegal in all these other places, you're still going to have like women who are going to take their pregnancy into their own hands and do what they can to terminate it by any means necessary.
And I would say by telling them that they have options, I wouldn't be okay with them doing that. But at the same time, why are they doing that, right? Like, what is it that they feel that they have to, or they feel there's not an option? Just because they may not feel that way, then we should probably be informing them, let them know there are other ways to go about it besides just doing that. I think, again, trying to say something like is to say that abortions are zero-sum banned is not helping to that fact. I don't think that helps either.
Well, yeah, that's what I would agree with. Like, I think if we wanted to reduce abortions rather than a ban on abortions, I would prefer that we create like a we put things into effect that would like help people not get pregnant in the first place, and then when people do get pregnant, feel like that they have enough support around them to be able to carry that pregnancy to term and maybe even take care of that, right? But as it is, a lot of people, they realize they're pregnant, they realize that their partner isn't going to be involved in that pregnancy even if they try to go through with it, that they realize that they have not nearly the amount of support that they need to raise a child. So I think that it's I think that like these are things that really contribute to whether somebody chooses to do something like that.
And if I may, I really want to strip something away here. You are saying that there are laws in place, there are trigger laws, there are all of these protections. But I would like to quote something from a pro-choice group. They said it should not have taken national attention and pressure for these charges to be dismissed. This is in regards to two cases that are very, very recent where women are being charged for miscarriage. So when you say that this isn't happening and that there are trigger laws, you're trying to pretend you care for the women and that you're actually going to do something about this, but these are actually happening and you're not aware of them, and it's taking national attention to actually get these women safe. Because I'm noticing even in the chat, people are saying, when is this happening in America? But this doesn't happen in America, but it is, and people are not paying attention. A woman can get shot in the stomach and be charged for manslaughter of her own child. She didn't even shoot the baby. There are two women. Can you
provide a case example of that?
I'll give you some more links.
It's in
I
chat.
already did the Alabama one. I've shared the Alabama one. like 4 times, and I notice it's being ignored. So I'm not going to let conservatives
Wait, hold on,
continue
wait.
to lie. You guys were
look,
just
I
In that
continuing to
case-
lie.
I don't want to
It's
make the
one
assertion.
case.
I
One
don't want to make
case.
the assertion. I don't want to make the assertion that Stabby is. I think that like the Doghouse and GSU Gambit, like I know them both very well. They're both people who care about women. We have just different solutions to this issue. So
Well,
He
Yeah,
needs
and
to
I
understand.
didn't. I
He
want to
needs
say
to
I didn't.
understand these. He
But
needs
I
to
didn't
actually
say.
read
Hold
these.
on. But you made the claim that I said that this isn't happening. I'm saying that it was
And you-
very unlikely that these would be prosecuted. And as we've seen with the charges being dropped, it stands to reason that what I said was probably true.
But there's
Exactly.
no, because it takes federal input. It takes the whole nation getting into an uproar and pressuring them. Those trigger laws you're saying exist. Where were those? Why didn't those stop it? Why did it take outrage on the behalf of the citizenry, which now is illegal
Well,
to have?
The trigger laws
Why
only go into
did it take
effect once Roe v. Wade gets actually overturned. They don't go into effect until so right now we have abortion laws that are on the books currently, but then we also have trigger laws that are basically sitting in the background waiting to see what happens when Roe v. Wade gets overturned. Matter of fact, there was one bill I looked at that was a trigger law that was implemented back in 2006, and it's just been sitting dormant until Roe v. Wade basically gets overturned. And some of those are actually a lot more progressive in regards to their language than the more recent ones. The more recent ones are a lot more harsh, I guess you could say. But neither here nor there. The one that you're talking about with these particular cases of miscarriages and the woman being charged, again, I didn't know if you posted it in chat or not, but if you did, I'll take a look
I'll
at it.
post
So
it
many
again.
times.
It was. Hold on, wait. I think we can go over this easily, right? Wasn't this the case where the woman was the aggressor, and then like the man shot her or something, and then they charged her with being the aggressor in the situation? So they charged her with the case for her baby, right? It was that, right? That's the one you
This
keep
is the
referencing over and
Alabama.
over.
This is the
He
Alabama
returned
law.
to a fight.
Yes.
Um,
I'm-
yeah.
No,
Twice have you-
I'm just asking. I'm just
Okay.
asking Stab because she's tried to refer to it 30 times. Is that not the exact
She
things that
returned to
happened
the
in
fight.
that case?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
Why
so
does
she
that
yeah.
make a difference?
Wait. That makes every difference.
Yeah,
So wait.
exactly. It
No.
makes a big difference. That's why it's pointless
So
to talk
Wow.
about this case.
No,
But-
because let me explain something. This goes beyond just even abortion. So, like for example, we could look like self-defense
Exactly.
cases, right? We could look at
Car
self-defense
accident.
cases.
Wait, look at a car accident. A woman has a car accident and has an abortion.
Uh-huh.
If she's at fault in the car accident, she's now guilty of manslaughter and needs 30 years in prison.
This is
Do you have any
no,
idea how insanely hysterical you are?
No,
Just,
wait.
yeah,
Stop.
you're hysterical.
Hold on. No, hold on. Okay.
That's
First of
hysterical.
all,
It is. It absolutely is.
First of all, the way that we work in our society when it comes to criminal laws, the idea of mens rea, you have to have a criminal intent. So if you just have a car accident and you're not at fault, you weren't acting grossly negligent or anything of those
I
elements.
said you are
She
at fault.
said
I
she
said
said it
you
was
are
at fault. She said at fault.
Okay.
No.
Even if it-
You gotta
like-
be grossly negligent as well. Listen to his whole
Yes.
statement.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Listen.
saying. There's a whole bunch of elements that go into deciding whether or not someone should be charged with manslaughter, first degree, second degree, third degree murder, all of those. All of those have certain elements. And so in order for a woman to be charged with murder or manslaughter because she had a miscarriage from an accident, even if she was at fault, there could still be a chance because it all depends on the facts of the case. If she I could give you an example. She runs a red light. Okay, she could be held possibly in that case because she ran the red light. That could be argued that it could be grossly negligent. However, if she's sitting at a stoplight and gets a little bit too close to the car in front of her, the car behind her hits her, and then she hits the person in front of her and then has a miscarriage, well, she's at fault in hitting the car in front of her, but she's certainly not at fault in grossly negligent because she had ended up hitting the
But
person in front of her.
but she just stated at
Can
fault.
you explain? I know. Can you please explain to me? First of all, I explained at fault.
Prime, it's
Second of all,
not
no,
just
wait.
at
I
fault.
need to finish this. Second of all, I already said at fault, like grossly negligent, ran a stop sign. I don't care. Now, I need to ask,
Okay, sorry.
why on earth? No, I need to ask, why on earth, if she runs a stop sign and hits somebody and then she miscarries her baby, is she suddenly guilty of manslaughter when we already have laws for what she did? We also have laws for what this woman did, which she could have been charged with assault, but definitely not manslaughter. Like you're trying to claim these things don't exist, but we have to upgrade.
Okay. But this is really easy. So let me ask you
No,
something. Hold on. Let me ask you something. If she ran that stop sign, hit somebody, and then killed the person in the other vehicle, what would she be charged with?
Manslaughter if she killed the other person.
Okay. So
Usually
why
that's
not
downgraded.
Well, okay, but why would that same thing not apply to the child that was in her womb? What's
Because
the
she can
difference
have a
between those?
miscarriage at any time. Women have miscarriages. My mom had a miscarriage at 5 months.
We're
I
not
was
asking
there
can somebody
calling.
have a miscarriage at any
Is
time.
still
We're
alive.
saying
She
if
has a
we're
miscarriage.
saying
If she
if
has a
gross
miscarriage,
negligence.
it doesn't matter
We're
if it's still
asking
alive.
if
There's
gross
no sanctity in that.
negligence. Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier in chat, because you said stupid shit earlier that I know you don't agree with. You were talking about earlier how people can aggress on pregnant women and that they should be charged. And now you're saying that if somebody is grossly negligent and then they're
I didn't say that.
no early, yes you did. Yes, I can't remember exactly what you said. But you said some stupid shit about
I don't think you
conservative
should get
people are
charged
okay
twice.
with men. You said conservative men hitting women and conservatives are okay with it and babies dying, blah blah blah. All of that
Right.
stupid shit that you said earlier. But now this is like the
You
exact
obviously
same
did
thing.
not understand
So
that.
what?
Wait,
So what?
That's
Somebody? What's
awesome.
okay?
Wait a minute.
Hold on,
Wait a
hold on,
minute.
hold on,
Wait,
Wait a
hold on.
minute.
Wait,
Wait a
wait,
minute.
wait,
Did
wait,
we actually,
wait,
did somebody on
wait,
this
wait,
panel
wait, wait,
actually
Silent
say
down.
conservative
Silent
men
down.
hitting women? Was it actually conservative men hitting women?
Yes, Stabby. Yes.
I must. I
She
may.
said
I
all
may
types
have
of
No,
stupid
deafened
shit.
while
I
that
didn't say
happened.
that. No, I didn't say
Okay.
that. What I said is, if you're going to say that, then we're going to say that we've got to somehow upgrade to murder if there's domestic violence abuse going on, and never before have we seen harsher penalties for men causing miscarriages when they beat a woman. That's all I said. I did not say that
you said
conservatives are beating their
conservatives.
wives.
You said conservatives wouldn't be for that, and then you acted as if you would be.
I
and
wouldn't
now you're
either.
presented,
No, I wouldn't.
and
I
now
said
you're
I
presented
wouldn't.
with a similar case, and now
I want you to clip
back
it. I
off.
want you to go back and I want you to watch this clip, because no, I wouldn't. Because I specifically said, actually, that I
So-
could have just said,
I-
my husband elbowed me when I ran into his arm, and there's no way to prove these things, and that's a nightmare. We shouldn't do that to men. That's what I said. Maybe you need, I don't know.
I
So-
think
I don't know
so
what
you
you
yeah, I
think-
think
so-
I remember
hold on,
that. I
hold on,
remember
wait, wait,
Stabby.
wait,
Wait a minute. Wait a
Wait,
minute.
Stab-
Wait a
hold on,
minute.
wait.
Wait a minute.
No,
I
wait.
don't think. Wait, I think I don't remember I don't remember Stabby saying that she thinks that men should be responsible for that. So I do think that there's.
No, that's
I
not.
do
That's
think
not what I said. She said.
Okay.
To be
Okay.
very clear,
What
I
did
said-
you say that she
said she presented it as if she would be okay with it, but she didn't say that she would. So she presented it like conservative people are being these draconian people because they wouldn't prosecute in those cases, as if she would. But she left it out that she also wouldn't prosecute in those cases. So when we bring up this similar case of the woman driving the car, that's why it's important to now get her
She
opinion
specifically
and
said
show
that
that
she would.
everything that she said earlier was just
Can I
virtue
explain, Prime?
signaling
Can I
nonsense.
explain?
Yeah,
Can I
of course you
explain?
Specifically
Because he
said
obviously misunderstood it 3 separate times.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead. No, go ahead,
Conservative-
Stabby.
Conservative men must prosecute if this is, if there's intent or the possibility of intent for women. This is obviously sanctity of life, must prosecute. When it comes to men,
You don't
Meh.
think? You don't think?
Maybe
you don't think
Absolutely.
conservative men would
Amen.
prosecute? Hold on.
Dude, I don't know where this conversation's going anymore. I am so confused.
So
Same.
Stabby, you think that
This guy's
conservative men that are pro-life would say if a man causes the death of a unborn child, that those people shouldn't be prosecuted? Like that's the bullshit you were saying earlier, and that's what I'm calling out.
Yeah, there's no additional laws for any of that. There is for murder, and
I'm
that's
not
it.
asking
There's
if
no
there
There is
additional
no.
laws.
This is
No,
what
there
issues.
are.
There
That's what I
isn't.
asked you.
There isn't.
There are.
They're not getting
Yes,
prosecuted
there
for it
are.
either.
I'm
so
gonna abort
they're not even getting
myself.
Listen,
Okay,
Wait, wait.
I'm gonna
looking
just
at the
abort myself
CSL.
live on air
Okay.
on the screen.
Okay.
Listen,
Okay.
I'm looking at the
I
same.
can consent to being born.
Hey, everyone, quiet. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna work this
Can I
out.
ask
All
one more
right.
question?
So yeah, we're gonna work this out. So you can GSU finish your question, and then Stab, we're gonna give Stab a place to respond. I want to move past this point because there's a lot more I want to talk about. I want to challenge Doghouse and Crystal here and anyone else on this idea about a woman not being charged for like miscarrying. I have evidence that they do. But first, I want to let you guys to finish it, quickly finish this. So
I don't
go
think
ahead.
anybody said that they
No,
don't get charged. Okay,
that's not a different thing.
but yeah,
Do
okay,
your thing.
yeah. So the question I asked you, because you said there aren't laws on the books, that's not the question I asked you. So I'm gonna ask you the question I asked you again. Earlier, you put out the thought that conservative people wouldn't be for this. The specific question I asked you is, do you think if you presented conservatives that are pro-life with a case where a man caused the death of an unborn child, would they vote to prosecute it? Because everything that you put out earlier was acting as if they wouldn't. What do you think?
I think that most often they let them go free. That's why domestic abusers are usually repeat offenders. like over and over and over again. That's why most
Wait.
domestic violence abuse that
Wait.
I was military police in the Army. This was my job.
You're not answering my question.
No, this was my job. Yes, I am.
You're talking about
Because
previous
I think
case
they're letting
outcomes.
them
That's
go.
not
Yes,
what I
I
asked you.
think they don't. I think they don't prosecute. I think they're letting it go because this is about women and men for them. This isn't about the actual crime, and they do let them go because most domestic violence incidents that end in death when it's over have had police intervention before, and we continually do not press charges specifically with certain people and their beliefs about what a marriage is and what discipline can be, etc. So no, I don't think that they're going to try to help with that. I think that's a hypocrisy on their side, and I have no problem calling it
Well,
out. They just lied to us twice about the Supreme
we
Court. So
just disagree with you because those are the prosecutors and the DAs around the country. That is
Exactly.
not
no, it's the police.
conservative men.
No, the police
That's-
not taking him in. I want to be clear. Police not taking them in.
There's a whole
Okay, the
look. Okay,
police,
so it's
absolutely.
this is the one problem I have is when we start to try to listen, the law is incredibly complex for a very good reason. Because sitting here and trying to explain like domestic violence, one of those things, first of all, is again, domestic violence, you have a whole bunch of avenues. You could have the DA that prosecutes on behalf of the spouse who's being abused. Then you can also have the spouse who presses charges. You can also have restraining orders. There's a whole bunch of other things, and it all depends on the case of the circumstance, right? So if you take it to the extreme of what we were talking about, where the spouse I can't believe I have to explain this, but the difference between a spouse just accidentally bumping into their pregnant spouse versus a spouse saying, fuck you, and then beating the living shit out of the wife, those are two astronomically different things, and in the eyes of the law, they view those as two astronomically different things.
She
I would
said
say,
that though.
like, so,
She
okay,
said
so
that.
then we're on
Yeah,
the same
she
page
said
then.
that
Okay.
she thinks that conservative men just hate women and they wouldn't want to prosecute men that voluntarily kill babies, which is just stupid. On his
They
face.
do, though. They
And
do. They do. So
insulting.
come up with proof
Insulting.
they don't. I don't give a shit
Insulting.
about your feelings. I don't give a
No,
shit about
I'm
my
saying,
feelings.
well, I can say the same thing that the entire left wing
You know
don't
what's-
care about life. So there
Okay,
we go.
so can I
This is
ask you a
about to
question? Can I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? Is it insulting that a bunch of conservatives are claiming to be the moral authority, and they just now said that it was established law and they weren't going to touch this, and then they lied, and then they said that it was too early, it was too close to an election for a year and a half out to get Merrick Garland on the court, but then they turned around and did it in 7. So obviously they're not moral authority. They are insulting the very idea of morality. So is that okay to be upset about, or no?
Can
Just-
you show
just
me?
your
Can you can you show me first of all? Can you show me which justices specifically on the Supreme Court said that they would not touch Roe v. Wade? I'm curious. I don't know which ones did.
Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and what's her face, Amy Coney Barrett. She tried to weasel out that question. Well, all of them did, right? Because what they were really trying to talk about is their behavior on lower courts. So like Barrett specifically was talking about like, oh, as the a federal judge, like I wouldn't touch these things, right? But like she meant to say like as a justice, I wouldn't I would give myself space to look at Roe v. Wade. But like Kavanaugh and Gorsuch specifically said that it was settled law and we just have to move on, right? Gorsuch was asked if Trump in the White House told you that he wanted you to decide Roe v. Wade, what would you do? And he said, I just get up and leave. I'd leave the room if he asked me to do that.
That's because all of them in that process just weasel. That's why it's disgusting. And they never give their true opinions. Nobody should ever care about what they say.
Exactly.
That's right. Just like a biologist.
The idea of acting like there's some moral panic because of that is ridiculous.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Whenever you guys are finished, I don't want to derail you guys. So finish what you're saying, and then I'll.
No, I was done.
I wanted to challenge the Doghouse, my friend Crystal. I'm yelling at Crystal, but I like her. Hi, Crystal. Thanks for being here. In terms of women getting convicted for a miscarriage, yeah, it's been happening. We've been doing that, especially when it comes to drugs. Right? If you are a woman and you've done drugs and you've had a miscarriage, right? Whether that the miscarriage was caused by the drugs or not, you can be charged with that. I've got an article.
And that can include certain.
Good.
It can include certain prescription drugs as well. Just wanted to put that up there.
So
but
again,
the cases are for illegal drugs though currently, right?
I think the one thing too is again, if I have to explain this for the umpteenth time, is the grossly negligent behavior. So you could argue, for example, if you have, I believe this is how they charge drug dealers in some regard, is that if they end up giving these drugs to certain people, specifically fentanyl, you can be charged. I think Mac Miller's, now I don't think it'd be homicide. I think it's a little bit different. I think it's like aiding or something like that. But like if you like, you can be charged for doing drug use and be charged with murder. In this case, I could see where drugs are considered grossly negligent. If you're
A
pregnant,
woman was charged for
I
first
can as
degree
well. Yeah.
manslaughter of her unborn son. First degree manslaughter of her unborn son.
What were the
convicted.
drugs? What were the
What were
drugs?
the drugs?
Meth, but the medical examiner. The medical examiner. The examiner did not determine the cause of death of the fetus, noting genetic anomaly, placenta abruption, or maternal methamphetamine use could have been contributing factors. They didn't even get a cause for the death, but she was convicted.
There was a jury trial. I'm just asking. So the jury thought there was enough compelling evidence?
I don't know if it was a jury
Well, it
trial.
does matter because they may have charged her so that they could get her into rehab.
What and what?
Well, no, wait.
What?
I'm not signing on to this.
Yeah.
They could have gotten her. Yeah, that's bull because they could have gotten her into rehab for a million different things.
No, wait. Before we go down that,
Manslaughter.
I think it's important to know
Nobody
if
hates
it was a
women.
jury trial because that means that a jury of her peers felt the evidence was compelling enough, even though they didn't have direct cause. And I don't know how complicated it is to prove that the meth killed the unborn child, right?
Which case?
But-
Where was this at? Like, do you have a link?
It's on the link is in VC chat and Twitch chat, but like so you can check it out.
You know what?
And then it goes on to a list. It has it references a center that tracks these things when being jailed for these reasons, and I believe it's at 1,600 women in the last few decades or something. But I have to look that up again, so I don't give you the wrong number.
I'm reading the article in and of itself. It says later the medical examiner obtained by the BBC found traces of methamphetamine in her unborn son's liver and brain. The examiner did not determine. Hold on. I know because I'm about to read the second part that you're going to refer to. The examiner did not determine a cause of death for the fetus, noting genetic anomaly, placenta abruption, or maternal methamphetamine use could have been a contributing factor. So
what I just read. Yeah.
So, but that maternal methamphetamine use could have been a contributing factor.
Yes,
that alone.
But it's not. None of it was determined for a cause of death. You're saying that it's because she was using illegal drugs, but they don't know if that's the reason why the fetus died in the first place. But in any case, right? Like you can. The point. It doesn't. I'm sorry. Why are you making this difference between a jury trial and other? It actually doesn't matter. The point is them getting convicted. No one said like, within a jury trial. It really doesn't matter. How does it matter when the person is convicted nonetheless? Like what we were talking about is not whether juries would convict them, right, or judges would convict them. We're talking about if they could be convicted.
Her actions caused the death of her child.
Yes, that's what we're saying. Thank you, Crystal. You now arrived at a conclusion. That's what we were talking about before. That's what me and Stardust were saying. That if you take a woman, if you're taking an action, then that could mean that you are charged with the death of this child.
Yeah.
If you're,
they should have been.
Doc House already kind of addressed this, I think, with well, I don't know.
Prime, I want to tell you why I kind of asked that question because I brought that question up initially, and I think it's important to know if most people agree with these things, and that does color my view versus it just being a judge is making the decision. And I agree that's like when it comes to her life, it doesn't change anything. But I would think that most people that are definitely at least pro-life would say that if they found methamphetamine in the baby's brain and lungs and liver, like most people are gonna be okay with that person going to jail. Would you not be? Like, so let's say a person you know is pregnant and they want their baby, and a guy walks into the room and gives them something that terminates that pregnancy. Would you say that that person has done something wrong and something criminal and something that should be prosecuted? I don't care what level. But do you think any crime has been committed? Or would you say, hey, this is unborn, so it doesn't matter. And if people go around killing unborn babies, even if people want them, it's okay?
No. I think that's interesting question because we talked about this the other day on the small council with me, Katie, not Diet, and Doobie, who's there.
Gotcha.
And Katie was talking about intent of the mother, right? Like in deciding all of these things, right? Like, does the mother intend to keep the baby, right? If the baby's life is lost at some point in time, right? And I think that intent does matter. So if the mother like wants to keep her child, and then this person is forcibly ending the life of her child, then yes, I think something they should be charged with something. What exactly they should be charged with, I'm not sure. I can see a case for other things other than murder or like manslaughter or something like that. But
so for anyone who really like just like cares so much about whether or not it was a jury trial, I did just look it up, and it does say that the jury deliberated for less than 3 hours, and it was a jury trial. So yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
really
So,
quickly, I
can you
do want
answer
to
that
say
question,
that
Stabby?
if she's given drugs and she has a miscarriage right then, those drugs are not going to show up and those are not going to be the abortifacient. What's going to happen is she might have heart distress.
Wait,
Her
I don't
body
want to
might.
argue over. I don't want to argue over minutia around drugs. I'm
It's not minutia. No. It's not minutia.
That is the
He would
biology
not be
around.
charged.
You know
Yeah,
the
it's
intent of his
biology again.
question.
I'm really sick of people not understanding
Yeah.
the biology part. But here's the point.
It's not.
It
substantive
doesn't
to
like
this
we're
conversation.
already going to charge him or her with giving somebody an unknown substance, like we charge people for roofies. Now, if you want to upgrade that as a charge, absolutely we can do that.
No,
but
I'm
that's
asking
already
you.
a
I'm
charge.
asking you. What do you want to do? I'm asking you if there is something
apply the
on.
charges. Apply the ones we have. We already have those charges.
Okay, so you
Why
don't
would we
think there
add?
should be anything additional?
No, I also don't think that if you murder a woman, I don't think you should have to have like, oh, well, he also killed a baby to get people to be all like, oh, okay, this time we'll put him in prison. Like, I think the murder charge should stand on its own. I don't know
People should
why.
be charged with double murder for sure.
I don't. I think it's
it
nonsense.
depends. I think it depends, but I think that I wanted to ask again, going back to this idea of like people because if like you're saying in some states there is an option for people to get abortions, but in the places where it's not, I am worried about the people taking it to their own hands, and as a result, like not only like ending their pregnancy but ending their own lives, especially knowing that 60% of the people in the US who seek abortions are already parents. That's like a huge amount of that's like a huge proportion of people that would be putting themselves in danger, and a huge amount of children that would be potentially losing a parent in the house.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on this, and it's complicated because first I need to lay out my position on abortion. So socially, I think it should be ostracized. I'm pretty pro-life. Outside of the regular, like the mother's gonna die, incest, blah blah, all of those, right? All of those qualifiers aside, I'm generally against abortion. But I've recently struggled with, do I think this is a power that the state should have? So I do want to lay that out there clearly. I'm not necessarily the guy that's saying that this should be imbued by state law. I don't know yet. But what I will say in your framing, I think a lot of people that are conservative aren't honest. And I think what most people would say privately that they probably wouldn't say publicly is that they think the reduction in the amount of abortions is okay. And it is true that there are some people that are going to seek to do this to themselves and botch things and cause harm and blah, blah, blah. Like they're okay with that type of harm in order to get a reduction in like the total amount of abortion. Because I think you would you agree that
those children
go
though,
ahead.
are they taking into factor the pre-existing children of that person who are now going to be missing one parent?
Yes.
What do you mean by missing one parent? Hold on, wait, Gambit. Hold on, before you jump into that hog trap. What when you say
She's
missing
saying that
one
they're
parent,
killing their secondary kid, like a new kid, and they already have a kid. So if they
Yes.
hurt themselves during an
60% of
abortion,
women in the U.S. who seek abortions are already mothers, right? If that 60% now has no access to getting a safe abortion, from a medical professional and they take that into their own hands, or they go and get
So
a
start
back alley
so
abortion,
start us.
then they're putting themselves at risk, and also that their pre-existing children are at risk of losing a parent.
Oh,
So
see, that's what I was
I
looking
think
for.
you would agree.
That's what we were gonna say, GSU. I thought she was gonna, because at first that's what I thought, was that initially she was gonna say losing like a kid, but the way she had framed it sounded like, in other words, she's thinking that mothers are gonna be wholeheartedly convicted at a very, very large rate.
No, I'm not talking about
Exactly.
conviction.
That's what I was
No,
going
no,
with.
she's
I'm
just
not talking
talking.
about
No.
conviction.
No,
No,
he's talking about personal
wait.
conviction,
I'm
not state
talking about
conviction.
I'm not talking about conviction at all. I'm talking about if you go
He-
and get a back alley abortion that is unsafe
Yes.
and that ends in the ending of your life, right?
Yes.
That ends in the ending of your life. That is what I'm talking. I'm not talking
Yes.
about conviction.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were talking about personal conviction to complete that
I'm
act.
talking
But
about
that's what I would
the
bring up.
risk.
No.
I
No,
understand what you're saying. I'm
I was
talking about the
misunderstanding
risk.
Doghouse,
Yeah.
not you. I understood you. I was
Okay.
misunderstanding Doghouse. But what I thought Doghouse said is what I would say to you. How many people are going to be personally convicted to go and complete these type of acts? I think you would agree that the large percentage of people that are seeking abortions legally right now would not seek illegal abortions. The vast majority of them. There probably would be some outliers. I'm not saying that it will go down
I
to
think
zero,
I would
right? That's
disagree.
correct.
I think I would disagree. I think a lot of people. I'm pretty sure that you can look at like the statistics around abortions, and people who are, who don't have the option to get a safe abortion will find a way to do it. In that.
You
place
think if
of
we
depen-
looked at the number of pregnancies that exist in
it might
places
not be
where
as.
abortion
It
is
might.
unsafe, most of them seek unsafe
I don't know if
abortions?
it's
Really?
most of them. I don't know if it's most of them, but I know it's. I know that there's at least a large proportion of them,
It-
and if there is a large proportion of them that are going and seeking out their own abortions or seeking back alley abortions, like regardless, we've got to take into consideration that these are people who might die from that procedure, and
For
they
sure.
already sit, and 60% of them already have children who are now going to be without that parent.
Yeah, so I think that it's like I think everything that you're raising is a really good point. I think you're overestimating it just a bit, but I think that people that are okay with banning abortion take this into their mental calculus. And they understand that there's going to be some subset of people who continue to seek abortions illegally. And then some of those illegal abortions can be botched and those people can die and it can lead to disasters for that family, right? I think most people take that into their mental calculus. They just aren't willing to say it publicly. So they'll sit here and they'll lie to you and they'll say, oh, blah, blah, blah. They'll make up some kind of excuse. I don't like me when I was for the state having this power. I completely took that into account and I was completely okay with if there are outliers of that happening, then that's just going to happen, but it's necessary for the reduction in number of abortions. More people just aren't
I
honest about it.
concur.
See,
I
here's the
concur
thing.
with you.
If I can just lay out like a couple of things. The reason why I'm not okay with that is not only because of that risk, right? That you're putting people through when they go and they seek out unsafe abortions and back alley abortions. There's also the fact that people who are turned away from abortions are more likely to stay with a violent partner who will abuse them and abuse their children in the years to come. People who are turned away from an abortion are more likely to face economic hardship for like the next, I think, like 4 to 5 years. As a result of that, people who are turned away from abortion are more likely to not maternally bond with that child. I mean, there's like a whole array of different reasons as to why why it's problematic to be banning it, because it's just not one issue that arises from banning abortions. It is a whole plethora of issues. You've got a whole societal, like a community issue then, right?
Yeah, so I agree with you, but we can substantiate our positions in lots of ways. There are people that will say, well, if you didn't have abortions, maybe those people would leave those people early and all type. Like people are you can create whatever narrative storyline that sounds good to substantiate your position.
Too many leaps.
I agree.
Too many
Yeah.
leaps.
I agree with what you're saying, but I think fundamentally it comes down to, do people think unborn life has a right to be protected? And I think all of these other issues are downstream and they're morally
But is
calculated
it
for, but
protected? is it even protected though if these women who have these unborn children are going to be facing extreme economic hardship? Two, they're going to be
You know
in
about safe
violent
harbor
homes.
laws? There's safe harbor
Uh,
laws
w-
all around the
uh,
country.
I want to tax
uh,
you personally, though. Like, drain your account, so you have to take care of these babies
like,
women have to
yeah,
have.
here's the,
I
what I'm
pay more
saying.
taxes than most
What
people, so yeah, I
what
probably
what
do
I'm
I've
that.
been a
saying is
foster parent. I've been a foster parent, so
okay.
there you
What
go.
I'm saying is that okay. What I'm saying is that there that it's not really protecting the life of that child if the life that that child is going to live is going to be one full of like economic hardship and violence in the home,
Okay,
and their
but
mom
that's a
not
leap
bonding
again.
with them.
Stardust, I love you,
And
but it's a leap.
it's
It's a
not a
leap.
leap.
There are,
There's
no, it is.
history.
There
No,
are just as many.
there's
There are
study. It's
many
not a
Forgive
homes,
it.
lots of
excuse
parents
me,
around
that's
the
bullshit.
world who want
I'm
Okay,
not pulling
okay.
this out of
want
my
to
Okay.
ass.
lean
Whoa, whoa,
I'm
into
whoa,
it.
sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse
Absolutely.
me.
Everyone,
I
everyone
am
quiet.
not. I'm not.
Hey, everyone quiet. Let's start us finish your point, and then you can respond. I want to hear your response, Crystal. But start us
Okay,
first.
first off, to say that this is a leap is absolute fucking bullshit. Okay, I'm not pulling this out of nowhere. There's the turnaway study. You can take a look at it. You can go Google it, and it has all of these as results that they have found over 10 years studying 1,000 women who were turned away from abortions. So you can go look at that and then come and tell me that it's fucking bullshit. Don't fucking tell me that what I'm saying is a leap when I am citing actual data that they have found in different studies. That's absolute bullshit. I won't tolerate it. I will leave the panel if you try to tell me that. I have been very good faith with you guys, so please extend the same good faith with me. Thank you.
And Crystal.
Oh, I'm not denying that there wouldn't be bonding problems with the mother later on. What I'm saying is the continued leap is that we know plenty of homes waiting for infants who would take them. We also know that there are safe harbor laws so that a child who is not wanted or can't be provided for can be safely dropped off with no charges against them. And so it comes down to the difference in, again, not these individual stories, which there can be plenty on both sides. I know just as many people, I know many stories of women who
I'm not giving anecdotes.
Okay.
I'm not giving anecdotes. I'm giving you specific stats. I can link these studies, right?
Someone
link
did.
it for you.
That's right.
Let
Someone
Crystal
did.
finish her point. Go ahead, Crystal, please.
Yeah. So I'm glad someone provided that link, which I'll go look at, and I'm not sure about what the numbers are on that or the qualities. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm not, but I am saying that there are once again the overall value for human life. It trumps it all.
Yes, Stardust, I would say. Oh no, go ahead.
Does
Go
it
ahead,
though?
Donna.
Because when you're taking children and you're putting them into situations where they're going to be facing increased household poverty, inability to cover basic living expenses, it's going to affect whether they're in a violent household or not. Or whether the likelihood of their mothers being raising them alone, because actually that goes up if a woman is denied an abortion. These are all like stats you can take a look at. The likelihood of child development being like worsened because of this denial of an abortion, because now the mother is dealing with all these additional stresses. These are all things
Stardust, can I ask you a question? And a good and this is
let me finish. Okay. You can look at all of these things that come up, right? As additional factors in somebody's life when they're turned away from an abortion. I'm not disputing that. Like, there's a value in life. Sure, if in an ideal world, I would love to have the circumstances be that every woman felt like she was taken care of enough, that she had enough like a safety net, that she could carry that child, even if she didn't plan for it, she could carry it to term. But that's not the world that we live in, and the studies show what the studies show. The data shows what the data shows, and that shows worse outcome, worse development for the children, more likelihood to experience violence, right? So I am not willing to give up those. I'm just not willing to put so much more of people at risk when these women are saying that they are incapable of taking care of these children.
So Stardust, can I ask you a question in good faith? You've mentioned all these stats. What would your ideal policy prescription be?
I think that
Sorry, real quick, real fast, just to add this qualifier. Take into account that Roe v. Wade is now being overturned. What would your ideal policy prescription look like?
I mean, if you're asking for me, in an ideal world, I think that abortion is something that should be available to people. Though I think in an ideal world as well, we need to be working as hard as we can to provide the circumstances that allow a person to feel like they can take care of that child, or at the very least, carry it to term so they can give it up for adoption. But we know, as it is right now, that people don't feel like they have the capability to do that. Especially if they feel like they don't have a spousal support, they don't have family support, if they feel like they're it's too economically hard for them to do that. It's right now I don't see that, but I would like it to be that at some point in the future that women are able to feel safe and carrying maybe an unexpected pregnancy to term. So that's why I think it needs to be available. And when it comes to late term, obviously I would say that there should be a dotted line. Obviously, when it comes to late term abortions, usually those should only be for medical reasons. I just think that it just needs to be an option.
Can I ask you, I'm curious to see, because I know I asked you this earlier, but do you think that, and when I say this, I'm using this word because I think it just fits more appropriately, so don't get hung up on the word, but do you think that the fear-mongering of things like saying that there's a flat-out abortion ban, say in places like Texas, are helping those women get to a better place? Or do you think it only creates more hesitation and mental distress knowing that they're in the state that they're in, if that's not really necessarily what's going on? Again, we can get into the weeds if you want to, but I'm trying to look at more of the mental state of the person who is hearing these things. You're in a state where there's no abortion anymore, and even though that may not necessarily be the case, depending on where it's at. And then, do you see what I'm saying? I feel like us kind of doing this fear mongering. It's just the
I'm
word
not
that
trying to. I'm not trying to fear monger. I'm quite literally just looking at what it shows from people who have been turned away. Right. That's all I'm trying to do. And I think that it would be very naive of us to look at the long lasting effects of making abortion illegal across the board without looking at what those possible implications are going to be. So you might be right. If somebody finds out they're living in a state where it's hard, there's no a possibility of them to get abortion, sure, they'll probably panic a little bit more, but for a good reason.
I guess I look at these things radically different from most of my friends on the left. And it's because even the list of things that you laid out, single parent, abuse in the home, poverty stricken area, all of that is exactly my background. All of it, to a T, all of these negative things that we can lay out that say are going to cause disastrous outcomes. And I'm thankful that in my community, people were more conservative on abortion than what's espoused in the left today, because I probably wouldn't be here. I was that second kid that was already abused. The average income in my city was $21,000 a year. I'm from that ilk, and people like me wouldn't exist with the ideology that a lot of y'all hold. And this is not charging anything directly to y'all, but I'm very happy that a lot of people are conservative on this issue, because there's tons of Black people that wouldn't exist. The abortion case in the Black community is already disastrous. And I feel like being pro-abortion, I know y'all see the virtuous side of it, and I'm not saying there's not a virtuous side of it, but I look at the opposite side of it, and I see it as a way for the world to discard any sort of accountability in economic situations. That's how I look at it from
So
my angle.
So,
I can understand
Stabby,
where
do you have
where
something?
can I
After
respond to what he
Stardust.
was saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can acknowledge that you come from that background, and that's definitely, like, very meaningful. And I'm not somebody who's saying that across the board people should just be having abortions whenever they want. I'm saying that abortion should be an option that is available to people. Should we encourage it? I don't know if we should encourage it. Should we maybe encourage communities to be more supportive of the mothers who potentially
Sure.
have unexpected pregnancies? Absolutely. Should we encourage, if somebody is able to carry an unexpected pregnancy to term and eventually take care of that child and love that child, should we encourage that? Yeah, of course we should. But my stance on this is that it still needs to be something. It's a medical procedure that needs to be available to women who have determined that they absolutely need that. And all these other ways, we should be encouraging people to obviously to take care of their families, take care of their communities, but it still needs to be something that's an option.
I disagree with some of
I
this,
just-
but first I want to go to Stabby, please.
I just want to say it's not pro-abortion, it's pro-choice. And it needs to be very specifically pro-choice for a very intense, immediate reason. There are states in this world today, there are governments, and there are husbands who have the right to force their wives to have an abortion when they don't want one. This is about a woman's choice to have a baby she's carrying or not have a baby she's carrying. That is pro-choice. There's a level of suspicion coming from this that I never hear conservatives ever mention. Well, what about the women who want to have their babies and somebody's forcing them to have an abortion? Because it's about control of the woman, and nobody seems to care about that.
They wouldn't support that.
Forcing.
You just straw man and just say wow shit.
I'm not straw manning, because they never mention it ever. They never say a freaking word about it, but pro-choice does, and we still get called pro-abortion. You guys are the ones who don't know that, so we're not.
Somebody
Calling it pro-abortion.
I would oppose a man like forcing somebody, but I can you provide this again? I'm sorry to invoke this again, but do you have like which states?
Yeah, a man in
enforce-
China, his wife died after 4 abortions, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is what abortion does to a woman," but the man forced her to have them.
You said a man in China?
It's happening all over the world. Pro-choice. I don't
What
care.
about the US?
Pro-choice.
Wait.
Shut up. Can they just shut up for 5 seconds?
Yeah. Let her finish. You can respond to her afterwards. Please go ahead.
Imagine talking over a woman about Roe v. Wade. This is what you boys are here for, and you know it. Admit it.
You don't
Now,
get special privileges
a
in this
woman-
conversation.
So just let me finish then, instead of throwing tantrums. That would be
Yeah,
nice.
so
And I get to call it whatever I want if you're going to be like that. So
just don't cry.
a woman.
Okay,
Don't fucking cry.
Whoa. Knock it off.
Pro-choice.
Everyone, one person at a time. Stabby, please.
Okay. Pro-choice advocacy groups and anybody who's pro-choice is not just working on making sure that women have the right to abortion. We're not just helping women get to our states so they can have an abortion in states where there's ban. We are also donating to causes and trying to help come up with legal briefs to help women who want to have children who are being pressured, forced, or coerced to having an abortion, but they want to have their child. So we're also helping them. We're not seeing any help on your side. That's my point.
Right, I'm not a conservative, first off.
But here's the thing, GSU, I could come in and say this as well. Like, if you can show me somewhere in the U.S. where there's like a law that men are forcing women to go and like
Everybody
get
would be
pregnant,
against.
yeah, like
Coercion
let me
is-
know. Like, okay, coercion. Like, let me know which state allows that, or
You
is on the
meant
books.
unpregnant.
What's that,
I
what'd
was
you
just
say?
clarifying. You meant unpregnant, not get pregnant?
Okay, if you can point to a law that like specifically says that men are allowed to have women carry the child or fetus to term, I would be more than happy to support you
She
on
was
that. I
saying
just
forced
don't.
abortion. You're saying forced abortion.
Oh, okay,
Or
forced
coercion,
abortion.
or
Okay, so-
coercion, or a boyfriend going, you need to get rid of the kid, I'm not paying child support, things like that. So we're trying
Okay,
to help
but-
those women who've chosen to have their kid.
Yeah, like if there's a man who's being abusive and telling their spouse like you need to
Yeah.
get an abortion, like fuck you. Like
You have
I
this caricature of pro-life people. Like you
They're
really
terrible
think
people.
this? You just think there's this oh,
Yeah.
whatever can be hurt for the women, that's what's supported, and it's so dumb.
It's in
And
their
you like
books, man.
smile with it. You
Yeah,
like
it's true.
smile with
Because
it.
it's
Like I've
true.
never seen such a
I don't have to
smug, just
pretend it's not true.
dumbass. Like
Listen,
it's
you guys said,
ridiculous.
you know, the right wing said it is established law, we're not going to touch it. And then they touched it. The right
Well,
wing said it's been a year and a half and it's about to be an election. We cannot get justices. And then they stacked three in less time than that. It's
yes,
hypocritical.
yes,
It's
I'm
liars.
well
I'm
aware
sick
of
of
this.
pretending. I'm sick of pretending you guys aren't lying. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna like salvage feelings. Come on.
I'm not asking you to salvage feeling. I'm just pointing out how incredibly dumb you are. I'm not like you can feel the way you have the right to be as idiotic as you want to be, right? I'm just saying that this caricature that you constructed probably doesn't even exist with all of these
It's true.
positions.
Yeah, it does exist. They've all
Like
just
in the
lied.
recesses of
That's a lie.
Twitter.
Okay.
No,
mean,
it's
it-
everywhere.
trying to
I
find
live
a
in a
middle
red
ground.
state.
I'm trying to wait a
Okay.
minute, guys. Look, I'm
County.
trying to find like I think that I've successfully found a middle ground, right? And in my beliefs, I think most people agree that like I'm not advocating for everybody to have abortions and then have abortion parties and celebrate their abortions, right? Generally, like the people I've known who've had them, I'm lucky that I've never had to have one, but the people that I know who have had them, it's been an incredibly painful experience for them. It's been
Sure.
something that's like it sat with them for a really long time. So I mean, obviously, like you know, you want to create the circumstances where people don't feel the need to do that, but right now people do feel the need to do that, and we need to have the option available, so people can do it safely and not put the rest of their families at risk when they do it. And I think that we can find like a middle ground. I think we all care about families. I think like I don't like the fact that like conservatives have kind of like monopolized like the party family values, because I think that like I think Democrats are a party of family values as well. I think that we're family first. I think we're just family first in different ways. So and when it comes to things like again, like the health of and like basic medical services, I think these just need to be available, just like contraceptive needs to be available, because contraceptive treats a variety of different things.
Yeah, I would say that I wish that were true, Stardust. like I have a lot of conservative friends and I have a lot of like more democratic friends. And when I just listen to the messages that are coming out, it's like, yo, it's dope to kill your babies. Yo, if you have fallouts with your family, fuck them. Like they're just like any other person, blah, blah, blah. Like
Well,
it's
I
I
don't agree
don't
with those
hear a
people.
lot
That's
of
not happening. That's
no,
not happening.
I don't agree with those people too. And I'm not saying that I'm not even saying that that's all of the left, right? I think that's ridiculous. But it is a large message, and what attracts me to my conservative friends is that they understand the value of community and family. And I rarely get that these days in my, especially like ultra leftist friends. Like I don't see that. I don't see this like, oh yeah, we care about families in a different way. It's like, no, we virtue signal about individuals and we don't care about community at
I
all.
agree with you on certain aspects of that, right? So like when we're talking about like online lefties, 100%, like I can definitely say that like a lot of them say some really whack shit, right? But when I talk about like just like typical run-of-the-mill liberals or center-left people, like generally center-left people are like pretty, you know, pro-family, right? And if they're not terminally online, they probably are pro policies that help families. But yeah, I think that we need to acknowledge when it comes to things like abortions, when it comes down to it, people can say whatever they want about abortion, but the person who's going through that, who's making that decision, it's an incredibly painful experience for them. It's something that they're going to be thinking about for a very long time. They're probably distraught over having to make that decision, right? So I think we need to acknowledge that like the people who are directly affected by this are probably people who would have been pro-family if they had the ability to do that.
So I disagree with some of this, some of what Stars has been saying, and I might tackle that. Before then, though, I want to just say to GSU, that you were talking about, how you wouldn't be here if people weren't, more conservative. But the progressive take, right, is
Mm-hmm.
that the pro-choice take, and I think this is what Stabby might have been trying to get to previously, right, is that we want to give women as many options as there are, right? So, like, we
Wait,
want women to
just to
have
be clear though, Prime, my mother definitely never thought about having an abortion or anything. I'm
no.
saying that the community had that mentality, blah blah blah.
Okay,
So,
sure.
but yeah, keep.
Fair enough. Okay, but we want to give a woman as many choices as possible, and choices requires resources, and so we want to give them, yes, the choice for ending a pregnancy, but maybe the choice to not get pregnant in the first place, to engage in sexual activities like we all want to do, right? But within a manner that is responsible and won't lead to one pregnancy and then transmission of disease. We want to make sure that we can get as much contraceptives out there as we can, right? Make it easy to access for everyone, right? Even of lower ages, which you might disagree with.
Yes.
There we go. So
We run into weird cases there, but no, go ahead.
But okay, but yeah, but then it's more than that. It's that what Stardust was trying to say previously, talking about how so many abortions are by women who are having their second child, right? They realize that I don't have the resources, again, the financial resources or the resources in time or what have you, right? To take care of this child. And because they care about their current family, right? Maybe they have like 2 kids. They're like, I need to direct all attention to them. If I add a third, right, that will break us financially, and the quality of life for everyone else will decrease markedly. So the responsible thing from their position is to terminate the life, right? If you want less abortions, well, let's give those women options. Let's give them support, so that when that child comes, they're like, well, the government's going to support me, right? Or a community is going to support me, and I know they got my back, and so it's going to be tough, but I think I can make it through, right? That's what us progressive want. That's what we've always wanted. But like,
so
it seems, hold on, no, just end it here. But it seems on the conservative side, like looking at conservative economics, and like when we want socialized medicine, right? When we want it free, so that everyone can access it. We want prenatal care free, so everyone can access it, right? Well, if you need it, that you have it, right? So it's never an issue. We want days that's parental care, parental leave, right? So that when women get pregnant, they don't have to worry about losing their jobs, right? We want childcare provided, right? All those things would be making an environment where our women can make a calculation and say, I can do this. It'll be tough, but I can make it happen, right? Which would lower abortions. But the other side has not been supportive of these concepts. And I'm not saying that that's you. I know you're not that.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that's why I'm not on the right. That's almost the only thing, right? Because like I'm like Andrew Yang, we need UBI, and that helps with a lot of these issues, blah blah blah. So yeah, I definitely agree with you that there is fight for the left for more of a social safety net. Maybe some of the policies are disastrous, but a lot of them are very helpful, and I hope would be implemented for sure.
And I think
I don't see a lot of. No, go ahead.
And Debate Board in chat says none of these things have anything to do with abortion. See, that exactly what I'm talking about, all right? A conservative doesn't seem to realize that this has everything to do with abortion. Literally everything.
Listen, with who's in chat, with who's in this voice call right now, I can tell you as someone who is a conservative, I am for, if the states, here's the way I view this, right? The most logical and reasonable conclusion is if the states are going to enforce something where like you can't have an abortion based on certain like criteria, I think it only reasons to stand that they enforce the government backup when that woman does end up inadvertently relying on the government. So I think it's only reasonable. And so one of the things I look at too is that there are a lot of benefits that are given to single mothers as it is now. We could probably strengthen that maybe, but like here in Texas, we have a lot of different ways that women can get assistance if they are single mothers. There's also things that benefit single mothers and specifically low-income people when it comes to the tax code. Now, the problem is that a lot of people don't really have necessarily education or resources to find out about those things. So maybe giving people those resources would be perfectly fine. I have no problem as a conservative stating here publicly that I have no problem with governmental programs as long as they're there and as long as it's within, like, I have no problem. I don't even know where I'm going with that. I have no problem with these governmental programs typically. I would have to look at them more in detail, maybe to like get into the finite details if I wanted to, but generally speaking, I'm okay.
I only have
I
a
also
problem
would
when
go
they're-
ahead.
No, go ahead.
Let Crystal, she hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah,
Please,
yeah,
Crystal,
go ahead.
please.
I was just going to double that, and that I guess maybe it's awareness of having worked with lower income women and people in these situations, and with this system, that I know that there are a lot of resources available, and grants and education and childcare, all those things for nominal or free. Same thing with like WIC. I mean, there's huge safety net here in Hawaii, and I am absolutely for all of those and for funding all of those. And I'd say the vast majority, of conservative women, more women that I haven't really spoken with conservative men about that part, but do support those safety nets and providing those things to support the mother and the families that have young children. So I think it could be part of the myth about the uncaring conservatives. And that's why I was hesitant to even participate, because I don't want to go in having to defend all these different things. I see them as myths. They're not the people that I know.
So I'm not trying to actually defend something, but I will say that the Republican Party has been attacking exactly those social safety nets. Exactly what you're talking about. They've been trying to dismantle it. They've been demonizing those programs forever. And we as progressives talk about expanding that safety net to cover more people, because plenty of people fall through those cracks, right? The Republican Party is the obstructionist party.
Maybe because they think it's a state's issue then. And maybe that's part of it, because on a federal level, yeah. I would say that it's at the state's level. They're probably wanting it to be implemented.
But we do have state level programs.
No, because we tried it in Colorado. We tried it in Colorado for our own Medicare for All bill, and the Republicans got out and completely ditched it and said that the poor got there on their own and that they were immoral. And they managed to pull a lot of votes out of freaking nowhere and use gerrymandering so that they could completely crash the public safety net. They were all Christian. They were all conservative. They were all Republicans. 100% of the people who got it crushed. So sorry, they're just not good people.
I
sorry.
just don't find you. I don't find you believable. I find you disingenuous. So
okay,
it's not. These people are doing this. Maybe make them stop. If you don't like this, make them stop. Talk to your friends. Have people together. Say this is not what Jesus thinks we should do. This is not what our values are. And actually talk to these people, because they're actually doing this.
So the problem,
the ones I know are supporting a lot through churches and organizations. So it's not my reality.
But the issue that I have with all this too is though that like to sit here and say that, like, for example, like you mentioned Medicare for All, those are vastly different than now I'm just saying this as a matter of principle. Medicare for All versus say specific grants granted towards single mothers are completely different, right? I mean, even
he's one of the ones who did it. We caught one, Crystal. He's one.
Oh, congratulations! Got one that I okay.
I found one right here, right now.
One what?
One of the ones who doesn't want the social safety net expanded at all. They want it stopped. One of the ones I was talking about.
You're not listening to what he's saying
right here.
No, y'all gotta learn.
It's not different. It's part of the social safety net.
No.
So one thing I did was I stopped engaging with this person because like they're just gonna do stuff like that. So you just have to listen.
I need a clip. Somebody in chat, please clip the shit out of what I just said about how I think it's reasonable that if states end up...
leave it to the states.
Wait, no, I didn't.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. Your listening skills are really lacking.
Yeah, this person isn't gonna listen. So if we want to have a productive conversation, we have to ignore them. Like, it was fun to meme earlier, but they're just like, you know.
I want to clarify my position for the third time here. I am for having single mother targeted programs when it comes to, if states are going to enforce these particular abortion bans, then it only stands to reason that they should implement and strengthen their social programs for single mothers. But what I am saying to you, before you thought you got me on something, was that there is a fundamental difference in policy between targeted programs and a broad sweeping program, in which that's the other problem too, is that a lot of Republicans will probably, and understandably so, probably side with you more likely on the targeted programs because they believe in means testing, as opposed to something that's a broad sweeping thing. Look at like UBI. Probably if you got Republicans on like a UBI thing, they say, yeah, no, we don't approve of that. But if you look at like Republicans would say something that's like, hey, low income grants or low income government assistance, they probably approve of that because they believe in means testing. So these two policies are fundamentally different. So that's why I'm saying is that like with me as a conservative, I even recognize that, and I would say that I am for targeted programs towards single mothers. I have no problem with government assistance towards single mothers. Tax
So hold on, because you misrepresented something, because I literally said not a broad sweeping program, Medicare for all, our own version of it in the state of Colorado, only for Colorado citizens, and you sailed over that. Either that or you have a reading comprehension problem. Either way, you're a conservative, so it's either on purpose or it's because you're stupid.
No,
literally.
Dog, I understand that you're saying it's broad sweeping because it's applying to everybody here. She doesn't understand that. So, Dog, we just got to engage. I understand what you were saying.
It's not broad sweeping if it's one state. It is not.
It applies to everybody in that state. If it applies to everybody in that state, he's calling it broad sweeping. I don't know how you can't get this. But anyway, Dog, I'm going to appeal you later on UBI. I'm about to talk to you offline.
Can I just make a final point of like?
I wanted to disagree with you on stuff. Do you have time for me to yell at you? I'm not gonna yell at you. But one, I don't like this idea. So when you were engaging with GSU Gambit, you brought up like women who were broken up, like having an abortion. And, like, they'll, maybe even need therapy or something, it's so traumatic.
Well, I didn't say therapy.
Yeah, I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say that. But the point is that you're talking about this level of trauma. This is a regular talking point when dealing with people who don't agree with abortion. That women won't do it unless it's a last resort, right? Instead, what I want to do is make it a resort, not a resort, but like just another option, right? Like rather than trying to paint this picture of women who are just devastated and don't know what else to do to turn to. I realize that there are some women who actually aren't devastated. That's actually not a big deal for them.
Sure, maybe
to
there
end
are
their pregnancy.
Some.
There are. There absolutely are. So not maybe. There definitely are.
Okay,
No, I'm not done.
Okay,
I
sure.
haven't made.
Okay.
So there absolutely are women who who aren't devastated, right? And rather than painting this all as a point of trauma, it's just an option. This is an option on the table for women, right? And an option they should take even if it's not the last resort. Even if there are other things they can do. It's okay. It's their body. If they want to end the pregnancy, then that's fine. That's the choice that we should be laying out. Not saying that, laying out the case for a distraught person landing at the door and not knowing what else to do, right? And it has to come to this, but because that's not the lived reality of so many women.
So, to respond to you, I was just telling a personal anecdote then, like the woman that I know. They're very well or probably women who are not affected by that. I was just talking about a personal anecdote in the women that I know who have gone through that, who were very upset by it, and they didn't make that decision easily. And I don't think it's right for me to lie about that. So when I talk about it, I'm just gonna tell you like the people that I know, and how they experienced that, and the way that they came to that decision. Does that mean that I'm saying that like it's some necessarily like some moral bad? No, like you're making that decision because that is the best decision for you at that time. Do I want to create a world where maybe less people make that decision? Sure, I think that's a great idea, especially knowing that the science is showing that pregnancies are becoming more and more, or not pregnancies, but children are becoming more and more viable the earlier they can get them out or whatever. If you understand what I'm saying, I'm probably not saying it correctly.
No, I
But
understand.
But yeah, I think I don't think it's right for me to paint a picture of something that I don't know, I haven't experienced, right? All I know is the people that I've known, right, and what they've told me when they were going through that.
So I wasn't asking to lie. I was just saying that that we need to make space for a larger spectrum
For
of
Plan A.
experiences. For Plan A, for Plan A, yes, for
Plan A is Plan abortion.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
advocating for
actually.
Plan A.
Actually, yeah, we should make room for Plan A. One other question then, Stardust. Do you agree with a ban on third trimester abortions?
I don't think that there should be a ban on any part of it. I think at the most, if there's going to be something, maybe a dotted line, but I would even be kind of hesitant with that. The reason being, majority of the time when people get these third trimester abortions, they're getting it out of medical necessity.
Oh,
What about
okay,
cases
well
where it's
then,
not medical?
hold on, I'll just say this quickly. I agree with you. I didn't think you would go that far. I was having an argument with two other women who are pro-choice who didn't agree on this one. So high five, Stardust, right? And that's great.
Hold on,
We
wait.
have the
Stardust, so let's take out the situations where it's medical necessity, because I think almost everybody agrees on that, even people that are pro-life. How do you feel
All the 13
about
trigger states feel that?
Yeah. How do you feel about people that are just pro-choice and they're like, yo, if you're supposed to deliver the baby on Thursday and it's Tuesday and you're like, whoa, like it hits you that Tuesday that, yo, I'm going to deal with a lot of financial trauma because of this, so I want to get rid of this baby. Would you be for that or against it?
I don't even know if it's possible to get an abortion at that point. Is it? Like,
Would you be for that?
If it were
Would you be for
Tuesday,
it being possible?
well, if it's
Wait.
not even possible, then it's not even a choice. If it's
No,
if it's
it
2 days,
It
they
is
can do
possible.
more.
It is possible. I'm asking, would you be for a system that allows for that? It's definitely possible.
I'm not really sure. I'd have to think about that. If I'm being completely honest with you, I'd have to think about that.
I can give you an answer to that.
I was trying to ask you.
Yeah, I can give you an answer to that. I've said it already, that up to the point that baby's crowning, then yes, you should be able to get abortion.
Just pull out the vacuum.
And how are you guys going to use those hypothetical?
No, because no, just quickly. Like what they're trying to do is scare. Well, not. Well, I'm not sure what your issues intentions are.
They're fear mongering.
But this is what typically, I'm not going to say what he's saying.
Testing
like,
limits.
Typically,
right?
when people use this example, is that they're trying to fear monger, saying that this is a thing that's going to be happening. But no. As Stardust had already stated, when people are doing this in the third trimester, it's because they have a reason, right? I can comfortably
Usually
say that like you can have
third trimester, so third trimester abortions are by far what I've seen like the most painful ones, because those were children that were wanted and they have no other choice but to have that abortion.
Yeah, but hold on, wait.
Those would not be
It's
covered.
0.9.
Wait,
It's
hold on, wait.
0.9%.
Wait, but
It's
Prime,
0.9%.
I think you're being a little bit ridiculous, right? Having a rule and usage patterns are two completely separate things. When I ask you for your rule on whether or not you want to allow something, I don't care if it happens 1 in a million times. I'm asking you for your
okay with it. No,
rule.
I'll shortcut it.
Yeah,
I'm okay with it.
I don't like when people say people are, and I know you weren't aiming at me, but I don't even like when people say other people are fear mongering. People are testing your limit to see what's your actual position, right?
Okay.
Because you can be pro-choice, pro-choice, but you can say, "Hey, there's a point in which I stop being pro-choice," and that's XYZ amount.
And there's not a point where I stop being pro-choice, for the record.
No,
Go ahead.
that's fine.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
want to
fine.
hit on this real quick because I think that one of the things too is that like when I would ask this question, I think it's very important too because what we have currently that is about to be implemented are those cases where like during the third trimester, for example, if it is medically necessity, we do have laws in place currently ready to go at the whenever Roe v Wade gets overturned, that they have those carved out exceptions for medical necessity. So what I'm trying to do here is looking at your legal prescription and what you believe should be law to see how that compares to what we have currently, because you may find that you may actually agree with the current laws at least somewhat more than you would think. And that's what I'm looking at is like, for example, the carve out we have with the medical necessity. The one thing that these trigger laws do is they do say, hey, look, if it is a medical necessity, then the doctor has to try to protect both the mother and the baby and the fetus. So if we're looking at third term trimesters, what it would look like in practice currently with some of these trigger laws is you would have a doctor who performs the abortion, but instead of essentially, and excuse my graphic nature here, but instead of humanely or dissecting baby, however you want to call it, will end up trying to take the fetus out and try to preserve its life. Okay, never mind.
I want
but no.
to press Prime on this.
So, Doghouse, absolutely no. I don't agree with those laws, right? Because they are restricting it. Yes, they have some sort of narrow medical exception, and how many doctors have to sign off and all this bullshit, right? And what if you can't get that? What if you have your access to medical care, as there's so many people in this nation, right, is restricted because, hey, we don't have socialized medicine, we don't pay people for people's cares, right? So people who are who don't have means can't get all those authorizations, right? All those, once you put up a barrier, there will always be some people who cannot clear the barrier, who need to be access that care. I know you, I believe you agree with me on this, right? But yeah, but I think for a lot of pro-choice,
there's a barrier.
For a lot of pro-choice, anti-choice individuals, right? Then they're fine with, like, they're just, this is just a reasonable, anti-choice. They are, because they're not pro-life, absolutely not. Like, not from the they
don't give a shit. No,
not from the actual policies that they've been pushing. But anyway, they're saying, well, these are just reasonable barriers, right? There's something we could all agree with, right? Hey, we're giving you a medical exception. What are the details of this medical exception? And beyond that, there might be something that is not covered here, right? That's going to deny a person care when they really need it. No, let's have no restrictions. Let's have free access to this medical procedure like we do for any other medical procedure. Go ahead.
I want to make sure it was very clear too. I think my conversation was more directed towards Stardust, because Stardust was the one. I get what you said, Prime. I think it was pretty clear when you said at crowning. I don't think there's really much that you can like say that would even like. I think I get your point pretty clear. But I think it was more geared towards Stardust, because Stardust said that she had to think about it a little bit, and so that's why I was curious when she mentioned the medical necessity. That was more kind of geared towards her, because these medical necessities for third trimesters are caked into some of these bills currently. So that's why I'm saying, if you believe that third trimester, what I'm saying here is, if you believe that you don't think third trimester abortions out of pure convenience should be, but except for the exception of medical necessity, we currently have some laws that are kind of like that. Not fully, right? It's not like, hey, flat out abortions and there's medical necessity, but there are some bills that are like that. And so it's kind of, I guess, in a way you could look at it as like a starting point, right? A starting point.
But that's how it already was under Roe v. Wade. But that's how it was under Roe v. Wade. And you're saying that has to be repealed. If it was already like that, what's your point?
Can you point to when I've said that Roe v. Wade should or shouldn't be appealed?
No. We're talking about before and after Roe v. Wade.
He's talking about policy that we need to talk about.
If you're going to be
because
anti-choice,
it's going to be appealed.
Right.
I have a question.
So
it's from my chat. My chat says tons of animals straight up eat their young for purely utilitarian reasons.
Oh God.
Should we? It's from my chat. Should we allow people maybe take it one step further? If somebody gives birth to a baby, maybe they should be allowed to eat it if it's like within like the first month.
I want to hear Prime's answer on this.
It's 5 minutes rule, okay? So like,
can this show up in the next vegan debate? Can we see this question show up in the next vegan debate, please?
Bring me in for the next vegan debate. Just randomly at the end. I'll bring in like a wild card.
So, Prime, I want to push you on. I want to push you on one of your positions,
please,
because I want to understand why you're okay with it, and Stardust, if you're okay with it too, I want to understand why. So, like, I was born premature, 2 months premature, right? So,
it shows.
There's a lot of evidence that these, like, we're talking in the realm of theoretical late-term abortions, right? That's the setting for this. So if this person is pregnant and they're basically just waiting to have enough contractions to be able to push this baby out naturally or whatever, if that baby is viable without them at that point, then why would you be okay with a medical procedure that takes the life of that unborn child? Like, why don't you say this is not okay?
I think Stardust is going to have a different answer than me, so I want to give her space.
I'm not quite sure if I'm understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, so Prime said he's okay with late term abortions for whatever reason, convenience, whatever, right? So I'm asking kind of the question of why? What utility are you finding in that to necessitate that this is a part of your rule? So for me, I would look at a late term abortion. I would say I'm not for late term abortions because I can see that a lot of these y'all will be uncomfortable with the term baby, but a lot of these babies can exist outside of the womb. So the act of killing it is probably somewhat close to the act of just taking that baby early. Why would you not be okay with taking the baby early rather than killing it? Is my question.
Yeah, so I think I already like elaborated that I'm not really sure how I feel about that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think in third trimester, like the reason why I would want third trimester abortions available is that because like so many of them are wanted, they were wanted pregnancies, right? They were wanted children, but they're just not viable. Either the child is going to die immediately after giving birth, or there's like there's something
Yeah,
wrong with this. Yeah.
I want to
As
skip
far
those
as
use cases though, and I want to
yeah, so
understand why. When you say I'm just trying to make sure you understand my question. When you
yeah,
say you're not sure about it, that means that there's competing
I
positions
don't
you have.
know.
It-
I don't. Here's the thing. Like I feel that I'm not. I personally would be like. I probably would be pretty against like somebody like just aborting a child like for no reason with no like extreme circumstances because I don't know. But the thing is like when it's third trimester, I can't know like the exact reasoning. Maybe there is some extreme reason that they're not doing it for a medical reason and I just don't know about it. That's like the only thing. I want to keep it as something that is available to people because
But
I can't know what
well,
that
that's how I
is.
want to restrict the. I want to restrict the the example to solely this person is doing it only because they want to, and there's no
So,
other compelling reason.
so I would restrict it to rape, and if we should get to have an abortion due to rape,
That's a good point. Yeah.
because and I need to restrict it there because conservatives and anti-choice, not
Wait,
pro-life
but
people.
these people right here.
No,
They
rape
always
victims are
no. They turn
routinely
it.
offered the
No,
morning
stop.
after
They
pill.
turn, but stop. They turn around and they say that's too low of a statistic for us to count that. And then you come up with this wild hypothetical that's not even there. I ask you to source it, and you're like, it's just a hypothetical to test you. Well, I have actual evidence to test you. Is there a reason you would want
Uh,
a
I
rapist
don't
to
want
get
to.
to rape a woman and have their kids? Because that's a
I
little
don't want to
suspect.
talk about people that aren't here. I want to have a conversation amongst
I
us
want to talk about
six.
actual
No,
data. I want to have actual
So
data. I
so
don't
she
want these
makes a
weird
good
little
point.
hypotheticals.
I can't defend people
If
that
I
I
can
don't agree
elaborate,
with.
if I can elaborate a little bit. Okay, so we do know that people who are in bad home situations where there's like incest and there's rape, a lot of the time they might not know when they're pregnant, and then a lot of the time they might not know what to do until it's very late, right? And if it is like an incest or rape, that is one I could also make an exception for in a third
Yeah,
trimester.
yeah. So unequivocally, if it involves rape or incest, I'm okay with abortions. Is there anybody
Oh,
that
really?
doesn't
Okay.
have that opinion?
I wasn't sure if that
Because
was
that's
for
what I'm
like
saying.
third
I don't want
trimester.
to argue
Do you
an
have that
opinion
opinion?
that doesn't
Okay.
exist.
Okay. All
Crystal,
right.
do you
So
have an opinion?
if it's not rape or incest and it's literally just somebody who is just saying that they
I,
want to,
yeah,
yeah. I I don't know because I wouldn't be for it, but I still want the option to be available just in case there's some sort of factor I don't know. That's like the only thing. Like I feel like there's something there that I could not know about this
you,
person
you feel like
that's driving
reasonable
them.
people wouldn't do it, right? But I'm
Yeah.
saying, what if this person is unreasonable? I agree with you that in the
If they're
vast majority of cases, most people are going to be reasonable and they're going to have the birth. But I'm saying for
if
the
they're
instance
unreasonable,
where
like if they're like mentally ill or something and they just decide to
Their
are you talking
their boyfriend or husband like left them in like the last like week or so of the pregnancy, something like that.
I
yeah,
would probably maybe I would encourage them to consider giving it for adoption instead, right? But
But if you
Um,
had power to vote on whether or not they could obtain that abortion, how would you vote?
I don't know. I honestly,
That's cool.
I
That's
really
cool.
don't know. Yeah.
So, Prime, why would you vote to say hell yeah, kill that baby? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna kill that baby. No,
Jesus.
but so you said this previously. I'm not afraid of the word baby, right?
Not
So
either.
I'm not sure. Yeah, oh, great, that's fantastic. I'm not. I'm not sure if there is a leftist position farther than mine. I think I'm literally on the farthest side of this. If there is
I
one,
would
then
say so.
Yes,
yeah.
you are. You are.
Yeah. All right, I
You
made
are.
it. Number one. So yeah, I don't think I don't have any hesitation. One, I'm fine calling it a baby, right? Went from our life from the moment it is implanted, basically, right? And this is a pregnancy that will continue, as our friend Stabby was making clear much earlier before you guys came in. She talked about the biological aspects of it, of like how that a baby could be like in the uterus for 2 months, or like a zygote or something if it's for 2 months, and then get fleshed out later on. You were talking about, yeah, so that can still happen. And but still, I'm comfortable saying that an implanted a zygote, right, that will turn into a fetus, that will turn into a human, that is human, right? That's a life. Immediately, when so many leftists won't say that, I have no problem going there.
So you're
And
not
then
the furthest one.
But I don't think that's a left or right thing. I think that's to tackle this directly. I think that's a political choice of the left in reaction to the right. So like arguing over like, you know, at what date, right? At like when the nerves developed here that this is actually a life, but if this life had been just allowed to continue, right? If this collection of cells had been allowed to continue, it would have turned into a fully formed human. So I don't see the point of trying to make these divisions and saying, well, before this time, it's not a life, and so we can do whatever we want with it, right? Like we can end it there. I'm fine with still having the abortion and saying that this thing was a life. I have no problem with that. It was. The reason why the left has had to say this is because the right will attack mothers who get an abortion and call them killers and murderers. And so as a response to that, people say, well, no, of course we're not killers or murderers. We have, and this is the, there's a clear division here. Before that, it's not a real life, so it doesn't count as a killing. I'm fine with saying that, yeah, this life was ended, you know, we killed that life. I wouldn't call a mother a fucking murderer, right? Because I'm not a fucking monster. But yeah. But
you think it's justified, right?
Yeah, I think it was justified. Yeah, it justified killing, right? Like that's so you're not a murderer, right? But you ended a life. I ended the life of a fly. It's still the life. So I killed that fly. You know, it was justified because it's in my fucking face. So anyway, so you were asking third trimester, why am I okay with that? Because what utility? Can you repeat it to make sure I have it right?
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of our positions on these things come down to utility or something. I don't know, maybe it's not utility, maybe it's just value, I don't know. But I think people have the right to life, so I'm generally pro-life, and that's what I base a lot of my positions off of. So when it comes to, hey, it's Tuesday, the baby could be, the scheduled birth date given contractions is going to be Thursday. The idea of, hey, you can take this life justly without some sort of compelling reason is foreign to me. Absolutely crazy to me. So I'm asking, like, why is that not foreign to you?
Okay, so two things. One, you talked about viability previously, right? You and Stardust were talking about viability. Stardust was talking about how viability has been moved up because of like advances in medical technology, right? And which we could take this baby out. See, I disagree with this point because just because the baby is quote unquote viable, that medical science can allow it to live outside of the womb, doesn't mean it's going to have a good life outside the womb, right? That like the like the earlier you're withdrawn, the more issues that baby's gonna have in terms of brain development and everything else, really, right? And so that's why premature babies end up in the NICU because they need intensive care. Okay, great.
So I was there for a long time.
Fair enough. And so I don't see that as that doesn't factor into my arguments, this idea of viability. I would rather a baby, if it's going to be born, being born like, the natural way. But I don't hold any extra moral weight for the baby later on in its development. At all points of times, I'm putting the mother's life and her desires above the child. So I'm okay with her deciding I'm not going to do this.
They told you it's the same amount of money to induce. Everything is exactly the same, except one ends the baby's life and one doesn't. You're just like, fuck it. If the mother wants it, fuck it.
The reason why I'm not putting up a barrier, right? It's not that like I don't it's not that I don't see like the moral quandary that you're trying to put here, right? But the moment you put up a barrier, there are gonna be people who can't clear that barrier and who really need those services. So I'm fine with lowering all barriers with the assumption with the safe assumption that most people aren't going to be doing this for no particular reason, right? Like it's just a traumatic experience. It's far more traumatic to like have a dead child like be pulled out of your body, right? Like a cut up dead child be pulled out of your body than just like a live birth. So why would you do that? It doesn't make sense.
Prime, do you mind if I ask you, like, because I think this is actually really interesting that we might be getting into a good, like, actual policy discussion here. If we were to have, like, in the case of, like, the mother needed to, for whatever reason, have an abortion performed at the 3rd trimester, let's just, like, assume that there was a policy prescription where we ended up saying, hey, look, we'll cover the cost of this for you to either give a live birth or do a C-section, however it works. Would you then be okay if the policy prescription was that? And then would you possibly change your mind in regards to the moral conundrum there? Does that make sense? Because that would eliminate the barrier that you're saying. That's why I'm trying to look at.
Sure. But on the other side of this, if the mother refuses, what is a prescription? What does your prescription entail? So mother says that like let's say we say that you can't get an abortion this late because we have these other options, because as she said, inducement is the same cost and all that, right? It's available, and she says no. What do you do then?
Put her in a room by herself. No, I'm joking.
No, that's a great question. I mean, if we had a policy that basically said that, hey, we eliminated essentially that barrier, right? Like cost or anything like that, and the option was available, basically free of charge. Call it what you will, I guess. I'm gonna take the bullet on this one. Sorry, GSU, get ready. I'm about to get stomped. I would say that.
No, I'm okay with whatever you're about to say.
Oh yeah, GSU's on your side.
Me too.
I think that.
I think so.
That you should. I think that you should be able to tell, like, the state should be able to say, hey, look, in the best interest of the child that is in the womb, that you should probably carry through with the thing, and we'll carry the cost of it, and try to do. I mean, and what happens to the mother if she then aborts the fetus? Is that
no? Well, she just says no, but like, the point is that like you'll have to restrain her. She said, I'm gonna get rid of this baby. It's gonna happen, right? For whatever reason.
If she says.
Yeah, so like, should the state arrest her? Should they hold her? Like, does she strap her to a bed to ensure the safety of this child? Like, what measures will be taken by the state for this?
So this is a great question, because like if we look at like people like, for example, that are mental health patients. Now I'm not listen. I promise you, I'm not saying we should strap her out of the bed, but I mean, like, if we look at like what we have with like mental health patients, I believe there are ways. Jesus. Not surprised. So when you're sitting here talking about like what we should do, that's a very difficult question. I don't even know if I can answer it, because part of me would say that we should tell her, hey, look, you can go back home, but we can't service you. But then obviously she's going to give a birth anyways. And then at that point, now we're going to have the chance of her giving birth outside of the thing. I don't believe that there should be any reason for them to basically essentially arrest the mother and tell her you're staying here regardless. As difficult as this says, I think the only logical answer here would be to tell her that either you get a cesarean section, you know, or you give a live birth. We can't really perform an abortion and kill the child. You know, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Maybe she then ends up goes somewhere else that
And if she gets an illegal abortion, would you arrest her afterwards?
No. The
Okay.
mother would not, I would not, and I do not advocate for it, nor do any states advocate for the mother being arrested. It would only be for the doctor who performs the abortion in the case, depending on the laws. The doctor would either be held civilly.
What's the restrictions then? No, I'm trying to understand you.
Yeah,
The restriction is he wouldn't offer it. He wouldn't offer it via a doctor that's sanctioned by the state, which is exact same answer.
I understand what he's saying. I understand that part, but I'm saying like there is a restriction on the action, right? The action of the abortion, right? And she gets an illegal abortion, right? Something that falls outside of those restrictions, right? So then, is there a punishment for getting that?
Not the woman, not on the woman. The civil or criminal liability would be held on the doctor, and this is held up by before Roe v Wade, and this was also what's happening with all these different states. It would.
That's exactly.
No. They're expanding what's illegal. Let's be very clear
Let's
about
talk
that.
about how we feel, though. I don't want to reference law because I don't know it enough, but I can tell you that everything that he said is kind of how I feel. I used to be the person that was like, yeah, throw the mother in fucking jail, like if you're getting a illegal abortion. But I've come off of that, and now it's like, hey, throw the damn doctors in jail that are like doing these procedures. And to the mother, I don't see any repercussions at all.
Bare minimum, I would say probably revoking the doctor's license or suspending the doctor's license for an X amount of
throwing
years.
them in jail.
I would say throwing him in the jail would probably be the more extreme. I would say you would start probably with the suspending of the license. You would then step it up to possibly fines or civil, lawsuits should somebody for whatever reason bring the civil lawsuit and then step it up.
So let's back up from that. But let's back up from that, and let me ask you about prevention, since we're talking policy, because I kept trying to bring this one up and we weren't there yet.
Free condoms.
So why?
Like that,
No. Pause. What about a policy position that makes churches pay for this, since this is their morality? Like, this absolutely destroys churches and taxes.
Stabby, I really thought you were about to add something of value. Like, No,
I actually mean it. If we tax churches according to what they're making, they could pay for all of these preventative services, and probably, according to what Jesus's principles were, I was raised evangelical Christian, so I've read the Bible numerous times. According to
I'd go for it.
Independent fundamentalist. If we can tax the churches, they're actually forced to do what Jesus told them. They've never done it of their own accord yet, so they would actually have to do these things, and they would pay to help us prevent these abortions.
I want to give you my answer. So my answer is that those people that want those services should seek out to become parts of the congregation and faithful members of the church, and more than likely the church would already support that.
That's not what Jesus said. That's not what Jesus said, but that's exactly the opposite of what Jesus said, actually. So you're a very bad Christian. How dare you?
You're going but you're I'm totally okay with the tax of the churches to do what you want. Totally okay with it.
I got the stats. So, major religious group position on abortion. If we were to tax churches, we'd have to tax the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Assemblies of God, Roman Catholic Church, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Hinduism, Lutheran Church, Missouri Synod, and the Southern Baptist Convention. Those are who oppose.
Yeah, I mean all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
then
the people that are
clear, I guess we would also probably, because there's no clear position, we'd probably also have to tax the Islamic mosques, the Buddhists, National Baptist Convention, Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah,
because they have no clear position on abortion. So I guess we have to tax everybody.
Well, I think all of them should be taxed any which way, because why are we giving
exemptions?
Yeah.
No,
it's just interesting because you tried throwing a jab at Christianity, and because it's it's Jesus. There's multiple religions that don't believe in abortion.
I'm throwing in a convenient little loophole that they will finally actually have to do what Jesus told them to do.
I gave you my prescription on it, though. There's lots of churches that give finances to people in their congregation for a plethora of reasons, and I think that you're bringing up a good point. If you're a part of a church and you're a faithful member, then you should go to that church and say, "Hey, I need finances
tax them.
for this
Tax
situation."
them. Tax them,
No,
because you
I don't
can't make me
advocate
go
for
to
them,
my
yes,
No,
but they
wait,
do
wait,
give.
go to my
Yeah,
local.
free
Wait, wait, you
diapers,
cannot make
free
me
baby
go. You
food,
cannot make
free
me go to
vegetables.
my local city. You cannot make me go to my local city market and swear an oath and kneel in the middle of the produce aisle and go, "Dear Heavenly Kroger." Like, you can't make
wait.
me fucking do that,
Hold on,
bitch. Just tax them like we tax
You
city market.
you asked us for our policy opinion. It differs from
Right.
yours.
Well, you
I
can't
don't
enforce
care.
a religion on people. No, that's not
I
policy.
didn't
You are
say,
trying to violate the
I didn't say
Constitution.
we
Can I
should,
read
I
some
didn't say we
stats,
should enforce
guys?
religion on anybody. I didn't say force a religion. I said people should voluntarily, if that's something they would seek, should voluntarily join the church, and the church will
Taxes.
probably get a
How is
finance
that a
for it.
service from taxes? How do you have to be a
Well,
Christian to get money from taxes?
okay. I've agreed with you, but I also would add
Nasty.
people don't have to even people do not even have to be a member of my church to get free everything if they need it. They can
Exactly. I
come. Don't need
agree with
Yep.
that, Crystal.
What
Yep.
what about like if the church provides assistance programs for single mothers? Do you think that they should still have to pay a tax for that if they're providing
I
this?
think so. Yes,
The
I think
biggest-
tax the hell out of them. Tax the hell out of them. Yep, and
Can
they
I
still
read
do
some
it.
stats, guys?
Absolutely not.
So
Religious people donate almost everything that's donated. And the
Stardust, please.
secular people just virtue signal on Twitch,
Oh boy.
like Stabby.
Virtue signal? No, I'm dead serious. I want all churches taxed viciously. So yeah, I actually
the people
want
that's
that.
donating for the stuff that you say you care about.
Can I?
Yeah, cool.
I'm curious. Like, I know I'm really gonna go down a rabbit hole, and I'm probably gonna regret asking this question.
Before you do that, I'm gonna allow you to. But Stardust, you want to say something?
Well, I was just gonna give some stats, but I'll probably derail the conversation. So probably Doghouse should go first.
Are you sure? Okay.
This is a really terrible question I'm about to ask, but I'm gonna ask it. I know I'm preparing for what's about to come, but what is the vehement like why tax
God.
why tax the living hell, like quote unquote the living hell out of the churches, specifically ones who celebrate Jesus? Because you specifically mentioned getting on your knees and praying to Jesus and
No, I said get on my knees and pray to dear Lord Kroger because they get taxed. So you guys have to get taxed too. I just told him you can't make me go into the local city market, get on my knees in the produce aisle and go, "Dear Heavenly Kroger." That's what I said. You need to listen, man. Fucking Christ.
That is rich.
Oh man.
Fucking Kroger. But okay. So
Dear Heavenly Kroger. It's a good prayer. It's a good prayer.
I still didn't answer the question of why you believe that taxes should be, or churches should be
You should-
taxed. the
everything
living
should be
hell out of.
taxed.
'cause
They should
everything
be taxed.
yeah, she's saying everything should be taxed if
Okay.
it's a regular
Profits should be taxed.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
I
Non-profits
Tax
guess
them.
shouldn't
single
exist.
mothers should be. I guess single mothers should be taxed the living hell out of, right?
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I
wait.
got.
I guess.
Wait, I'm a single mom. I got taxed 46% last year. You're
That's
welcome.
fine.
I'm an
Hold on, question.
educator.
Question.
I'm a disabled veteran and an educator and a single mom, and I got taxed 46%. I just have the
Definitely
balls to
disabled.
not fucking whine.
But definitely
Fucking
disabled.
snowflake.
But no. So question, Prime, are you against all nonprofits, or you're just against churches having the nonprofit status? Because they meet.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So nonprofits have to follow certain rules, like they can't be politically active, right? Or they'll lose that status. But churches do that shit literally all the time, right? Like and for conservatives and for liberals, right? There's organizing within church for political activities. Why should they get this exception? And I think well, I guess I'll leave it at that. I can have that's a large discussion, and it's getting away from the point here.
Yeah. That's why I was scared to ask it.
Yeah. I mean, we can have a large discussion on that. But yeah, I would tax churches. Absolutely, I would tax churches. Yeah.
And make as much of it go to helping these mothers keep their babies as possible, because it fits their morals, it fits their values, it helps their community according to them. So we can do everything in our power to ensure that the church's tax
to you,
are
that's
doing
what
what they
you're
can
for.
for the women.
I would.
Can I
To help
establish something?
avoid abortion.
Let me say one thing about the taxes, then I'll drop it. Just quickly though, I would be willing to like tax churches the way we tax people, and that if you fall below a certain income threshold, then you don't get taxed, right? Like you don't get at least federal income tax. You don't get taxed. So like mostly I would love to hit like the mega churches, right? Which is just money making opportunities, right? These the Church of the not Church of the Prosperity Gospel like churches, like those
Yeah.
people absolutely need to get taxed to hell. I doubt anyone here is going to disagree with me on that one. But like, yeah, I would scale
seen
that.
the money
So
they found in
small
you
churches,
seen the
maybe
money,
not.
Did you see the money they found in Joel Osteen's church's walls?
Yeah, there was the one it was in the walls. They had
Yeah.
like bags of money in the walls, like a fucking drug dealer.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
look
need
it
to
up.
look this up because I
It's
hate
him.
Joel Osteen. I hate him,
Hey.
so I need to look this up so I
Hey,
can constantly.
Hey.
GSU, I
No, go
was
ahead.
just gonna say before you go ahead, just know that we are in a cornfield right now with about 200 different straw men. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I want to. So, Stabby, your justification for your policy was if these people believe this, then this is in line with their morality, so we should tax them. But you're
And they were
also
already
saying,
commanded to by
Hold-
Jesus.
hold on,
They were
no,
already
I
commanded.
want to finish my question. You're also espousing that you care about these causes, and a lot of leftists say, "Hey, I care about these causes." So why not, in addition to taxing the churches in your policy, you should tax yourself more too, and you should tax Prime, and you should tax
I pay
everybody on the left.
the average American. I've already said this. I'm getting like it's really
No,
funny
no, no,
how
no, 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 no.
Christians
You-
can defend themselves here. Now,
No,
I've
no,
already
no.
said
Listen,
I
you
was
can't.
taxed. I already
You
said I
can't
was taxed
argue.
46%. The
You can't.
general American, the average American is taxed 36%. The average rich person is taxed 9 or below. I am taxed at 46% because I am an educator in the state of Colorado. So I paid 46% tax. I
Don't-
also donate to people.
Don't talk to me about
So
taxes. I
stupid.
paid more in taxes than you'll pay this decade. But anyway, my
What
question to
percentage did
you
you pay?
is,
What's the percentage did you pay?
don't worry about it. That
Yo,
gives
let
out
me
a lot of
flex my
information.
percentage,
So
okay?
anyway,
Okay,
yeah. Anyway, you were
40%
talking
of
about.
women in our study said they wanted an abortion because they did not think they had enough money to raise a child or another child if they already had children. Of all the reasons
QBI.
given, money was the most common. Not surprisingly, many women reporting financial reasons separately reported that they already didn't have enough money to pay for basic living expenses like food, housing, and transportation. Although 40% said they didn't have enough money, a small percentage of women, 6%, gave only financial reasons for wanting to end a pregnancy. The second most common reason women gave was that it wasn't the right time for a baby. One woman was experiencing a deterioration in both her health and her relationship with her husband. Knowing my husband, if something happened to me, he wouldn't take care of my kids. He doesn't take care of them now. He's in jail again. For other women in the study, bad timing meant they did not feel emotionally ready for a baby, like the woman who said, emotionally, I couldn't take care of another baby. Men, or more specifically bad relationships with men, represent another very common reason for ending a pregnancy, one given by almost a third of women. Many of the women seeking an abortion in our study were in romantic relationships they felt were too fragile to support a child or another child. In fact, many of these relationships were already breaking down, and some of them had turned toxic or abusive long before the positive pregnancy test.
Yeah, I
We
agree.
need
Yeah,
with-
UBI.
All that
The church
information.
can fix a lot of that. The church can fix so much of that.
So
No,
crystal
you can
clear.
fix it.
So crystal clear. I want to engage with you and with the stats that Stardust gave. Right.
Okay.
That. So I think the argument here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Right. I think the argument here would be that for those women. That you can still deliver the child and give that child up for adoption. Would that be your prescription for most of the women, at least, that Stardust was going through?
If it was the first child family, I would have a harder time with it being a
Sorry,
prescription.
you cut out there. Could you repeat that whole thing, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said if it was the first child, I would say yes, they should probably keep it. No, they could put it up for adoption or something like that would be my prescription. If it was like the second or third child, I'd have a harder time prescribing they give it up. I would like for them to keep it with support.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, all right, all right.
The majority of the women in our study were already mothers, 60%, by the way.
Yeah. So, okay. So, do you understand that it would be difficult for our woman to do that, right? So, like,
I should tell you, my first year, which was very difficult. My first practicum as a therapist was actually at a pregnancy abortion counseling place. And I was pro-choice at that time. And the women that I worked with, I'd say it was probably 75% went ahead with abortions, just to give you a background. And a lot of them were mothers. A lot of them were, lower income.
Okay, yeah. So it's difficult, one, because of the medical trauma that they're going to inflict. Like, so giving birth is the massive, like, physical trauma to an individual, right? One that can either put them out of commission for a certain amount of time, or debilitate them, like in more extreme cases, and the most extreme cases kill them. So and Sardis brought that up with a person talking about their health deteriorating. That would be difficult for them to have that baby. So like they're
I'm also aware of research long time ago, back when I was doing this counseling, is that there were long-term consequences from having abortions, and I think that research was later debunked or considered not good. I have an issue. There are some women that I know of, and personally friends of mine, who had so many abortions they were not able later to carry pregnancies, to a good end. And I don't know that a lot of women know that.
No, I know that there are multiple abortion people, specifically if they find out it's a girl and they continually have an abortion over and over. This has happened in India. It's happened in China. Boyfriends will change their mind that they don't want to have a kid or get married, and they'll pressure them. And if it's at a certain area, especially when you've learned the sex of the child and you keep doing it, it can lead to infertility. But we're getting into dangerous Puritan territory where an infertile woman is valueless and useless. So it doesn't really matter. Women still have value, whether they're fertile or not.
Don't
go there.
Don't do it.
Also, I'm not going to go there.
We still have value.
Sure.
If we actually don't have fertility, we still have value. So
absolutely. What was the other point though before that?
You wouldn't know that though, GSU.
Oh, I know. I also have had through the years a lot of women who were glad that they had not aborted children, and
there are a lot of women who regretted aborting children, and a lot of women who were glad they aborted children. What's the point of that?
Just the point that we don't have the data on that as much as we do.
Do you know how many abortions I've had? Do you know how many abortions I've had?
Probably 500.
I'm sorry.
These type of tapes.
How many abortions do you think I've had?
Wouldn't even care to think of it.
Is it the same as your tax rate?
No. I've had 2 children and no abortions. But I have helped fund women's abortions. Specifically, the one that started me on that path is one that shared my sexual assailant in the United States military, one of them, and she got pregnant from it and I did not. So I came up with $600 and I got her to get it. I took her to the abortion. I walked her through everything and she stayed in my room because we tried to stay in the rooms together as much as we could. The thing is, I'm absolutely thrilled I did that because that thing's genetic waste or whatever needed to be off of this planet. So I'm absolutely thrilled I helped her get an abortion. And I'm going to do it again just to keep the genetic refuse of some of these people out of the way. If you're a rapist and you're forcing a woman to have a child, why are we supposed to carry that? So I will help women get abortions for that. And I am enormously proud of that. It's one of the proudest moments of my life.
You are aware that in vast majority, if not all, women who are raped are offered the morning after pill.
No, yeah, this was 2004. I don't know what your point is.
Another good reason.
Set me on my path to help.
That's if they report it, though, right? Like you're saying, if they report it, they go. Most of people who are raped don't even report their rapes, right?
She's still fine with it. She has 3 kids now, 2 little girls. They were first. She's fine with it. I'm fine with it.
So I wanted to.
There's no regret for us. So now, what's your point?
I wanted to get back to what I was saying with Crystal. So I was trying to draw out the difficulties of going through a pregnancy. So there's medical trauma, right, which is severe, can be severe. people are minimizing in chat, but like it can actually be a severe thing. And then two, there is the emotional trauma of going through the birth, right? Like like you are going to go and give up this child. Women have all kinds of feelings about that, right? And for some, maybe they can't stand the idea, or it's that they can't let people know that they were pregnant. So for whatever reason, they have a family situation, whether it's with the spouse or with like a father, who can't know that they were pregnant, right? Or there will be consequences, and so they can't have that birth, correct?
There's people make choices. It's a hypothetical. You want to keep going? I mean,
Well, this is not a hypothetical, as if I'm not drawing something that happens every fucking day. I mean, like this is not some randomness that I brought up. When
I know.
we're
I've
talking about...
counseled people. I've counseled people who make that decision both ways, and I
Okay,
hold
right.
my own feelings aside.
Great, but I'm talking. So,
What's your question? Do we support it?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm testing. I'm testing her limits with that, right? Testing her beliefs, and that. Do you believe? Do you see how in each of these steps, getting an abortion would be justified, and we should have space for that within our society?
No.
Okay, so then it's not justified to have that abortion when like it's medically necessary, like I just drew out.
Oh no, I didn't hear that last part.
You didn't say medically.
No, I said that earlier. I said that earlier.
The only thing I thought the question you were asking us is, hey, if I'm afraid to tell my parents, is it justified?
No. That was earlier. That was my first example. That was my first example, and then
in that example, I'm not okay with.
Okay, I am sorry. I did not hear you through in.
Yeah.
No, I'm a.
Yeah, I think we heard.
You can carve out rape and medical problems. Absolutely, those are not
for sure.
Okay,
and I was going to say too.
So to be clear, I was talking about medical necessity, and then Stabby brought in her thing, and then I talked about the father and the child, right? Those two separate examples I'm trying to get to.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. When she said that nonsense, it kind of all of us stopped listening. So like we had forgot what you said.
Well, one thing I want to say is like I mean I know this is gonna be a hot conservative take, right? Oh my God. I think that carving out exceptions for medical necessity, I will never sit here and say that someone who's been convicted or someone who's been convicted, someone who's been raped or is incest or had the health of the mother's at risk. I would never say that person should necessarily carry that baby to term. Now, if we're looking at the third trimester, that's a little bit of obviously a whole nother different situation, right? I mean, when we're talking about the baby, and at that point, it's probably viable, and this is where we're going to, me and you probably obviously disagree, clearly.
Right.
But,
yes.
but I think that ignoring that exception to the third trimester rule, second trimester below, I think that we would still, even then, be willing to carve out that exception to the health of the mother.
I think I'm okay. Maybe I'm a little bit further than you. If somebody was raped, and when we say incest, to be clear, we're talking about like not two adults. We're talking about like there's like abuse, like child molestation, right? When we say incest, that's all what we're talking about, right? Like we're not talking about a 50-year-old brother and sister, which is weird, but it happens in Alabama. But we're not talking about those type of use cases. We're talking about a case where there's like a clear, like there's not sexual
power difference.
Consent.
Exactly. Mother or son.
In
actually,
all of those cases, I'm fine with abortion, and I have to bite the bullet on that. But in all of those cases, I don't care what the. Maybe the day before is weird, man. But still, I think I'm for it. If somebody was raped, if somebody didn't have consensual sex to produce that baby, then I'm okay with abortions in those cases.
So I'll polish this up a little bit. On the third trimester, what I would say is that assuming that this woman was was raped or the baby's a product of incest or something like that, I would say that the mother, I would prefer the option of the mother at that third trimester. I'm willing to allow her to terminate the pregnancy in the way that it is no longer, the baby's no longer in the womb, not terminate the pregnancy to the extent of killing the child. I'd prefer the child at that point,
Inducing
which
the
is already
baby.
viable. Yeah,
Yeah.
inducing the labor, not
Okay.
necessarily, and via terminating.
I don't want to get caught up
I
on this
would
because that's
prefer that. Yeah.
low hanging fruit that I expected you all to take. Right? Great. So
Yeah.
there's multiple stages I want to go down here.
No,
right?
if you listen to Stabby, anybody that's pro-life would not be for this. They want to punish the lady for being raped, and they would force her to carry
You've
the baby.
gotten
Isn't that right?
you've completely misunderstood and miscomprehended everything that's been thrown your way, and like all
Wait.
10 in a row. So just I want to say something for your chat really quickly. They're saying 67 million abortions, 63 million abortions, and they're trying to make it into a yearly thing. I don't think the chat knows, because I've said it a couple times. It's dropped massively, and it was never over 2 million, I think. And they're saying 67 million in like a year, but it's only 870,000. So I just want your chat to know that.
How many births are they?
No, that's 20. That's 22
I
million.
know. Like, that's insanity.
wait.
It's like you
They're
can't
probably they're giving you a total number more than likely. I think there's 26 million black kids that have been aborted. So if the number they're giving is 67 million, it's probably the totality of abortions since abortions began. Is the number that they're probably giving you.
Yeah, so if since abortion began, I would like the chat to also do how many have been from rape. Like they say the year, and then they say that's 1%, and then they apply it to 50 years. That's, come on. I'm going to keep calling out when we catch conservatives being dishonest like this, because like this is just too many times in a row.
No
This is
one
public.
here has said anything. Wait, hold on.
No,
You
it's in the
just made
chat.
it-
That's why I said it's for the chat.
Oh,
so
okay,
deal with it.
okay.
I just said it's for the chat, Prime. How
She
many
did say-
times
she
is
did
this
that-
that he's saying I didn't say?
She did say that at the very start. It was talking about the chat. Okay. So before I continue, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, help out this channel. Support this channel, right? Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. This is how I power this, right? Like this is how I'm able to do this night after night after night, right? In fact, thank you, GSU, for being so kind and gifting 5 hot tier and gift subs to the channel. It means a lot, it does a lot, it helps a lot. Thank you for being a kind supporter. 225 subs in total to this community. Seriously, thank you. Crystal clear art. Right here, right? This woman right here, 700 bits from her. Even though we disagree all the time, we're in the process of disagreeing with each other. She's still out here supporting this community. Seriously, Crystal, I thank you. I see you out there helping us out. I do appreciate you. Intro here, gifting a sub as well. Thank you for gifting a sub to the channel, and it helps a lot as well. It's because of that we started ourselves a hype train. 5 subs total. Thank you, Intro. We started ourselves a hype train, level 2 hype train, 80% done. 82%, fuck, 82% left. I know math. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Sub, gift bits, give subs. Use your Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming. You get 1 free sub per month. Use that here to support this channel, to support what we do all the time, right? Resub, if you are a resubber, all of that moves it along. That's how I'm able to buy it. So if you've been enjoying this content, we're giving you 4 hours of this content, and I was supposed to be on YouTube gaming. I was doing Elden Ring, but I came out here for you guys. So please support us so that I can keep coming back and providing you all this that you've been sitting here watching, right? So sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Thank you for the people who are helping out so far. Let's see if we can get to a level 3 hype train. We have 3.5 minutes on the clock. Okay, I wanted to
Question, Brian.
Yeah.
Do you commit to only using the funds to support abortions of people that were raped? Because that is one thing that Stabby said that was cool. I don't like how you act like it was the fetus's fault. That was pretty weird. But you can only support abortions if it's due to one of the qualifiers that we agree with.
If it'll convince you to give me money, yes. Thank you for the 100 bits, Virtuous, and thank you for the 5 subs, Muggsy. That's really kind of you. 6 subs total. Thank you for the 5 subs. It's huge help. 40 subs you got from Desperado Sensei, who's also been a great support of this community. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for gifting us up to Muggsy. Thank you, Muggsy, for gifting 5 high tier gifts to the channel. We 83% now because of that kindness of those 2 individuals. Is it 17% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? Might be a possibility because people are being really kind. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Okay, so fuck, what was I saying? I wanted to keep engaging with these three about this. Okay, so you agree life of the mother is in danger, right? Low hanging fruit. I didn't think any of you guys were going to disagree with that, right? What about non-lethal physical trauma? So okay,
I don't understand.
Sure. You can have debilitating effects from being pregnant, right? So like you can imagine if there's if you go through something that is capable of killing you, right? Like women die within childbirth all the time, right? Then there can be a less extreme version of that causes some severe damage to the body, right?
Like emotional distress.
Well, we'll get to emotional distress later. I'm talking about physical damage. So if a woman is under threat of some sort of physical damage to her body, right? That this will damage her uterus or what have you. Thank you for the 100 bits intro. Getting us a little closer to level 3 hype train. But like if she suffers some sort of non-lethal trauma, would you be in favor of that? Some extreme non-lethal trauma.
I consider that under the medical needs of the mother, so it would be okay.
That's fair.
The
other two.
From what you describe, it sounds like it's close to the same as the lethal, right?
Yeah, and just to let y'all know, let me give y'all some words to the wise. When you tell your significant other, hey, I will be 30 minutes and you've been 2 hours, you tend to get in trouble. So the doghouse is in the doghouse right now. So Mrs. Doghouse. Yeah, see, listen, I love my wife, okay? I
love her
she's not
too.
over my shoulder right now. Yes, she is very happy that she put our son to bed. So anyways, I am going to let y'all go. GSU, I definitely want to have a conversation with you though. Like I said, what you said about earlier with UBI, I think we may or may not disagree, but we'll find out. Definitely have a good conversation. But thank you, Prime, and
Hey Doghouse, I want you to know I really appreciate you. We disagree all the time, but I appreciate you coming here. I know you always come here in good faith, even if we just cannot find common ground sometimes. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for spending your time with us, and for catching that back with your wife.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well. Thank you, Doghouse, for joining us.
I'm one of the good ones.
For sure.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm
one of the
plenty
good
of good
ones.
ones. Okay, there are plenty of good ones, but yeah,
I promise you, there's a lot more insane.
Wait.
If you thought I'm insane on Twitch, you're in for a shocker. Okay.
I only agree with you if Stabby agrees. Stabby, are there good conservatives?
Yeah, I've met like hundreds of them. My mom's one of them. Why?
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I just.
It was a good conversation with all y'all, including Stabby. I know we had some little jabs back and forth, but it was a good conversation nonetheless. And
awesome.
I think I appreciate the conversation, man. All right,
thank you so much.
Later.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. So we're gonna continue down the line. But before that, thank you, Reform Grifter, for the 5 subs, 95 subs in total. You're almost to your VIP badge. If you get 100 subs, you get a VIP badge within the channel. So Reform Grifter, you're almost there. But seriously, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you for 95 total. We're at 38% of a level 3 hype train. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? We have 3 minutes on the clock. Can we make it happen? Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Okay, let's continue on with this conversation. Yeah, so you guys agree on non-lethal trauma. That's great, right? I wasn't sure if you would do that, but that's fantastic. All right.
Yeah.
What about emotional? So severe emotional reasons, right? So
No.
No, not
okay.
No.
Okay, so then, okay, all right, because what this classifies
hold on, wait.
under...
Let me ask you a question. Is it like this person's gonna be in a crazy home and like if it's...
I'll give you the common example, the most common example, right? A person who has suffered rape. So they've suffered rape, and now they're pregnant, and they're gonna give birth to.
No, we all agree with rape.
Oh,
we all agree.
That's emotional trauma. Why do you think that's that we have that exception? It's
no,
for the emotional trauma.
No, it's not for me. And I tried to make that clear earlier. If it's not consensual sex, I think abortion should be on the table. I think that if it's the product of consensual sex, then that's where all of these barriers start to come into place. But if it's the product of non-consensual sex, yeah, every time I'm okay with abortion.
Reform Grifter gets another 5 subs. Now they mean 100 subs. You've gotten your VIP badge. Thank you, Reform Grifter, for the kind support that you've been giving this channel. We're at 85%, 15% left, 2 minutes on the clock, less than 2 minutes on the clock. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? We're almost there to level 4 hype train. Subs to the channel, give subs. We're almost there. Thank you so much, Reform Grifter, for 10 subs total today. Okay. So you're saying non-consensual sex, great. But the reason why, of course, not great, but you're saying you would have that exception. But the reason why we do that is because of the emotional trauma, right?
That's
Because you
why
wouldn't
I
want to
do it.
force them. Oh, sorry. Maybe I missed that. Did I miss that? I apologize.
I solely think that when it's the product of non-consensual sex, you didn't have a choice in this life coming to exist, solely based off that, nothing about the emotional trauma. For that reason, and that reason only, is why I'm okay with abortion in those cases. Because you didn't consent to having this baby. Like I can't see forcing somebody to, like, even if you take a rape victim that has no emotional trauma, and that probably doesn't exist, but let's say that person did, I'd still be okay with that person having an abortion. So the emotional trauma has no bearing on it to me.
How about the hype train? 30 seconds left. Save it. 15% on the clock. Let's see, get to level 4 hype train. But thank you to the guys who are helping out so far. We have 30 seconds left. Sub. Give subs. Usually Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming on the channel. Help us out. Okay, so you don't care about the emotional distress. You're just saying that because you didn't have the choice.
About the emotional distress, it's not in the calculation for whether or not I think abortion is justified. Right. So there's two things. Right. There's caring for rape victims, and there's like policy on abortion, right? And I think we should have ton of care for rape victims. But when it comes to should this person have an abortion, I'm less interested in whether or not they had emotional trauma, because like you could get emotional trauma different ways. So specifically when it comes to rape, it's the non-consensual part of sex, and which is why I'm okay with the abortion.
Okay. I'll quickly thank you.
Same for incest.
Vodamus Prime for gifting 1,000 bits. Virtuous for gifting 100 bits. And Tones the Girl for throwing your pocket change at me. Because of that, you saved the hype train 7%. Level 4 hype train down, 93% left. 4.5 minutes on the clock. See if we can get to a level 5 hype train. That'll be amazing. It'd be really helpful. Thank you for the people who are supporting this channel, keeping it alive. All right. So crystal clear, what are your reasons, right? So for emotional distress, and rape, I think, is one of them, unless you disagree with that.
No, I was going to say, no, I think that if it's the emotional distress, rape is, one of those that's carved out, so to speak. And I would encourage the mother to go ahead with I would encourage her to have the pregnancy. I would not encourage her to have the abortion. That's my point. Emotional distress that arises from other things. I don't know if you're trying to just emotionally distressed at being pregnant. No, not gonna see that as something to be carved out.
Wait, Crystal, can I ask you one question? I know you said that you wouldn't advise them to have the abortion. Would you be okay with it being legal if they did? So if somebody was raped and they're okay, cool. Okay.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that was always there.
I didn't hear that. You're saying you would have the exception for rape?
Yes, yeah. I stand by that one, and for incest as well.
Okay, so I'm talking about legislating. So maybe and make that clear. Like if you were in charge, right? If it was Queen Crystal or Queen Gambit is all. It was Queen Gambit. Then what would you do? Desperado Sensei, he would give 5 hot tier 1 gifts up to the channel like he just did. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for your kindness. Putting us at 45% of a level 4 hype train, 55% left. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Can I make it to a level 5 hype train? Thank you, Desperado, for being cool. All right. So you're okay. You're fine with that exception for rape, right? But not for other emotional trauma. So you recognize rape as emotional trauma, and that's why it's bad, right? But you for other types of emotional trauma that don't necessarily have to do non-consensual sex, you would say you'd still have to do so. Why?
I just believe that the issue of life rises above those, and that, again, like sort of the most vulnerable are the ones that need our protection and our care.
But then why should that be different for, like, for the other trauma, right? For rape. I don't see why you're drawing this line for rape, right? Rape is something really bad that's happened, and it scars women. Unfortunately that happens. It scars women, and the act of giving birth to that child will be traumatic for them. Right? It absolutely will be. So why draw a special exception for that sort of emotional trauma and not the other? We have less than 90 seconds off the clock. Can we get there to a level a 5 hype train? Thank you, Virtuous, for another 100 bits. Go ahead.
I guess my thinking is because it's the ongoing of the rape situation, that it would be over the time of being pregnant and everything that is part of the emotion, and of course the emotional trauma of the rape. So otherwise, a person being, I guess it just doesn't rise to that level for me. Or I would put it, if it was that severe, I guess it could be underneath the health of the mother. But I see there being more benefit to having the child and the life than abortion.
Let me finish with this. I'm finishing a line. Then Stabby, if you want to jump in, or Stardust if they want to jump in as well. Thank you, Chris, for gifting us up. Thank you, Virtues, for another 100 bits. We have less than 30 seconds left. 45% left to complete. 55% done. Can we get to level 5? Sub channel, gift bits or give subs. Save the hype train. So we can get to level 5. But thank you for the ones who are supporting. So you make this possible. I do this for you. Thank you. And even outside of a hype train, you can still sub channel, give bits or give subs. All that works. You get ad-free viewing when you do, and our emotes and all that good stuff. Anyway, thank you all. Okay. So Crystal, what about and this is to you as well, GSU. What about domestic violence? Okay, so the father of the child is a person who is done severe physical abuse to the woman, not raped her, right? The sex was consensual, as consensual can be within a domestic violence situation, but it was consensual, and she's not claiming she was raped, but this dude would slap her around, and now she has gotten pregnant. Thank you, B. Dander, for the 500 bits, and for the 1,000 bits actually you gave, and now she's going to have a child. The emotional distress of that. She doesn't want to have the child of a person who beat her so severely. Do you think that should be an exception for that?
GSU, you want to go first?
No, I don't. No. Once it's consensual sex, dude, outside of like the medical exceptions, I'm pretty much always on the side of the child in the situation. Like if there's not like some imminent threat that from the pregnancy itself, then I'm very conservative when it comes to that, for sure. Why? I mean, if you have consensual sex, I think I've been around people that have been in abusive situations, and I don't like it. And I think people that commit domestic violence should go to jail. But I think when you have consensual sex with people in those situations, it sucks, but I feel like you understand what you're signing up for. And I don't think the killing of the baby in that situation is justified. For sure. Yeah.
Okay, and Crystal, I'll let you go next. Just letting you know, hello, Major League Based, for jumping in. You might have an interesting back and forth with Stabby a little bit later on, because as I understand it, you are pro-life, but on the standpoint of biology specifically. Is that the case, Major League Based?
Yeah. My argument doesn't come really from religion. I mean, like, okay. I believe in God and everything, but like the argument isn't from religion. It's basically like science and just morality, common sense.
Okay,
yeah.
So
my argument isn't from religion either, just to be clear. It
sure,
just lines up with my religion. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you space later on. I'm Majorly Based. I see you there, and maybe Stabby would actually really like to engage with you as well on this one. But back to Crystal for a second. Crystal, in terms of
yeah. And you know what? I'm really interested in hearing their conversation. It's really hard when I get these hypotheticals because I've had versions of these throughout the years, and so I immediately go to which are like the good stories and everything of women who are in domestic violence situations who the child ends up being a way out of the relationship. It ends up being like the pushover factor, and we connect them with different resources. And so, but as far as like your question is, so it being, no, I don't see it as a carve out, because I've had these good situations. So that's my answer, and I want to hear their conversation.
Hold on, we'll get to them in a second. So, like, it's weird. Physical abuse, no. Sexual abuse, yes. Why?
Because the sexual is
what makes putting in a penis inside of you can walk away from sexual abuse like with less like bruises and like physical trauma than like the guy who just likes to slap around his wife every so often.
The sex being consensual is what's paramount in that situation.
For GSU, I'll tell you this: if you were to craft legislation or whatever that could go through with that, it wasn't an exception, I'd be okay with that. I'm okay with it because it's carved out, mainly.
Sorry, what do you mean? Go ahead. Stabby?
Can I ask a tiny question of the whole room? Because we're starting to lose people. I just want to ask the whole room a question. Why? Okay, do you believe that men should have a right to live in houses and be free and not be in jail cells every moment of their life? Yes or no?
Depends on their actions.
No, just no, just yes or no. Right now, you right now. Do you belong in a jail cell or free?
It depends on what I did. It's not a yes or no.
Okay, right. No, it is because you could go commit a murder. You could make the wrong decision. You could have an abortion. Can somebody explain to me why we keep going around in circles? And because a woman might make the wrong choice, she can't have a choice at all. Because that's what's at the bottom of this discussion.
Because one of your choices is
a life. It's a baby. It's the bottom of the decision. It's a baby. It's a life. It's a life.
It's not. Not when it's a miscarriage. Not when it's a miscarriage. So
we're not talking about miscarriages, though, are we?
No. My point remains. When we're talking about a choice a woman might make, we are admitting that some of these really weird hypotheticals might happen. Okay, they might. We don't have any evidence to do.
Less than 1% of the overall abortions, which 99% are just out of convenience.
What?
99% of abortions are out of convenience.
No, you can't.
The mother doesn't want it.
No, Stardust literally read stats out for the
Stardust,
reason why.
We need you. Yeah, Stardust, we need you really bad.
Hi, what's up? What do you need?
Does all men belong in jail?
No, I said if men can make a mistake, but they should be free to do so. I'm saying the same thing about women in abortion. It's simple. If you can't see yourself,
I don't think men should be free if they like murder somebody. I don't think that men should be free if they murder someone.
If you agree with women, we're not going to go to jail. They already said that.
The reason why we wanted Stardust is because this guy said like a nonsense stat talking about like 99% of women get abortions out of convenience. That's why. And you had just previously read his stats on that as to why women get abortion.
Okay, 40% of women in our study said they wanted an abortion because they did not think they had enough money to raise a child or another child if they already had children. Of all
Which
the reasons
is convenience.
Wait a minute.
Because it's convenient for their life, but you're
I'm not finished, buddy. I'm not finished. You're not even letting me.
Just kick him if he's going to do that.
No. Let me finish, okay? That's not the end of the sentence is it doesn't mean that there isn't more elaboration in there. Okay. Of all the reasons given, money was the most common. Not surprisingly, many women reporting financial reasons separately reported that they already didn't have enough money to pay for basic living expenses like food, housing, and transportation. However, although 40% said they didn't have enough money, only a small percentage of women, 6%, gave only financial reasons for wanting to end a pregnancy. The second most common reason women gave was that it wasn't the right time for a baby. One young new mom was also experiencing a deterioration in both her health and her relationship with her husband. Knowing my husband, if something happened to me, he wouldn't be able to take care of my kids. He doesn't take care of them now. He's in jail again. For other women in our study, bad timing meant that they did not feel emotionally ready for a baby, like the woman who said, emotionally, I couldn't take care of another baby. Men, or more specifically bad relationships with men, represent another very common reason for ending a pregnancy, one given by almost a third of women. Many of the women seeking abortion in our study were in romantic relationships they felt were too fragile to support a child or another child. In fact, many of these relationships were already breaking down, and some of them had turned toxic or abusive long before the positive pregnancy test. We found that within 2 years of seeking an abortion, more than half of the women, both those who had received an abortion and those who were turned away and had a baby, had broken up with the man involved in that pregnancy.
So, and I imagine you
1
would
in 20 women in our study, 5%, reported choosing abortion in part because of an alcohol, tobacco, or drug use at the beginning of their pregnancies. It's also one of the reasons.
And majorly, would you classify all that as convenience?
Yeah, definitely.
See,
especially
that's
when
dumb.
you're talking about taking a human life. I mean,
See,
it's all out of convenience. Besides the
This
rape,
is
which is
literally moronic. This is literally moronic.
how is it moronic? It's
Yeah,
literally
don't
convenient.
worry, I'll
Like,
explain to you.
I can't pay for
and
this
I'll
kid,
do it
so I'm gonna
slowly, no
kill it.
problem, right? I'll do
I'll
it
tell you,
slowly.
most-
It's gonna be
So
convenient for me.
Saying
Can I
that you literally cannot afford a child, right? I already have children, and I
So
can't
just
afford
kill it, right?
another one, right? Yes, actually, kill it. That's what
No,
you
Yeah,
do.
nah.
well,
Yeah,
actually,
just kill
Prime,
it. No,
most
hold on.
parents,
I
Hold on,
disagree.
most
hold on, Crystal, I'll get back to you. Crystal, I'll
feel
get
like
back to you.
can't afford it.
I'll
Most-
get back to you. Hold on, Crystal. I'll get back to you. Majorly. So you're saying that a person who does not have the financial means to take care of a child, right? Or the won't be able to provide medical care or any of that stuff, right? For this child, that killing them is a matter of convenience, not necessity. See, when you do that, you just stretch the word to convenience till it means absolutely nothing, right? That's the moronic part, in case you didn't know.
Well, the moronic part is you trying to justify killing a kid because you can't afford it. I mean, there's plenty of people with kids already that can't afford them. Should we just be able to kill them?
That's a problem. No.
Should we? Should we? I can't afford my kid. Can I kill him now? He's 4 years old. I mean, he's got a lot of life to live.
Shut up, and I'll let you know. Right? As we have stated previously, you may not have been there for that, but like the progressive statement on this, the progressive stance is instead to provide people with the maximum amount of choice. So one, yes, abortion, killing the baby, that's fine, but also giving them resources. So whether that be in terms of time, or whether that be in terms of making sure that their jobs allow for them to take time off, right? To have like a maternal leave or something like that. In terms of providing childcare, in terms of providing whatever women need. There's a whole list of things that barriers that would keep them from raising a child, so that when a woman is making that calculation, whether they should kill their baby, and they should if they feel like it, or to keep their child, that they can decide, okay, I have this level of support either by the state or by my community, and so that I'm going to decide to keep this baby. That's the progressive choice.
Well, at least you admit you're killing the baby.
Absolutely.
And I don't think any of those reasons are justification to kill a baby. It's very simple.
Okay, great. So, actually, Stabby's not here right now. We'll have that conversation later, I guess. Because I want to understand your grounds on your stance on medical grounds.
I'm still here. I'm just away from the camera because I'm trying to help my kiddos. It's late, so I'm trying not to leave. Yeah, but I can still hear.
Oh, okay, sure. Well then, why don't you do that for us? Majorly. Well, what are the medical reasons why you are pro-life?
The medical reasons, I'd say it's like a scientific reason. It's you're killing a human being, and if we value human life, that should be murder. You're intentionally killing a human being. Okay, very simple, very basic.
No, that's not a medical reason. That's a moral reason. The medical reasons. This is what I was told. You had like a scientific reason as to...
Right, yeah, that's the scientific reason, right. It's because it is a human, and you are killing it intentionally, which is murder.
This is the scientific reason?
How is that not scientific? Everything I just said was scientific.
What about a miscarriage? What about the ones that are developing but cannot implant?
Is a miscarriage abortion, though? Isn't that two different things?
What if I
What
starve
about the
myself
abortion?
until I miscarry? What if that happens?
Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What if I decide I get pregnant by accident or something bad happens, I get pregnant, and I just decide I'm gonna starve myself until I miscarry?
Or you're so depressed about it that you can't eat. There's that too.
So you're intentionally trying to kill the kid by starving yourself?
I don't know. I mean, I mean, where do you draw the line? That's the thing. How do you prove that
I
somebody
mean,
is doing it
your
on purpose?
intention is where you draw the line, and that's usually how murder is charged too.
How are you gonna
Like,
prosecute it?
I mean, somebody finds a dead baby in your trash or whatever,
You think people would
or
throw it
like
out
your
in the
friends
trash?
or somebody who
What the
knows you, they saw that you were pregnant, right? And then you're not pregnant, but also you don't have like a kid, and they're like, what happened to your pregnancy? And then somebody reports it, and they find it in your
You
trash
understand
or
how
wherever you
that
put it,
could? You
and then
understand how
it's
that could
found that you
backfire
intentionally killed
pretty
it. Yeah,
badly,
that's
right?
murder, right?
You understand how that could backfire pretty badly, right? Then you could be pointing at anybody and everybody who has a miscarriage and
And
say
really,
that
yeah.
that pull into question whether they were doing it on purpose. So
It's not just that. It's not just that.
So I
But
guess, yeah.
if a woman finds out she's pregnant and she's enormously depressed, a lot of people, male, female, everybody, a lot of people stop eating, and they're not starving themselves on purpose. They're just severely depressed. And a pregnancy that you weren't planning for, a pregnancy that's going to ruin your life, could absolutely make you depressed. So the baby is not going to make it to term because you cannot actually starve yourself. So it's just another miscarriage, but the person was depressed. Is that still a murder?
Did they
Like, come on.
intentionally kill the baby?
How do you find out? How do you find out which ones
How
are
do you
depression and
find
which
out
ones
if
are not?
if a
How do you
normal
find out?
murder is
So
committed?
okay. So we have to go ahead and investigate. See, this is the place I like to go to because I'm a Fed. I have a Fed brain. It's stuck with me since the Army. So this is where I want to go with this. So who are we going to staff these investigatory places with? How many pads and tampons are they going to microscopically inspect? How many of the eggs are they going to extract from bloody tampons? How do we transport them? Do they have to have special trash bags? Do we have to make sure that we have a complete factory set up for a bunch of men to sniff and hold and fondle used sanitary napkins? Because that's the only way you're going to find out which ones are miscarriages, which ones are just normal periods. So yeah, we can go this fucking crazy, but do we even have the staff to manage this?
Well, we could also start by just making abortion itself illegal, right?
Investigating all miscarriages. So investigating all miscarriages, which is what you're saying.
Well, sure, but that comes after we make abortion illegal, right?
So you do want a state controlling women, which is exactly what I accused
Well,
at the
that's
beginning.
not what I asked. I said that this all comes after we make abortion illegal,
I'm just
right? So
I'm just
the
a lump
law's
of
on the
cells,
books.
guys. Abort me.
Yeah, I want to be aborted.
No,
I really do. Like, I want out. Just get me out.
Guys, and by the way, men can get pregnant too. Okay, so I don't want to hear any of this transphobic stuff about
real
women.
good one, majorly based, really good one. Never heard that one before.
What?
So can I still
That's a
hear a
fact.
scientific argument?
Wait,
Because one of my
Stardust.
Oh,
Hold on,
boy.
wait.
Let's not
Stardust.
do it. Let's not do it. Let's not do it.
No.
Let's just
No.
For the
No, this is
past
simple.
I don't know, like a couple of months, people have been making that joke over and over again. So I'm just kind of tired of it.
No, wait, Stardust, you're gonna leave me and Prime here with just them? You gotta stay. You can't do this to us.
I'm
Can't be
saying,
aborted?
Who said I was
It's illegal.
leaving?
Oh, I thought you said you were about to leave.
I thought
My
you.
bad.
No,
Yeah.
I just said abort me, man. Abort me. I'm a fucking clump of cells. I want out. Okay.
Okay.
Got you. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
You're a valuable
didn't-
clump of cells.
So can I ask for this scientific biological reason
No, it's some moral
for why
reason that he gave.
miscarriages and
It's a moral
intent?
reason.
Okay, so are you just admitting you only have moral reasons and you're going to back down from the biology claim there, Majorly?
Well, the biology is it is a human, right? A baby is a human being.
What
Or is
makes
it not?
something a human? What makes something a human?
Its own DNA. It's human DNA.
If something is like, if a baby is born and it's brain dead, right? It's never gonna wake up. And it's got
It's
like
not
no
a human?
arms and no legs. Would you still consider it a person? Maybe it's a human. Is it a person?
Yeah.
Well, I said human because she asked me about the scientific part, right?
Okay, so but
So it's a
anybody who's a
human. It's
human.
There is
distinct
no
from all
scientific. There's
other
no scientific
So-
qualifier
animals,
for
right?
Wait a
human.
minute.
There
Human.
is
Wait a
no
minute.
scientific.
If you think that a human is like being a human is the only thing that is required then for something to be like kept alive, right?
Well, yeah,
Then
under law, it literally is. It's like we
I
don't
don't
charge people
know
for
if
murder for dogs. That's animal abuse, right? That's why
well
human life has
if
a
it's
certain value under the
born.
law, right?
I would say that if something is born and it's like and its brain is so like it's like got such a deformity, it's just like brain dead or whatever. I don't know that you can consider that a person.
It's still a person, right? They just have different level. They just don't have as many rights. It's still a person, though.
I feel like it would be unethical to keep it alive, and I don't know that you can give it personhood since it has no ability and will have no ability to have
Well,
like
it would have
agency.
personhood. Just somebody else would have power of returning to end his life, or power of
Okay.
whatever it's called.
So really
Okay.
quickly, I do wanna be very clear with Major Lee. Really quickly, there is no scientific term called human. There's a scientific term called Homo sapien, and there are some of us that have more Neanderthal DNA than others. But there is absolutely no scientific qualifier for the
Oh,
word
no.
human.
There definitely are some of us with more Neanderthal DNA.
No, that
for
wasn't a
sure.
joke. Wait, wasn't a joke. I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm talking about how much Neanderthal
No, wait,
ancestry
no,
DNA
hold
and
on,
how
wait,
close
wait,
it is to us.
wait. No. Because you're so Neanderthalish, you don't understand. I was talking about you. So I was joking as well.
No. Okay, beautiful. I'm glad you're joking because it's actually part of our DNA, and there are some of us that are
Yes, yeah,
closer. Okay, that
for
have
sure.
ancestors that were Neanderthal closer.
And look
Beautiful.
at
Okay,
Y
so
chromosomes.
there is
Yeah, for
no.
sure.
Yeah, I don't care. But my point remains, there is no scientific qualifier for human. There's only scientific qualifier for Homo sapien. So I just want to make sure we point that out.
Okay, so semantics then, right? You know what a human
No.
is, right? You're saying that since there's a scientific word for human, that human isn't like
No, I'm saying
scientific
you
at all.
failed.
Do you want me to
I'm
say
saying
Homo sapien? Then I'll say that then, if that like.
no. I'm saying you failed to do anything from a scientific standpoint, like at all. You have failed
What do you mean?
completely to
I
provide.
said it's a human being, and you don't have the right to kill it because it has
Right, and
a special value in our society.
you
At
still
least
can't
it
deal
should.
with miscarriages. You can't deal when life begins. You can't deal like the conception argument is completely flawed. Because eggs that fail to implant or eggs that are implanted and fail to have the blastocyst turn into a placenta absolutely cannot become a child that can live in the uterus and are just going to be flushed out in a tampon or flushed down the toilet during a
Right,
woman's
but that's
period.
not you
So
intentionally killing it, right?
it doesn't matter. Like, and
That's what
already
I'm talking
Stardust
about.
already brought
Because
up the.
the act of abortion is intentionally killing a child in the
Okay,
womb.
so what about women? So what about women who are in athletics and they never get pregnant because they're sexually active, but they are, far too physically active to actually have a safe place for the baby, and the baby conceives, but they just keep sloughing it out. What about them?
Well, that's
I was
great
in the
because
military.
they didn't
So
intentionally get an abortion, did they, right? I mean,
No,
I've
but
been
the egg can be
consistent. I said
fertilized.
abortion, which
The
is
egg can
intentionally
be
killing a
fertilized.
baby. Yes.
Wait a minute, the egg can be fertilized, right? And that's kind of like that is like the process of like getting pregnant. But the egg can be
He's saying
fertilized
that they
and not
didn't
implant.
intentionally kill it.
Oh,
He's
saying
saying
they
that if the
didn't.
baby,
Okay.
yeah, he's
It's
defining
an
abortion.
abortion
I think this
intentionally
is
killing
the
the
right
kid.
way. Yeah, I think what he's doing is defining abortion the right way. If somebody has a miscarriage, they didn't have an abortion, right? So if somebody's playing basketball and that causes them
Yeah.
to have a miscarriage, that's not an abortion. That's a miscarriage.
Right, because they didn't mean to kill the kid, which is what an abortion is. It's like the
Yeah.
Sure.
purposeful act of killing the kid.
I would just say that like legally though, it's hard to determine like if somebody decides to purposely miscarry and they create the circumstances in which they can miscarry. I think it's hard for us to prove and legally like go after somebody for that, right?
Yeah.
And even then, I would say that like somebody like we need to have the ability for people the option for people to get it, because if they don't have the option for people to get it in a safe and legal way, then again we're going to put all these women into risk because
Wait,
they're going to
did,
be seeking it out in more dangerous situations, right?
did he say he would go after the women? I may have missed
No, I
that.
don't know. I'm just giving my argument because I don't know if he heard it. So,
It
Gotcha.
and
seems
also
like
in
we're having a
self-defense,
hard
when
time
I
differentiating between a natural event, a miscarriage, that happens for natural reasons all the time. I mean, this is, unfortunately, it's not a rare incidence that we see natural miscarriages. It seems like we're having a hard time differentiating between that and using a giant pair of forceps to crush a baby inside the womb, or to induce a sufficient amount of drugs to intentionally terminate a pregnancy. I mean, this isn't hard to do. This is why we have states already enforcing the law against these induced miscarriages. We have things called autopsies, where we can examine things, medical things. I mean, it's magic, I guess. But where is this difficulty in distinguishing between natural miscarriages and induced miscarriages or
if you want to
abortions?
call it by the medical term for a miscarriage is a spontaneous abortion. But yeah, I mean, again, like, yeah, if you want to expend that kind of like kind of money on like prosecuting people and determining whether a miscarriage was intentional or not, then by all means. I don't think it's a really good way to spend money, and I just don't like the idea of like restricting all abortions when we know that that's going to lead to people going and seeking out even more unsafe abortions, right?
So, debate board, I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that eventually, like when the problem is like killing the baby, right? When that part is illegal, this being that's relying on this mother, then the actions of the mother, right, will have to be investigated by the state. So if this person, if the mother loses the baby, right, because of some activity that she did, then it's a possibility that she can be unjustly prosecuted. For instance, in the Alabama case that we were talking about previously, where a woman got shot, she got in an altercation with someone while pregnant. She got shot and she lost her baby, and then they proceeded to charge her with was it manslaughter or something? I forget what it is. I have to look it up again.
Well, that might have not been unjust, but so we should the facts sound pretty weird. I don't know. Maybe I haven't read enough.
Okay. Well, so the point is that like you'll have situations in which women are living their life doing women things, and they will lose their child. And then from there, they'll be prosecuted. Thank you, Vinny the V-Man, for the kind 5 Hot Tier 1 gift subs. Okay, all right.
Way to go, Vinny.
I'll have your baby anytime, right? I won't abort.
You
I'll
whore.
abort your baby at any time. Yeah.
But seriously, thank you so much, Vinny, for the kindness. It helps a lot of time. But so do you understand what I'm saying, debate board? I don't want to go on and on.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I just, what are we doing right now? It's not like we have across the nation, unending, ceaseless investigations in the miscarriages. Overturning Roe V Wade doesn't actually change that landscape, and leaving it to the states to restrict abortion is very. I have to question really the extent to which Democrats now are attempting to claim that we're going to have this, majority of states prohibiting abortions in all instances actually occur. But given that I don't think we'll see states getting even close to that, what is the presumption here? What's the basis of the presumption we're going to have all of these investigations in the women who have miscarriages?
I can show you.
So wait a minute. I'm going to cut in here. 1 out of 5 pregnancies, or between 750,000 and 1 million pregnancies yearly in the United States, and miscarriage. So you want
which
to
is an abortion, right?
No. What are we doing right now, Stardust? What are we doing right now?
Spontaneous. I mean, if you want to talk about it, it is called a spontaneous abortion.
I'm trying to talk about
so that's semantics again. Now.
What I'm saying about this, would you want to investigate 750,000? Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Of course not. We're not doing it now. Why would that change? Why would anything about that change going forward?
I'm just asking.
I thought I was just clear about that, though. I'm not sure what precipitated
I actually deafened while you were talking. So.
Yeah, debate board.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think she's been good faith. I was going to ask you what was your position on this because yeah, I didn't hear you either. So
I'm sorry, Jesse.
yeah,
What do you mean by this?
whether or not we should prosecute people for miscarriages to try to figure out if there was some sort of malintent. I think your position is we shouldn't, right? Unless there's some probably
Well, no, I
like
think we
post
should
on
continue
Facebook.
doing what we do now, and that's where there's where there is some preponderance of evidence, and that's usually provided by a medical provider, that there's some dubious basis for this miscarriage in which law enforcement is contacted. I don't see anything wrong with how we're doing it now. I don't see
Yeah,
how anything happening now changes that going forward.
that makes
I
sense.
I
Do
guess
you?
Sorry, no, you go first. I apologize.
I just wanted to ask Major League because I don't know where he stands. Is your opinion the same, Major League, or you feel like we because Stabby was asking you earlier, should we search through the trash? Were you saying that we should and we should try to make sure every miscarriage is just, or what's
Well,
your
I just
opinion on the threshold?
yeah, I just think like that entire point is kind of like a red herring where you're trying to kind of
No,
avoid
she's testing your limits.
making.
She's testing your limits, right? Just like I am right now.
No, no,
I'm
yeah,
asking you in like
I
really good
understand
faith.
that. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I understand that. But like I guess if we make abortion illegal, right? And let's say that we say doctors, you're going to lose your license if you perform abortions. Do you think that like society has this like
Wait,
bloodthirsty thing for killing
hold
babies
on,
where
wait.
they're
Major
not going
League,
to
wait,
stop or they're
wait.
not going to think twice about maybe killing the kid?
Major
Because I
League,
think
I think you're sidestepping my question. You're not talking about abortion and doctors. I want to ask you again because, like, I feel like you're being so not weaselly, but you're. I don't know if you understand. You're avoiding the question, and we're just trying to understand what your thoughts are. So, like, plainly, my question is: do you feel like women who have a miscarriage? Do you feel like we should investigate those miscarriages if there's like what's your feelings on that?
yeah, it depends on the circumstance. I guess if there's suspicion that she did it herself, if there's like bruising on her stomach, like I think somebody should be able to report that, and then maybe an investigation is done. And if she killed her kid, she
Okay.
killed her kid. You know, so
So in the
yes,
vast
I would
majority
say
of
yes.
cases, you feel like we shouldn't investigate it. If there seems to be a preponderance of evidence that maybe that was malintent, then you would investigate.
Right, like maybe if there's a suspicion
Cool.
by somebody, yeah.
What if there
Cool.
was what if we found out that all these miscarriages that happen or these pregnancies where, like, let's even say a fertilized egg doesn't implant, right? What if we find out that that all these women could be doing so much more to make sure that that fertilized egg implants in like in her, right, in her womb. So like should we start holding those women responsible then if that is like the case?
No, no, that's
Well, they're not doing everything in their power to like prevent that from like happening, right?
They're not
To
purposefully
make sure.
killing their kid though
But
either, right?
if we find out that there are things that they can do to make sure that that fertilized egg implants, then what's stopping us? Why shouldn't we?
Well, we don't do that now, right? Like pregnant chicks can like smoke or drink and we don't like arrest them for it, right? It's just like seen as a really bad thing. I think killing a kid like purposefully is way different than being like just
But it would be
flipping about your
you're being purposefully
behavior.
negligent though. You're being
Yeah,
purposefully
Right, but that happens
negligent.
now and it's not really.
I'm hearing sort of like you're saying, like if a person didn't take their prenatal vitamins, something like that, minuscule.
Yeah, or they did something that caused the egg to not implant, just whatever, right? They didn't take
Oh,
enough precautions. They were negligent enough that this fertilized egg didn't implant, right? Should we start holding people responsible for that?
I just think that's very different than
yeah.
purposefully getting an abortion.
That they're purposefully being negligent.
But like
But
I
it's
said,
not
How
that
is that?
happens now.
implanted.
It's
It's not
but you're not
Purposely being
implanted.
you're not
negligent
asking
different
the
than
doctor
anything
to
now.
kill your kid or take your kid out, right?
I mean, if you're negligent to a child, you can end up killing a child, right?
I think, Stardust, what you're
Yes,
trying to
yes, you
suggest is,
can.
let's say that a high-performing elite female athlete, right, bodybuilding type, that their athletic activity right, reduces the likelihood that a fertilized egg is going to implant, right? I think what you're asking is, would you require that woman to stop performing that athletic activity, such as they might stop pursuing a career in order to ensure, or at least increase the likelihood of that implantation? Is that what you're asking?
I guess, yeah. Would we find her responsible?
I don't know. I mean, I don't understand what the purpose of the hypothetical here, I guess, is if we say no, the woman continues doing what her body is naturally made to do, or has the natural potential to do, that we legislate that she has to stop doing what her body naturally can do to increase the likelihood of implantation. I mean, okay, how does that illuminate any of the issues around the state restricting access to abortion?
I guess basically because if we're talking about, again, like these, you're talking about like intentionality in ending a pregnancy, where do we draw the line? Because I feel like like how intentional somebody is and
Okay. What just happened?
I don't think intentionality is a gray area. I think what you're having trouble with is, do we go to how far back to the origin of the or do we go as far back as conception to require a woman to take some affirmative action? Right?
yeah, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I guess as soon as she's used as a cum dumpster, I guess she has then a legal responsibility to take all sorts of affirmative actions to increase the likelihood of implantation.
So I get that. I'm actually gonna cut in here. So we keep going back. No, we keep going back to the same thing a couple of times, that it's just about being anti-woman, and there's like the me anti-woman from the conservatives, and it's happening every fucking time. And then they're going,
why are you ignoring and saying it's life?
No. This is what they are. This is what they are. We can just start dismissing conservative bullshit. We really can. It's like the fucking Taliban over and over.
Well, if you abort a female baby, then I'm pro-woman, right?
Sorry,
what? If I'm against you aborting a female baby,
you're not going to sit there and just say cum dumpsters, man. Okay, so how about this? What are we going to have men do?
That's all.
No, but it's not funny. It's really not. So it's like, yeah, if you want to, if you're going to say that I can't, like, say don't talk about cum dumpsters and stuff, then just take the hit that you're actually anti-woman, and that's what this really is. Just take the hit and go.
No. We all agree.
I'm pro-baby. I'm not anti-woman. I'm pro-baby.
No.
Yes, you are. You're
anti-woman. No. Please, just buy.
I love women. I mean, I love the fact that I can.
I love women.
And pump my sperm into them. I mean, it's a great thing.
So, Gambit, what was that you wanted to ask?
All right.
I don't know how that makes me anti-woman, but
hold on. Let's get back on topic. So
I derailed that. That was intentional. My bad. I'm sorry.
No problem. So, Stardust, I think what you've been trying to get at with the questions that you're asking is, if abortions are, because I'm trying to connect back to the question that debate board was asking. I think what you're saying is, if we outlaw abortions, people that used to get abortions legally may seek these ways that are more gray to still have an abortion and still try to do it legally. So if people try to find ways to have their eggs not implant and all these other things, maybe they'll seek those type of activities instead of an abortion, because abortion is available. And you're asking for our moral prescriptions on, if those things become embraced, what level of punishment do people think could be necessary?
Yes, I think maybe that's where I'm going. I don't even. It's been so long in this panel now. I'm so fucking lost. But yeah, I think that's maybe where I'm going. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. Well, was that question also for me, or maybe just for Stardust? That's okay. I didn't know if it was for me.
Let's go with yes. Let's go with yes.
Sure.
Let's go with the yes. That I'm asking, like, where do we once abortion is outlawed, like, where do we draw the line, I guess, is what I'm asking. So
Yeah.
It's not going to be outlawed, most likely, though. It's most likely going to go to the states, where the states can decide if they want to provide those. So there may be, abortion tourism.
Tourism.
Better word, thank you.
Yeah, hon. But first of all, we have states that are trying to restrict crossing state lines for abortion, right? So they're trying to do that, and then beyond that, there's the federal. There are abortion activists talking about making a federal ban, right? And of course, it's going to be the next thing they ask for. Of course, right? We agree that's definitely going to happen.
Hope so.
Yeah, I would like to, but I doubt it.
Why do you doubt it? Just curious.
I think in this sort of election year that they're not going to risk it.
The election. I don't know. I feel like it's already the cat's out of the bag for the election year. On that one. I mean, I think you would.
I think
agree,
our
right?
culture is like too accepting of it now too. It's kind of like a thing. It's kind of like a no big deal thing to go get an abortion. And if you try to take that away from people, it'll be like a shit show.
I don't think it's a no big deal kind of thing. I feel like
I think it's very flippant and nonchalant for a lot of people.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking from like the people that I've known, but like the people that I've known who've gone and gotten one, like it was a very like hard decision for them to make, and they were very distraught over doing it. So.
And why were they just like? Can I just ask why they were distraught over doing it? If it's like
because
not killing a human being.
They felt like they had no other choice basically in it. They didn't have the financial means. They didn't have the emotional support. They didn't have like the support of their families. Like there are a variety of reasons why they went out and they didn't have the support of their partners either. The partner wasn't going to be present, So.
I think Major League, what Stardust is trying to say is that, look, an abortion can be a traumatic experience for a woman, while also being a not so hard decision. And that's not to suggest that women make an abortion decision easily or haphazardly or otherwise. It's to say that we hear some women tell us that, look, given the circumstances I was confronting, it was a relatively easy choice to decide for myself that an abortion was the right answer, and yet still be traumatized by that experience.
I don't think it was
right,
an easy choice
and I
for them
understand
at all.
that.
No, one of the people I talked to, it was not an easy choice. She's always wanted kids, right? But if you don't have the financial ability, you don't have the support from families, you don't have the support from the community around you, and your partner is not going to be present for it, then yeah, you feel like you have no other choice.
Yeah, I totally understand that, and I get that. But the reason I asked you that is because, like, why was it so emotional? And the reason it was so emotional is because you're dealing with human life, and you're dealing with the loss of human life.
Because she wanted to have a child. She always wanted to have a child.
Right, but don't you think some of the emotion comes from the loss of that life? If it wasn't a big deal, like if it's not really a human, then it wouldn't really be emotional, right? It would just be like
regardless of why it's emotional, I still think that it's an option that needs to be on the table. It's not something I see people just like, I don't know. And maybe this is just like from the person that I know, but like I don't think this is something that people just choose to do easily.
For fun.
Yeah, or for fun. Yeah, I think that this is something that people do out of necessity. And I think it's an option that needs to be available while we create the circumstances for women to feel more comfortable and feel like they can raise this child, they can carry this pregnancy on their own.
It is an incumbent on us to create those circumstances one way or the other. And that's what I think I find distasteful in much of this conversation is that, and it gets back to some of the earlier comments Prime made was, well look, if we're going to restrict abortion, then we must enact laws that provide more money, and which is really all that's saying, is just provide more money to women. And as though we collectively have a responsibility to create successful conditions for women to get pregnant and to follow through their birth.
This is beautiful. Thank you, Debate Bro. Thank you. Oh,
I like opening that door for you, man. I open it and I put my hand right in the small of your back and usher you right through.
I love it.
You feel
I love it. Cover me in that conservative goo. Okay. This is
I feel like
perfect.
I'm interrupting something very like intimate right now, and I feel like I should.
We are developing an intimate relationship.
Oh,
here.
this is true.
Don't
But
turn
no.
your camera on.
That's right. But no, this is it, right? Like, and so I'm not going to speak to all conservatives, right? I'm going to speak to the debate board, even though I want to direct this at the Republican Party in general. But I'm going to focus my comments on debate board. This is the type of thing that I'm talking about, right? When these people claim they are pro-life, but don't actually care about like the born children, right? It only matters when they're in the womb. We'll only bring down the power of the state on people on women who are currently pregnant, currently gestating a child. But the moment that child is out, well, what like why are you coming to me for, right? Get the fuck out of here. What, like you need baby formula? You can't afford that? That's your problem. You need childcare? You can't afford that? That's your problem. Like, give money to these women. Why would we? Right? Yeah, this is the idea of
It's just not reality.
Wait, well, hold on a sec. He's addressing me, so I'm gonna
without
respond here.
Without penises, we wouldn't have this issue. People getting pregnant and needing to get abortions. So you know what? Deport all men. I am for the gyno state. Okay, so we're making a gyno state. All men will be deported.
Where is this
I don't
coming
know
from?
where.
This is wild.
I have been advocating for this for months. Okay, for months. I am tired of it. I'm tired of penises. I'm tired of penoids ruining everything. Deport all men. That's all I'm saying.
So Prime, I agree. So Prime, what I want to
really
ask
quickly,
you,
if I may.
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When you just now said that, I want to have a shout out for Crystal, because Crystal is actually the only conservative tonight who has very blatantly said that this is a Christian and conservative issue, and that they can use taxes. They should be seeing more from everybody else to actually support these women. So this is about abortion and about women's bodies, and the men have done the vast majority of the talking tonight, the conservative men in the chat. And I would like to just shout out to Crystal that I really appreciate when you were saying, yes, it is incumbent on us to make sure that we can lessen the choice to have an abortion. And you acknowledge that abortion rates are falling, and you're the only one who's done it. So I really appreciate it as the conservative woman in the room for that, at least, for sure.
So Prime,
Well, thank you very much.
So Prime, who are these? Does the Republican Party or even conservatives as a segment of the GOP, are they proposing eliminating the social safety nets? Are they proposing eliminating the welfare programs? No.
Yes.
In fact, what we see
they are.
At
Yes,
best,
they
your
are.
argument could be is that they are arguing to reduce the rate of increase in spending. They're not even proposing reducing spending in any nominal sense, but just reducing the rate at which that spending is increasing. So there aren't Republicans and conservatives here who are saying rip apart the social safety net, pull
Yes,
it out
they
from
are.
underneath
Yes, they are.
Americans. No, they're not at all.
No, they're not.
I would define your point to one example of this.
What was repeal and replace? Can I ask you, what was repeal and replace when they never showed us an actual bill? And then Mitch McConnell admitted like 7 or 8 times that they were never going to show up with the bill. They just wanted it gone because it was Obamacare. They wanted to keep the ACA, but not Obamacare, because conservatives are dumb enough to think they're 2 different things.
Just to be clear,
comment
Christian
from
conservatives
chat.
are the most
Wait,
charitable
wait.
group
Comment from
in
chat.
America.
Okay.
So
Oh, comment from chat.
Yeah, so there's this Benesat person who I feel like really gets me. They said, I feel like there's a whole gray area in this debate that Stardust is talking about. But half the people are like, abortion, get it, Chad. Or every life is a blessing for the mother, no matter how fucked the mother's life already is. And then they said, Stardust, I get you. One of my best friends and his wife had to get an abortion. And he told me how it mentally fucked both of them up for a long time because the discourse was so fucking intense on both sides. And no one wanted to actually ask her how the abortion affected her. I agree. I think that there's more, like, gray area in here, man. I don't think like there's, you know, it's this thing that like people are just making a decision willy-nilly and enjoying and rejoicing about. Nobody's going out and having abortion parties after they get an abortion.
well, they are though, like some very few, but like I've seen it before. Like you've never seen that before?
Majorly, to be fair, we have been chatting like earlier before, like today, and you were talking about like you have some nuances in this whole debate and that kind of stuff that you committed to
definitely.
me. Or you said to me that when people are being raped and that kind of shit, then they should be allowed to
Yeah,
have
I
abortions.
said
So
that like right when I came in
why
here. Yeah.
why attack Stardust for what she's saying right now about this, right? I
It
don't
all
know
ends
what
up
you
No,
going
feeling
at.
she was
like
saying that there's
it all
nobody who's
ends
like
up
flipping
feeling
about abortions,
it
but
all
there
ends
are
up
people who
feeling
are.
it all ends up feeling like women who get abortions get turned into propaganda weapons for either extreme side in this debate. It's depressing. True Benesat. Benesat's so based.
And don't
We
have
have another. We have another comment in your chat, though, Prime. There's another comment in your chat that says, "I'm a libertarian. Freedom for everyone. Fuck the government." But they're anti-abortion.
Yeah.
Dumb.
That's
So
insane.
stupid. Oh my god.
But debate board, I wanted to continue my engagement with you and GSU Game. I'm glad you're back, and also we have my man Chinchilla here. Nice
I've been on mute this whole time. I'm like, yo, they just ignoring the fuck out of me. I was like, yo, this is
Kevin, I saw
how many
you in the
times-
waiting room. I pulled you in. Come on.
how many
My
times?
goodness. So,
how many
Prime, how
times?
do you tolerate conservatives taking over your chat and we are ignoring the black guy on the panel?
I know,
the other black
right?
guy on the
Yeah.
panel. I can't
He's a
believe it.
conservative. He's a
Racism
conservative too.
is
Oh
He's
shit.
not
I'm definitely not a conservative.
He's a,
But
he's
the only
like a
thing I was gonna
centrist, I
say,
think.
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
like,
know what he is.
I'm definitely on the left, but I have some right leaning values for sure. But no, but what I was gonna say was Stardust. I don't think most people conceptualize people having abortion as mostly this haphazard thing, and I think Debate Board was even laying that out when he was first talking. He was like, "Hey, I don't think people are making these decisions just on a whim. Some people do, but that's the uber minority of people." So I agree with what the person was saying in chat, and like, yeah, it's like incredibly
Yeah.
difficult. I have friends that have done that, and like it's incredibly difficult for them too. So
think
I don't
it's
think
like-
we underestimate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because, like, I know what majorly based is saying, oh, I've seen it. Like, maybe there are, but those people are clearly mentally ill or something. I don't
What?
think that this is, I just don't think that that's
What?
like
And mentally ill to do what?
to be celebrating their abortions, right?
Why
I don't
would,
think that.
why would
Shit,
you be mentally
Prime
ill
is
to do
gonna
that?
throw the party.
Why would you meant to be
Yeah.
mentally ill to do that? I would disagree with that. Why would you be mentally ill?
Baking a cake
yeah.
and celebrating having an abortion.
Yeah, some people bake a cake and celebrate.
Cope. I think that's.
no,
I
hold
think
on,
it's
some
really
people.
weird.
Hold on. Sorry. Some people
Oh,
bake a
man.
cake and celebrate death, like a funeral. Like, hey, we're gonna
That's
celebrate.
I think that's different, though. I think celebrating a funeral is different than
Some people celebrate their
celebrating an
divorces. Some
abortion.
people celebrate these things that other people
Sure.
normally
I
think are
these are all
sad.
different from an abortion, though. I think
Why?
an abortion is because an abortion is something that you get out of necessity. I read you the
necessarily.
stats. That the stats alone should be telling you that, right?
Some people
What's the point of me reading
necessarily,
them?
and some people, I will agree, it's convenience, right? And yeah, they didn't want to have a kid, and now they're happy that they don't have a kid
But it's
anymore.
such a minority, though. It's
But
such a minority.
it can be a minority, but like to say that they're mentally ill because of that, no. Why would they
I
be?
think they're mentally ill.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fucked up. I think that's pretty fucked up to say
Wait,
that.
Prime, you think?
Oh.
So if somebody was like, "Yo, Prime, I just killed my baby. Come over. We turn it up to celebrate it." You'd be like, "Yeah, I'm on the way." Like that's crazy.
I'm on the way.
I wouldn't say it's mental illness, but I get what Stardust is saying. It's cringe as hell. I've helped women
It's
with
mental
abortions
illness.
before, and it's really terrible. I don't think it's mental
Maybe,
illness
yeah.
because
It's not.
like
Maybe
I
I'm
think it
being
should be
too harsh,
compared.
but I think
Yeah,
it's
it needs to be in the same bucket as it has to be with the same people who are so obsessed with their sexist ideals. They have gender reveal parties that burn a state down. So that's like roughly the same freaking weirdo bucket.
What?
Okay, I know. I think it's weird
In
that you
my
guys
opinion.
are classifying it like this. That's strange to me, but that's fine. I would just definitely disagree. I think it's really insulting to call these people mentally ill, but whatever.
Like
we're gonna have to disagree on
That's
that.
fair.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's their way
what-
of grieving, maybe like if they have some weird way of grieving and their way of grieving is kind
Not
of like
everyone's
that.
going to grieve.
know.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
Stardust,
saying.
what
though.
are
That's
they
the point.
grieving, though?
They're-
What are they
not
grieving?
And if they aren't grieving and they're celebrating it, they're mentally ill.
Not
I don't know which
everyone-
disorder.
Not everyone. This is the point that I was trying to bring up previously, Stardust. Not everyone grieves. Some people like they process this differently, right? And to say that these people are somehow abhorrent, right, or mentally ill or defective because they don't perceive this moment in their life the same way that you do, that's really fucked up.
I disagree.
I
No
think
one
it's
cares.
fucking funny. I think it's fucking funny how like Gambit like phrase it, like to have like some sort of a party where you just say like everybody come over. I just killed my own baby, you know.
Yeah, that's
Something along
crazy
that
to
line.
me.
So I can understand like the sentiment, like, but overall it's like that shouldn't be a party. That should be like something that you just do in private. But you can have parties about whatever. But it's
So
like
wait,
I
so
understand,
Chinchilla,
like, yeah,
wait,
man.
Chinchilla, if I send you a Discord invite and I'm like, yo, me and my girl just killed a baby, dog. I'm celebrating Discord. Come through.
Yeah,
Are you joining?
I would accept that invite because I fucking hate babies. You know that
I
because
think that I think
babies
that
are fucking
look,
cringe
look.
overall.
I think that a party and a cake in some people you know, talk about like death, and they do festive things to celebrate that life, right? And maybe in that way I could understand it. But like I guess it would have to be like in that specific sense for me to understand it. Otherwise I just
Yeah,
can't. Yeah. Like
Mhm.
I
yeah, I
understand
agree.
getting a cake and having and having like a little get together and having like trying to smile about things as a way of grieving or dealing with grief. But I just don't I don't think I understand what the other side of this is. So
Abortion stream, come give me subs. Like, no, that's cringe, man. Like, oh my god, that's
It gives me the feeling like when you're talking about cringe there, it gives me this odd feeling like when J.K. Rowling opens her fucking mouth, like, oh God, please stop,
pretty
you're making
terrible.
us look bad. Like that's what it feels like, and I know that that's a bad place to be, and that's a position of privilege, obviously. So, but I don't think it's mental illness either. It's just odd. I don't know.
I'm just being concerned. Like I think we are doing like internet politics at this point. Like it's not like not even like 0.111 or whatever percent it is doing like some sort of like I just killed my baby like a party or something like that, you know. And we are doing the politics like internet politics meme, right? So
Seems like
we
social
should
media is working as intended, which is to generate outrage and outrageous reactions. So these appealing to these sorts of instances are just badly formed gotchas by people who ought to know better, but apparently have nothing better to do with their intellectual firepower than say, see, you don't take life so seriously, or see, you treat abortion as such a trivial matter that you throw a party and blow out some candles. It's stupid, and we can safely ignore both the people who have these kinds of parties, at least that 0.0001% of those who are really relishing in having terminated a human life, as opposed to people expressing their relief, right? Which I think we could all agree is appropriate, and folks who are the ultra religious Orthodox who say, every single potential life matters, and women, women have to be forced into X, Y, or Z.
like I'm somebody who's like I have no belief in like souls or anything like that. I don't have any like religious beliefs or anything like that, and it's still something that it like I don't know, like the idea of like being put into that position or being in that position where you feel like you have no other choice. That's just like that sounds horrible. That sounds so devastating.
Cyclopic Goat, thank you for the 22 months base sub. Unbelievably kind of you. Thank you so much. One of our founders, Cyclopic Goat. We got away from the talk that Debate Board and I were having. So I wanted to try to salvage that for a moment on Debate Board. So previously, what you and I were talking about was how well, no, Republicans, I guess. The Republican Party treats the born life rather than the unborn life. That they're highly concerned about the state of a fetus within a mother. But once that baby is born, that their caring disappears. So you were saying that you don't think that the Republican Party is for dismantling the social safety net. You stand by that?
Yeah. Yeah, and as a demonstration of that, look, I think there's a really strong push among Republicans to use something like the UK uses, social impact bonds. This is a financing mechanism that connects the expenditure of resources to actual effective impacts. In another way, it's basically pay for performance to the social welfare sphere. Whereas we have for decades, these anti-poverty programs where the goal simply seems to be distribute money as opposed to actually alleviating poverty, returning people to the workforce, or otherwise. The goal was simply to push money out. And Republicans like me, conservatives like me, don't find that or don't see that as an effective approach. So when we say we want to reform welfare spending and welfare programs, that's not dismantling the social safety net. That's attempting to create new and more effective ways at spending government resources, taxpayer dollars, to achieve specific outcomes like reducing poverty or alleviating poverty, to increasing the number of people returning to the workforce, which we have not seen these types of positive results in the existing programs.
Okay.
Boom. Done.
No, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm quite busy with something. I apologize.
Why did we go to that too? Why did it go to also hack government spending, like conservative soapbox away from abortion? That's so weird. It's such a weird sidetrack to take.
I'm not understanding. What's the question?
You're talking about reforming government programs and aid when we're talking about trying to alleviate abortion in a good way, and you just went to a political soapbox. Yeah, I know, but
yeah. So what I'm talking about, I'm saying that conservatives don't care about Republican Party doesn't care about born children, only the unborn children.
Right.
And that when they're born, they take away the important infrastructure that would lead a woman, make it easier for a woman to support that child. So this pro-life ends like once the baby has been delivered. And that's what
Prime was trying to suggest is that Republicans have dismantled this social welfare state, which reveals their uncaring or lack of care for born children. And I would simply just point to what specific national or federal government welfare program has been repealed in the last 30 years?
Repealed? Right. Attacked.
Yeah.
So like they've been trying.
So attacking it because we want to reform it is much different substantively than actually trying to dismantle it and eliminate it altogether. You have to recognize
their incompetence is not going to be their salvation. So their
failure. No. You're saying they're trying to do something and they failed at it, and that's not the case at all because they haven't actually tried it.
No, they absolutely have. So they've been trying to dismantle welfare itself. From the start, they've been vilifying welfare in general. We in the 90s, right, along with Bill Clinton and like the corporate Democrats. So like they're not the Democrats' hands aren't clean in this, right? They reformed. Gave that reform of welfare, which kicked many people off the welfare rolls who needed that. People who could have used that support for their families, for their born children, right? The ones who weren't lucky enough to get aborted, the ones who are in the real world, all of a sudden our society doesn't care about them anymore. So we took away that support and people fell into poverty. That's a perfect example.
And it's not just that, but when we say gutted, we mean like, so they'll say if
Wait,
we take
didn't
care of
Bill
this,
Clinton expand it and make it worse? And that's why
no,
that's
No,
why
we don't.
no,
Yes.
nope. He didn't expand
No.
it. He balanced the budget. He's the first one to balance the budget, I think, in like almost
No.
40 years. Yeah,
Congress balanced
100%
the
true. Go
budget.
look it up. Anyway, so really quickly, I want to point out. No, go look it up. There, I like definitely go look it up.
Congress
So
had to send the budget
he
to the
didn't
president
expand
to
it.
sign
No,
it.
no. Okay. He also spearheaded
Well, to be
it. Now,
fair, too,
moving
Christian
on.
conservatives are the most charitable
Why do you guys?
with their own money. You know
Well,
what I mean?
that's actually another
And they
good point. And it
adopt
gets
that
back to
You're
my
right,
response to
especially
Bill.
like they're at the top of the list.
especially to institutions that will like torture gay children and stuff. We know. We're aware.
Oh God,
Um,
Well,
torture
feed
gay
the
children.
homeless.
Whatever.
No, shocking
I
them
mean,
and conversion
and
therapy is torturing gay
They
children. Now,
adopt.
when I'm
They
asking
adopt more
you,
kids than anyone else
Chinchilla,
too. Do you know that?
what,
So instead
when
of
I'm
saying
asking
they
you,
don't do nothing, they don't give a shit, you maybe
they
look
don't.
those stats up.
They don't. They actually don't give a shit.
They
They're not
actually
going
don't.
to
Well,
give a
look it
shit.
up.
And they
You
keep
can
saying
look
that
it
it's
up. You
going to
got
help
the internet
spur
over there, right?
economic growth. They're saying it's going to help spur economic growth, and they haven't proven that at all. So the ineptitude of whether or not they can reform it is beside the point. The point of this subject that Prime was talking about comes from like 48% of women cited problems or a desire to avoid single motherhood. That was 48%. 1/3 said they were not ready to have a child. Like 74 to 73% said that they couldn't afford a baby right now. So if abortion is your number one priority, one would assume that this is where you're going to go, that you're going to address this. And single parenthood, you can't really give kids that much from single parenthood, so that's understandable for an abortion. Financial reasons, they already have children, they're not in a place where they can have children and feed them, etc. Why would you not want to address these things? The reforms that you guys are talking about have yet to matriculate since Reagan. Like, they've never happened. So it's really odd to sit there and try to say, yeah, this will work this time, when if this is a priority, let's work on this, because we came up with $2 trillion to lose a war in Afghanistan. So I don't really believe that we don't have the money to spend. I don't.
But I think we can do both. We can stop killing babies and try to help mothers out too. I mean, why can't you do both at the same time?
No. 73 to 74% of the women said that because they couldn't afford them. So those are women that never would have gotten an abortion in the first place. They're not.
Right,
They're
right,
not.
but I
They're
disagree
not
that that's a
criminals.
reason
They're
to
trying.
kill a baby. That's
So,
I
but
disagree
no,
that that's
and then
a
you're
legitimate
shying
reason.
away. Then you're shying away from helping these women actually have a world in which they can have these babies. That's so weird.
I'm not shying away from anything. I'm saying abortion should be illegal. It's very straightforward.
Yeah.
And they
it's
wouldn't
so-
even choose it. But my point is 74% of them would not choose it if they could afford to raise their children. Do you understand that?
That's no, that's
I
what
don't
they
know about
say
that,
in an
actually.
interview, and that doesn't still qualify for killing a life. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
As you know, having had children, that you make a lot of
Hold on.
sacrifices and you make do, and that's what happens. Okay.
Okay. So the woman has to have the baby. Abortion is illegal. The woman has to have a baby. They don't have any food. Christians say what now?
Oh
Next
my
step.
Well,
God.
let me donate this food to
We
you.
have to walk
because we're
you
so
through this in
charitable.
So
retarded
there
little
are
steps.
food.
It's so
There are
dumb.
food banks, and there are free food, and
Soup
there are
kitchens.
reduced lunches, and
I mean,
there's
nobody in
the
America
formula,
starves.
and I mean, it's
So
just
that's
We're
not
the
That's not
fattest
true.
country on
diapers. I
earth.
mean, there's
That is a
there's
lie.
tons
Oh my
of
God.
stuff.
Conservative
Oh,
lies all night.
well,
This is so
how
ridiculous.
to
4
boost
hours?
in Hawaii. They have that the person in Hawaii who is like a single mother with, I think it was 1 or 2 kids, has benefits, including the health insurance of the kids. And don't move here, but yeah, 65 grand a year.
So just keep growing the poverty demographic that's sinking us economically as well. Like, so she has to have the baby. Nobody's going to help her. She did this to herself. She had sex.
We don't.
You know,
I
Oh,
totally
so
disagree
eugenics
with
is
you.
the better.
Yeah.
100%
Eugenics.
disagree.
No,
100%.
it's
But it sounds like
eugenics.
it. Sounds like
That's
it.
what's
Yeah,
fueled
it does sound
it.
like that. So she had the baby. It's her fault. They don't have any money. Well, they're just going to have to deal with it. These women would have gotten abortions to avoid putting a child through that. But because it's a
No, Stabby.
precious, lovely little life, now they're going to have to just live through it.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're better
not
off dead,
survive
right?
it.
They will
No,
be
wait,
better
better
off.
off
They'll
dead.
have more
Wait,
meaning
wait,
in
wait,
their
wait.
life.
Hold on.
Grow in
Hold on.
ways they don't
Hold on.
even know.
What about the women who are
Listen,
having miscarriages
Stabby
because they're
has
malnourished?
Stabby has the best solution. Kill these poor babies before they bring down our society, right, Stabby?
dude, it's just an abortion. These women can't afford to bring a baby into the world. They could also lose them to
Yeah,
child
these
birth.
poor people.
Dude, it's
these
just
poor
an
If
people
you're
abortion.
gonna
just need
go, so if you're
abortions.
gonna go to that, wait. So wait a minute. You guys feigned moral outrage. The conservatives in the chat feigned moral outrage when I said, okay, so now the Christians are going to do what? And you guys were like, oh my God. But then you turn around and you say that
No,
this
we said
must
we're
be
gonna
a slippery
donate
slope to you
and
done it.
to charity
Yeah, no.
and
Bullshit, because
kitchens.
poverty still exists. Bullshit.
That
It still
actually
exists.
comes out
You
of
guys
our
have
own
failed.
pockets
Just
instead of.
You guys
because poverty exists
Oh my
means
God,
that
look,
people
it still
don't
exists. You
donate.
guys are really bad at this.
Yeah, we're
This is so
generous with our
Right.
own money instead of other people's money, like
I'm generous
Democrats
with
are.
my money and
Exactly.
my other
Worse
people's
Yeah.
money.
things
That's
in
such a
life
meme,
than being
dude. That's
poor.
such a meme.
A lot worse
It's
things.
such a meme.
I agree with you, Stab, but we can't let these poor babies bring down our society, though.
No,
You
you're
sound
trying
just
to
like the
turn it. No,
You
you're
sound
trying
just
to
like
twist it
what's her
around.
name?
You're trying to
No,
twist
you
it
sound just
around.
like the lady who first
You.
advocated for abortion.
Yes, you. You are trying to twist this. I'm not, who was the first advocate of abortion? It had to have been in Egypt because they were able to do it back then. So calm down. And
Planned Parenthood.
I'm talking
also,
about
you
here.
need to be aware of something that you're trying to twist something around. I'm saying
No, I'm not.
if 74% of women say that they don't have the financial ability to have a child right now, how can we help alleviate that? If somebody
We can
says,
give them abortions.
if somebody says, I can't get that really good job that I have a degree for because the bus route doesn't go there and I can't afford a car, what does the community do? We all pitch in
We give
together.
them
I gave somebody
euthanasia,
Nobody's
right?
saying that. I helped give them a car. I helped get that person in a car. I gave them a van that I couldn't really afford
No,
to
you
lose,
said you
but
wanted to use the church, not your money.
no,
You didn't help at all.
no.
You're
They
not a
have to be
part of the
taxed too.
church.
Okay,
Everyone needs to be taxed.
hold on.
Everyone
Let her
needs to be
finish. Let her
taxed.
finish.
Yeah, thank you. So if a person says, yes, I have this degree, I can't get that job across town because the bus route stops too short. It'll be dark before I get off of work, so I can't take that job. And we know that job will make their life better. The community gets a GoFundMe together and we get that person a car. So my question is, if there are 74% of women who are saying I cannot afford to have a child, why isn't the community going, well, do you want to keep the child? And the woman says, yes, I just can't afford it. And we're like, well, what if we can get you a better job? What if we can help you with this class? What if I can give you a place to live during the pregnancy? Like, just step the fuck up.
Welcome to
Because we
community
can
and
help that.
Christianity. This is
Well,
dope.
because
It's not
the
Christianity.
community
They're
is
not
just
doing
saying,
that.
well, you
They're
should
You have to
probably
definitely not
listen
get an
to
doing that.
all of
abortion.
that. You have to listen
According to
to all
according
of
to
that.
the
You don't
Southern
even
Baptist, according to the Southern Baptist
Listen.
Association, they're raping 10,000 women. So watch it.
Wait. You're aware, Stabby, that if you just, profess with your mouth, you can join and you
No,
can be down. Like,
no, they're not for that. They're for raping 10,000 women, like the Southern Baptist Convention. I'm putting it in the chat for
For
you right now.
raping. They are for
Absolutely,
raping
100%.
10,000 women.
Yeah, it's right here. I'm
Preach!
sharing the link. Yep, here we go.
yo, I'm gonna send you a couple of
Typical.
scriptures, man.
Where is the
You seem like you're
bandwagon
already
to
a little
jump on
bit
now?
knowledgeable, man. I think we can win you over.
I used to be an evangelical.
Awesome.
I figured out morality and I couldn't be a Christian
Stabby,
anymore.
I think you seem to believe that all of this that abortion
No.
happens in a vacuum and that there's no other
I'm not the one who
circumstances or
said that.
reality
I'm
around
not
this.
the
And
one
so
who
here's
said
what I
that
would
women are having.
suggest.
Let the babe work it out. Let the babe work it
So
out.
Stabby, this is what I would suggest: is rather than focusing on this contemporary pregnant woman right now, is why don't we focus on not creating and sustaining a permissive sex education regime in our public schools, where we teach students that sex is just this nice, happy thing that we engage in. And as long as you have consent and there's boundaries set, it's a healthy thing to engage in, while also simultaneously destroying the institution of marriage and prioritizing, in particularly women's lives, promiscuous sexual activity. How about we not do that to reduce the rates of pregnancy and avoid altogether this abortion decision in the first place? What I find really disheartening in all this conversation is it's some pure magical thing that happens that a woman ends up pregnant. Look, all these women out here who are engaging in sex, if you're worried about getting pregnant, there's a real simple solution. Don't engage in sexual intercourse. It is so simple. It is
There's
so
so
very
many
simple.
feminists
And
right
if you
now
can't
saying,
control
"Oh,
that
no."
compulsion, That
yours
is
is the
not my
opposite.
problem.
Yours is the mirror image of what like this weirdo fucking feminist friend of mine, acquaintance, told me. She's like, all men are rapist pigs. So what women need to do is deny all men sex, and when they go crazy, show that they're just animals. And I was like, it's fucking insane.
Oh,
Yours is the
yeah.
exact mirror opposite of that crazy ass fucking argument, man. Ooh,
Yeah.
like, please get away from me with that, because I told my feminist acquaintance that's really gross. Stay away from me. She's like, I was
It's really
joking, and I was like, that
gross to
sounds really gross.
suggest to women who
Ugh.
are concerned about getting pregnant that they probably shouldn't have sexual
No.
intercourse. What's weird about that? I mean, that seems
No,
like the
no,
most
you're saying
sensible,
the opposite.
reasonable
You're saying the opposite of
advice.
that. Yeah, men should be denied sex. You're right. I'm gonna call my feminist
Denied
friend and say
sex?
she's
No.
incorrect.
See,
All men
you
should be
women
denied
have a
sex at
choice
once.
whether to have sex or not.
Yes, deny men sex so that we don't have to have babies. We're gonna deny men sex. It's a
Yeah.
dumb fucking take. I told her
Hey,
it was a dumb fucking take.
There's
I'm
nothing
gonna tell
dumb or
you.
insensible about
Yes, there is.
suggesting to men and women alike that if you're worried
So
about
my
getting
feminist friend
pregnant
is
because
right
you
that
don't
men
think
should
you
all be
want to
denied
disrupt
sex.
your career
So she's
or
right. So
disrupt
she's
your
right.
education and you can't afford it,
So she's right.
maybe you
So
shouldn't
she's right.
have sex.
So you
Oh my
agree
gosh.
with the
You
feminist.
know, I
She is
waited
correct.
until I was, I think, 31 when my first boy was born, and it really wasn't all that hard not to knock up my wife. Which, by the way, I was married before I had a
So what?
child.
I was married
But
for both
apparently,
of mine.
to
To the same
suggest
man.
that you get married before you have a child and perhaps you hold off on your compulsion to fuck is irrational. I mean, that is what's
So deny. So
unsensible
you agree
about
with the
this.
feminist. So you agree with the feminist that men need to be immediately denied sex across the world. No more sex for men. It's their fault we're pregnant after all. If a man has sex with a new
yo,
woman,
just say
every
yes to her
Denied
bad
sex
faith
is
question.
like
if a man has
selective
sex
about
with a
This is
sex.
new woman,
wild. That this
every
is
single day
characterized
of
as
the year, that's
denying men sex.
365
Seems like you're just shouting a
pregnancies a
straw
man can
man.
No, let her
cause.
finish.
I'm
Let
That's
her
what you're
finish
saying.
so we can say
Prime.
yes.
Prime, I
It's
want you to know, with your permission, I'd like to clip this and send it to Libs of TikTok
Send
because
clip it.
this will fit
Clip
right
it.
in.
No, so you're sitting there. You're trying to do it for sure. What you're doing there is you're trying to say,
Yeah.
since men are responsible, 365, like if they have sex with a new woman for every day of the year, they have a chance, a 50-50 chance of getting a woman pregnant, depending on where she is in her cycle. 365 times. That's 365 children. A woman can only get pregnant one time in a year, the whole year. Now, it might be triplets, so it might be a 3 baby per woman thing, but she can only handle one pregnancy per year. So if you are correct that, oh my God, it's these slutty, disgusting women, that's why babies are here, then
Over here,
she's
you are
correct to go,
projecting,
it's these.
creating a
Hold on,
caricature of
don't interrupt
slutty
her.
women.
Don't interrupt her.
She
Go ahead.
is
So we can
correct.
clip
Let me
it.
finish. Then she is correct in saying that men are just these dirty animals and these rapey guys, and like we should deny all men sex. She's crazy. I think that's a crazy argument, whether you're making it or she's making it. Do you agree with the feminist weirdo or not?
Yes,
dude.
we
No,
agree.
I don't
So
agree
hey
with
y'all,
feminist weirdos.
No,
They're
we
weirdos.
agree.
Hold on,
We
debate board.
agree. We agree. Just
Yeah,
because
Debate board,
that's
hold on one
dumb.
second. Hold on 1 second, debate board. When
That's retarded.
she does this, we have to not talk so that she can be clipped. And like we'll be on the panel, so we'll be famous. Prime will get some attention. It'll
I'll
be good for the
exercise
channel.
restraint. My bad.
Yeah. And then
Right.
at the end, after
It's
she
the same
says a
argument.
whole after she says the whole ridiculous argument, we're just gonna say yes and then move on like it didn't happen. It's gonna be awesome.
Okay, so do you want me to repeat it so you can clip this really quickly?
Nah, we're good.
Yeah.
Christ. Because this was your argument. Do you not see that? Like you're sitting here
No, I
trying to have
had
fun
an
with this, but
argument. You won't engage
no,
with it. You
that's
want
your
to
argument.
you want to draw an equivalency with some idiot feminist that you
It's
know.
the
I'm
same
not surprised you hang out
argument.
with those sorts, but nonetheless, it's not
She's crazy.
irrational to give sensible advice like get married, don't have sex if you're concerned about getting pregnant. I mean, this is all
So
easy stuff, easy advice to give to
can
young
you
people
also? Well, why isn't it working then? Why does it not work? I have proof
because
it
we're not
doesn't work.
giving it.
Yeah.
You
No,
folks, you
we are
progressives, are
abstinence only.
busily
No,
destroying the
the
institution
Bible
of
Belt. That's
marriage,
incorrect because the Bible
undermining
held.
the
No,
concept
that's
of
incorrect.
abstinence. Yes, you are.
The Bible Belt has the highest rate of teen and unwed pregnancy, and they're all Christians. So I just now posted it in Prime's chat for you. I'm
So
going to
what
get a
you're
few
doing
more for
here
you.
is attempting to create a causation
No,
formula between
no.
Christianity and getting
Abstinence
knocked up.
only
That's really weird,
because
but
it's
now
where
you're going to deny it,
abstinence
which
only.
kind of
No,
undermines your own point. So now
Just
you're
be
going to
because
retract
quiet
your
so we
that's
point.
can
where
clip her. Be quiet so we can
it's
clip her.
because That's where the abstinence-only education is going. I have several articles here for you. Abstinence-only education sees a much higher increase in teen pregnancy rates. It sees a much higher increase in a lot of these behaviors that we don't want. So abstinence-only isn't working. Is there an alternative you have? At all? Any alternative? Because abstinence-only doesn't work for shit. And you're trying to claim that sex education is causing the problem. So if neither of those are working, what's your solution?
Solution is
Because I already shared the link for you, by the way.
My solution is a sex education program that does not create a permissive environment where children, and I mean children, right, are persuaded that having just having sexual encounters is a natural, healthy thing to have, as so long as you have consent and you respect boundaries, and that you don't engage with children on teaching them sexual acts like anal sex in first and second grade, because that creates an environment where children up to teenagers feel free to engage in sexual activity. At the same time, we ought to be engaging children in abstinence education where you restrain your impulses in sexual activity, that you don't engage in sex outside of some clearly established boundaries, that having children really is for married people, mothers and fathers, which is the most successful family unit in human history, and that we also not undermine the institution of marriage by saying marriage is just this legal contract. It doesn't really mean anything at all. There you go.
Well, then don't divorce. If you want it to mean something, don't get divorced, guys. That's the only way you're going to get married to mean anything. So you guys,
the rate of divorce
keep your marriages
sucks.
together. No, it's dropping. It's also dropping.
I know
it's dropping,
but there's still a high rate of divorce out there, and conservatives and Republicans rail against that too.
In a long time.
It really is. And do you know who dropped another 25? Do you know who dropped another 25,000 cases of divorce? Norway did when they stopped doing child support and they started doing a child stipend. They saw more families. No.
Norway and
no.
And
hold on.
just a couple.
Hold on.
Can we just let her finish?
They dropped abortion because they actually saw what the problem was and they tried to augment and help that society. They ended child support and instead they used a child stipend system. So we can do that too. That's totally fine. But yeah, we're seeing a really low rate. But if you believe in the sanctity of marriage, go ahead.
If you want abortion to drop, then
stay married.
You give joint custody rights at birth. That's how you get. That's how you get abortion.
No, then we'll enforce. Wait. Then we'll enforce child support. I don't think we should be enforcing child support. I want that gone. But that's a debate for another time.
I didn't say anything about enforcing child support.
If you have joint custody of children, you're enforcing child support for sure.
Chinchilla, you want
if
to say
he decides to leave.
Chinchilla, you haven't gotten a chance to say anything.
Yeah. So I think when it comes to having these modern types of families, right? Overall, we can adjust those type of stuff. I know you don't need to be married to have certain styles of contracts and that kind of stuff. So if you were to do that, it would be more progressive or more more in the future that you guys want to be, because of the fact that you guys are talking about you have a marriage and therefore you have these tax cuts or that kind of stuff. I think that's pretty toxic. Just overall, if me and Prime were in the same house, you can consider us as partners, not because we are lovers or something along those lines.
Maybe.
But we are just partners in the same household.
That's disappointing.
Don't be homophobic, man.
I'm not saying that, bro. But it can be if you want to be gay with me. If you want to be gay with me, I'm open to that. I'm just saying.
Can I ask you a question about your study? Can I ask you a question about your study? Did you say there was high teen pregnancy in like the Bible Belt or something? Is that like a higher teen pregnancy rate
No,
for
where
abstinent-only
it's not
education?
it's not just the Bible Belt, it's where abstinence-only education is taught because of biblical influence. Yes. Abstinence-only states have
It
higher
actually
pregnancies.
says, it actually says it may contribute to high teen pregnancy rates in the U.S. compared to other industrialized countries. So it's not really
Mhm.
comparing abstinent only to other like parts of the U.S. who don't teach abstinent only. It's
I
comparing us
share
to
3
other
links.
countries overall.
I share 3 links. It's all in there,
Yeah,
and I'm going to keep sharing
I
those
didn't
links
have like
because they're going to absolutely, it just
the
destroys
membership to
everything.
whatever that
And listen,
other thing was. So
in good faith, I asked debate for, since abstinence only is obviously trash
In
education
good
and did not
faith?
help. Yes, in good faith, it is not a good method. Abstinence only doesn't work, and
Which is
you're
great
saying
because
that
I
this
wasn't actually advocating
right,
abstinence
and you're
only.
saying that this
Thank you.
other
Okay,
one doesn't
thank you.
work. So I was right. You're saying this other one doesn't work. I was saying abstinence only, which is the other alternative we've tried that also doesn't work,
Can't
is trash.
imagine a world in which
So
we
we have to
mix
get in the
models.
center.
Oh my goodness, we're already actually
Right.
doing this
That's what I
across
said.
multiple northern states like Wisconsin,
Jesus
Minnesota, and
fucking
Michigan.
Christ.
I know
Let her
because I actually
talk.
sat in the room, helped
Blame Major
designing
Lee.
them.
Blame Major Lee, man. Blame Major Lee because he brought
I
this
was
back
just
up.
looking
'Cause
at
you
I
and
was just
me were
looking at
both
your link and
agreeing
it
on
didn't
that.
say what you said it said.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. There's 3 of these links.
Like I said, I don't have a membership to whatever the hell that other one was, independent.
Washington Post. I think they've closed everything lately. Like everything's
Yeah.
paywall.
I'm
Ugh.
only looking at the one that's free because I'm not buying any of
Wait,
that shit.
Stabby.
I'll try to find more
Stabby,
free
you
ones. Hold
pay
on.
for me.
I don't know what's going on. Like, Discord is just randomly
Post. Don't
disconnecting
judge
me.
me. Be nice.
I
Hey,
judge you.
Yeah, Discord randomly disconnected me like it did with UGS again, but I don't know why. But it just randomly did that. Yeah.
Well,
it's weird.
luckily, your stream didn't have to hear that. Stabby is actually paying for Washington Post.
No, it's a gift
Cringe.
subscription. I can't afford
That's so
I cannot
cringe.
afford
You're
mine.
lying. You didn't get gifted. You signed up. That's terrible. That's disgusting.
No, I got gifted. Okay, so I have my birthday is 2 days before Christmas, so people will like give me like a soft present, like a kind of and then a huge present
What?
for Christmas. So it was
Yo,
came with
Stabby,
something like that.
Stabby, you have
It's
to be a
embarrassing.
terrible friend for somebody to gift you a subscription to Washington
No,
Post.
I've read 18,000. No, I'm a nerd and I've read 18,000 books, and so everybody kind of makes fun of me and they call me the nerd. So
That's like
Stabby,
getting
I wanted
cold
to
for
I
Christmas.
wanted to raise something about your teen birth rate
it's not.
links, and I think this is the interesting thing. So when you look at those that birth rate data that you provided, when you look and you see the state by state variation, because that's what you're suggesting, right? Is look where we see more abstinence focused sex education, you see state by state variation in teen pregnancy rates, right?
And they're all falling. We need to point out they're all falling.
And you can point to these states. Well, look, where there's more abstinence focus, that's where we see higher teen pregnancy rates. That's your point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's fascinating about this data is if you back that up 10, even 15 years, you see the same variation in teen pregnancy rates, both pre and post introduction of abstinence education, or abstinence focused sex education. So to devolve this down or reduce this down to any kind of causality factor or even correlation factor doesn't really play when you look at the variation pre and post introduction or implementation of abstinence only or abstinence majority sex education.
Then I'm gonna request, if that's not enough for causation, I need you to drop the whole kids these days teaching whatever sex, because you also don't have the causation data. So if this data doesn't count, your personal opinion definitely doesn't. So you drop yours, I'll drop mine, and we can move on to the next
I wasn't
party.
claiming a causation. I was identifying multiple drivers that I think could help mitigate the incidence of pregnancy.
I do want one source from you.
Sexual advice to people.
Well, hold up. I do want one source from you, because all I've managed to find is a weird New Jersey blog post for a radio show, and then the other one I found was obviously, like christianpost.com, and it's saying that teaching masturbation, forcing children to know about anal sex, and like they don't have any sources, they don't have anything. It looks like it's kind of fake. So do you have like a a good source? Because I'm not finding it.
Oh, let me go back and find it. What was it like? I think the easiest one that comes to mind is what the Dalton School in New York City, that private school, and then from that, it's like a family tree. It's from that one example. You just find multiple more examples of across the country where K through 3 education is introducing things like anal sex or oral sex or otherwise.
Wait,
Right.
that's happening?
No, because I just now looked it up and it said will now be taught about anal sex because we're woke and inclusive. And then it provides like absolutely nothing. Then it goes to Shore News. The only link I can find goes to Shore News. And there's also no citations at all. There's like just this opinion piece written up, and I'm not finding like I want to see the curriculum program is what I'm asking
Would
for.
you be for that, Stabby? Stabby, would you be for
No.
teaching about anal sex, K through 3?
Nobody teaches sex ed K through 3.
I was
Sex ed
asking, would you be for it?
Oh boy, we're we've
No.
gone so far.
I'm in
We've gone-
hell, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
God,
Yeah,
I'm in
Thanks for the
hell.
latitude, Prime.
I am literally in hell.
Yeah,
I everything is burning around me. I
Do y'all wanna-
I can't
do y'all wanna go back
recognize
to
my
the original?
surroundings anymore.
Yeah.
Do you want
This is
abortion
the
even more now,
original.
though, Stardust?
The
Do you want
original
abortion
Prime,
even more
Abort
now?
myself.
Prime,
I
hold
want
on.
to abort my life. I don't know what
I know.
trimester I am, but I would like to be done. Please take me out.
So,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
I'm
Prime,
pro-abortion.
check this out, Prime. This is what I wanted to ask you about when I first came on.
Okay.
Let's go all the way back to the original topic about Roe v. Wade.
Sure.
All right. I see what's happening right now largely as a failure of the Democratic Party. I feel like there's lots of things in our society that the left is proud of, and we don't imbue it with legislation. Rather, we rely on case law, which is able to be manipulated if things like what's happening right now happen. So I see this as a failure of Democrats to pass legislation protecting abortion if that's what they actually want. Because the threat of Roe v. Wade being overturned has been widespread since I've been born, I think. Right? So do you see this as any problem with Democrats in passing legislation to like crystallize it that way?
I think it's absolutely a problem. Democrats. I think Democrats have failed on many occasions along the line here. One, I think they have failed to recognize the importance of the judiciary in the first place, and like which Republicans they understand it, and understanding the point of filling it up with people friendly with our priorities. Two, I think, yes, they could have passed legislation. They could have made a priority to do so, and that would have been helpful. And then, what was my third one? The third one being that, like Nancy Pelosi, was it that quote? I forget the exact quote, talking about how Democrats shouldn't make abortion a priority, right? Hillary Clinton backing away, talking about how we should find common ground with conservatives on abortion. No, we have to fight them on this, or we'd end up exactly where we are now. So no, fuck that. I think the Democrats did fail altogether. Now, but I will say that I don't think a legislation would have failed us. The Supreme Court could have struck down a federal granting of abortion just as easily as
if they were in power at the time, right?
If they were in power at the time. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know
You're
what? I
saying
just
that,
think
like-
that ladies should stop being sluts, okay? And that we close your legs, ladies, okay? And
No, this is terrible advice.
Yeah, terrible advice. I agree. This is like terrible advice.
So, what was
And
what you
Close-
said?
ladies
close
should
your legs.
open their legs. Like
And-
Stardust, I don't
If
know
you
where
keep
you
it
get
closed,
this
the baby
advice from.
can't get out.
This is so
If you keep it closed,
this is
the baby
so
stays in.
anti-feminist rhetoric. This is so
yeah,
bad
women
from
should
you.
be like chimpanzees, where like they just have sex with everyone, right? Like, isn't that the world that y'all
True.
want?
I mean, I
same
disagree with
same when
that,
it comes
but,
to
you
men.
know.
Men already do that, so there you go.
Infinite promiscuity, right?
Look, man, I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
true.
if you keep the legs closed, the baby can't come out. That's all.
Okay,
It's so not true. It'll come out. Trust me.
I didn't know about that talking point,
I
but
just-
I agree with that.
I just wanted to
Or
finish this
just get
thought.
fucked in the ass because you can't get pregnant that way.
I just
You
want to.
you can get pregnant that way, but yeah, okay.
I
You
just want to
can?
finish the thought. Oh, shut up! But I just want to finish the
Well,
thought.
babies?
Oh my God, please. So yes, I think this is a failure of the Democratic Party, but legislation would not have saved us from this. The Supreme Court, just as it ignored precedent previously to make this happen, they could have done the same for a law, right? They could have just found a reason to strike it down, like they do for anything, because that's how that works.
That's much harder, though, right? I mean, I'm not.
No, it's not. They can
I'm
just
not.
do it. No, it's not. It's just as easy.
No.
It's literally just as easy. How is it different?
I wish I could answer this. I really do. I can't, though. And
someone can challenge the law, right? Someone challenges the law. It goes up the court system and ends up in front of the Supreme Court. They find a reason to strike it down. Simple.
I agree that process can be taken for sure. I'm not arguing the facts over how it would happen. But I think the barrier to do that is much higher when it's based off previous case law versus based off like constitutional additions, right? Like,
what do you mean constitutional
or legislation? Or legislation, right? Amendment or legislation is much harder to
An
just
amendment
override
is different.
than.
So if you're talking about a constitutional amendment, they can't do
saying
anything about
either of
constitutional
those.
amendment. So
I'm saying.
Are you asking for the Democrats to have put through a constitutional amendment or just federal legislation? Because those are two different things.
Either. I think both of those are substantially harder to overturn than just previous case law. That's what I'm saying.
I think this to enshrine the rights of women, then would have to be through an amendment, right? That just putting it some sort of federal piece of legislation would have gotten struck down. It has to be that. We have the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, which, like, where's the push to make that happen, right? To equal rights for women. That died, and I think you could put a lot of blame on the Democratic Party for not pushing that, they're not making that a priority. And from there, right, from the Equal Rights Amendment can flow all the rest, including abortion rights. So yeah.
I mean, so this is
no, you'd have to have an amendment that's simply established as a right to abortion. That's what your amendment would have to start with. You wouldn't start with ERA. You'd have to start with just the affirmation
I agree.
that there is a right to abortion.
I disagree that you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. I think it'd be better if you did do that, but I don't think you have to do that. I disagree. I'm not a textualist like you, so I'm okay with deriving from things that don't necessarily say.
Well, sure,
you don't have to. Yeah. Okay.
But deriving it opens you to legal challenge.
That's fair enough.
Right, and so that's why you wouldn't start with deriving it from. Because that's what's happening now. The right to abortion is derived from this right to privacy. That's why it's being successfully challenged.
Sure. Yes. Sure. Look, I'd be fine with a specific abortion amendment if, but like, let's just leave it at that. There's no point in arguing that. Yeah. Fine. A specific abortion amendment, that'd be great. I would love for us to done that, but the Democrats never thought it was a priority, or to advance anything else that we could. There's plenty of amendments that we could have used. The Democratic Party has not been thinking big, has not pushed for the advancement of workers' rights. Like, what about enshrining union rights? You know, that'd be something super interesting. The Democratic Party doesn't think about these types of things. And in fact, they've been helping dismantle all those things. So.
I think there's not enough.
If I may,
oh no, go ahead.
Sorry, GSU. If I may, it's recently been brought to my attention with some of my friends, especially on different Discord servers, that I'm way too harsh to liberals and to libs, and they want me to stop calling them shit libs, which I mean, fair. But I did want to point out that it's not just a failure of the Democratic Party and corporate Dems who are helping to dismantle some of this stuff. There is a difference in how they behave, and they are kind of snowflakes, and they are kind of soft, bleeding heart liberals. They're not going to come right out and make a law that makes Christians feel attacked, even if we're going to get attacked later. So they're viewing their kindness and making sure that they keep the language a certain way as an olive branch or as a bridge. And they're not getting anything from the right. And the corporate Dems, they're thinking, okay, but we're being nice here. We're helping out. So maybe they'll come to our side, and they're getting more and more frustrated, and they're being snowflakes about the right shitting on them. But the right is just going to, every time we move a little closer, they're going to go a little further away. And so I just want to point out that I don't think that Democrats are doing this on purpose. And I'm just trying to be nicer to liberals, because I'm really working on not calling centrists or Democrats shitlobs.
Liberals are crap. Don't be like nice to those people.
Whoa,
They deserve our
We're the
scorn.
most base.
Trying to be
deserve-
nice.
Liberals deserve our deep scorn.
We
I'm
are the
trying to be
most
nice.
Are
base.
you a filthy liberal, Stardust? Do I have to put my scorn on you
Yes.
too? No,
Of
just
course
you. I
you
know you are. Don't worry, and you know what I got for you.
How have you not
but-
known
No,
I was a liberal this entire time?
No, are you a liberal
Hell
or are
yeah.
you a leftist?
Left.
She's a liberal.
Communist.
No, I'm a liberal.
No.
Oh, you're a liberal. Oh,
Hell
okay,
yeah.
then I plenty of scorn for you.
That's
Okay, great, no
sensible.
problem.
Oh,
That
liberal.
No,
uh,
they're trying to be
Like
nice. though.
we are by far the best demographic of political people. Like it's not even close.
True.
okay.
Liz?
So true, so based.
True.
Oh my
Let's
god, you guys are
face-
literally the worst. You are literally handling this. Well, okay. Let me pull back.
I have a question for Stardust at GSU then. Like, what did they think of Nancy Pelosi saying that we should do insider trading?
No, sorry. I don't want to get distracted.
I-
Sorry, we keep getting distracted
Okay.
by
Yeah,
these other
yeah,
side
yeah.
conversations, and I'm trying to focus on this, right? For the remaining time that we have left. So I feel that our friend Wick in chat was saying, when did we have the political capital to do an amendment, right? I'm not saying that we necessarily had the capital to do it. Getting an amendment passed are extremely tough, right? I'm talking about putting up the fight. I'm talking about making this an issue on the forefront. Yes, let's enshrine women's rights. Let's enshrine abortion rights. Let's enshrine union rights, right? Even and it does and the fight for that loftiest of changes, right? The biggest prize, the constitutional amendment, spawns other fights, right? Like it spawns on that path. There are plenty of victories that we can have, right? So there's legislation that we can pass along the way. All right, maybe we didn't get the amendment, but here's all the legislation to protect union rights. They haven't been doing any of that. Here's all the legislation to protect abortion rights. They haven't been doing any of that. They haven't been doing anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Prime.
Just all L's all around. Sorry.
This
Brian,
is
while
where we
while I
agree a
agree
lot.
that you should criticize Democrats for not pursuing that, what I'm wondering though is, I mean, the devil is in the details here. There's nuance here, right? Which what I'm trying to say is, if you enshrine in the Constitution via amendment a right to abortion, in that same amendment, are you going to enshrine exceptions to that right,
sure.
No.
or is this an absolute right to abortion?
No,
I think you already know my answer. You think you?
Well, right, and your answer though is in a very small minority of the American population.
No, fair enough. No, that's fine. And I hear that criticism that my ultimate big brain take is too much for the rest of you, right? Two galaxy brains for all the rest.
Way too
so
much.
Look, I can shrink down, right? I can lower myself, approximate where your IQ is way down there, and I can come up with something that you might all accept and be able to understand. Sure. If you're saying that politically, right, to get it passed, we'd have to put some level of exception, something maybe like basically enshrining Roe as a constitutional amendment, then yeah, sure, let's do that. Okay. I'd be happy working with that, especially if it's a baseline that I can work off of, jump off from there.
Right, and that's
So
where
what I
think
said-
that's where the constitutional amendment process would lose all traction, would lose all momentum. You could either you go straight for the absolute position, or there's no position at all, because you're simply not going to gain the popular support you need to get how many states? I forget how many states offhand you need to.
2/3.
Two-thirds.
Right.
I don't remember the number.
Right. I mean, it becomes at that point an unworkable thing, right? So
Well, it could be passed as legislation, though, right, through the House and Senate.
Well, sure,
No?
because that's a
In
much
years
lower
that
bar,
were
right? But that legislation is always subject again to legal challenge
no, for
and
sure, but
to
at least they
repeal.
could have. But yeah, so trust me, I agree
And not only that,
absolutely.
but do they even have the authority to pass that legislation? And that's a different question for an amendment. But it seems like our perspective here is we can via amendment enshrine anything
But
we want.
wait, but
Right.
this is my thing though, debate boy. Like a lot of the left just says stuff and they don't actually go fight for a lot of things. So if there was legislation that was passed and it got shot down by the judicial system, I'd much rather that happen than what happens now. Because what happens now is, oh, we're gonna just act like this case law is gonna exist forever, and then there's just more panic when the conservative court does what was understood was gonna happen years and years and years ago. So they've had the majority in the House and Senate a few times, and not once did they pass this as a law, and even attempt to see if the SCOTUS shot it down. Right? That's my problem with it. Like,
And at the
you
same
can't
time,
have this moral.
and at
Go
the same
ahead.
time, JSU, right? At the same time as all that, it's fundraising off of it, right? Talking about the big bad Republicans are going to attack your abortion rights.
Yes.
We'll protect it, right? And then they never did. They didn't do a fucking thing about it. But every single time,
Exactly.
every time they're fundraising off of it, they're putting it in their commercials for when it's time to be elected. They're doing their campaign commercials about how they're going to protect us from the big bad Republicans, and they failed miserably.
Yeah, like, and I think this is what creates apathy, and this is why, like, well, until this happened, I was sure the Republicans were going to win. Now that this has happened, who knows what's going to happen? But like, this creates apathy when it's like, oh, hey, you say all of these things, you don't really fight for legislation, and then you throw up the moral panic and say bad conservative, bad conservative. Like, and a lot of people get tired of that, so a lot of people disengage, and like people say, yo, you can't disengage. That's how you get Trump. But it's like, that's the natural progression of what Democrats have done over the last like couple of decades. Like, there's not been a lot of true fight for the things that are supposed to be their core values.
Yeah. I think that the current corporate Democrats are center right, certainly in their economic policies, and when it comes to their social policies, they tend to be center left, but they put no fight behind it. Like they will say, and I think this is like a lot of the conservative critique, right? They'll use IDPOL to raise money, to gather votes, but once they're in office, they don't actually deliver. You hear conservatives say that to black people all the time, right? And they're not wrong. GSU, I know you don't disagree with me on this, right?
Prime. No. I just want to ask Prime. What's like center right, like policy economically, like when it comes to the U.S. that democratic, like people are pushing?
Bill Clinton helped dismantle welfare.
Okay. No, I'm not talking about the 90s. I'm talking about the current day.
No, I'm talking about Obama followed in for the Clintonomics, Clinton economics. He
Obamacare.
Obamacare, a Republican plan. He passed the Republican plan. He had. At the moment in time, right? That the one moment in time, politically, we had the chance to pass Medicare for all, right? Or at least to fight for it. What he did, and what he was always going to do, was not fight for Medicare for all, not fight for the public option, which he pretended he was going to do, but he was never really going to do. He went for the Republican option. That's what he did. That's the perfect example.
I think that honestly, I think he pushed for something that most Americans could be behind.
No. Sorry. Chinchilla.
It could be standing on its own.
Chinchilla.
It could be standing on its own in the future as well. So I think that
Chinchilla. It wouldn't have gone through.
Chinchilla.
It wouldn't have gone through.
No, Chinchilla. No, so I'm not going to have this argument. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I'm not gonna have this argument
He
now.
is
We can.
right.
Oh my God.
Stabby is right.
Shut up!
No.
I don't care. Shut up. I don't care. I'm not having this argument right now. That's not the point of this argument.
Okay.
People keep trying to distract from the thing we were talking about. We can have this talk about talk anytime, right? If I get a chance to shit on Obama and his disastrous decisions while he was in office, I will love to do that. Not now. Everyone just keeps distracting here. So no, I don't want to talk about that.
I'm sorry, man.
No, it's fine.
I'm
It's
sorry,
fine.
man.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
Yeah, in my opinion.
That's fine. That's fine, right? You're a filthy lib like Stardust. It's okay. You're trying your best. But I believe
It's
that.
true.
So, did I answer your question, issue? And maybe you said
No,
something
you did.
before as
You
well.
did.
Yeah.
No, you did. That's been my biggest like point in all of this. Like, I understand being mad at conservatives, but conservatives are going to do what conservatives are going to do. And on this
Exactly.
issue, I'm conflicted because, like, I kind of am pro-life. I just don't know about the state having the power. But, like, what we're really upset about is conservatives are effective at playing politics,
Exactly.
and our side isn't.
Exactly.
So, like, it's like
I don't think our side
they hate the
cares.
player.
I don't think
Yeah.
our at least our representatives. I don't think they actually care. I think there's plenty of energy on the ground among the Democratic voter base. I think there's plenty of energy there if you harness it. But our quote unquote leaders, Nancy Pelosi. Oh my God, yeah. Like if my Republican friends here want to take time to shit on Nancy Pelosi, I'll give you plenty. I'll give you fucking plenty, right? The common ground debate board and Crystal here and I can find is shitting on Nancy Pelosi. Absolutely. No, she's horrible and she's clutching power and she'll fucking die on that seat before
She's
she
not
gives it
horrible. She's rich, Brian. This
up.
is
She's
different.
rich. And how does she become rich? How does she become
No, I'm,
rich?
no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
We have Prime. We have somebody on Oleg's Discord server that says he has a theory that Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi have an affair and they're fucking in like one of the broom closets in Congress.
Oh, why would you put that?
I think that's so cool.
What did I do to you to like put that in my head?
He's a streamer too. He's a lefty and he's all like, those two are fucking, I swear to God.
Wait.
His name's
Brian, where's the sex
Funny.
positivity
That's
for the
so
senior
funny.
citizens, man? Why
Why
the senior citizens can't have sex positivity, man?
Sorry, I don't know. Like,
Typical leftists want it's sex positivity, except for people who aren't in the right age group.
I am not.
Unbelievable,
No.
bigoted,
It's because as
and
always.
you know what? You think just because you're grossed out by it doesn't mean that we're condemning them, okay?
As always, I am against bestiality, right? An elderly woman fucking a turtle is not something I'm interested in thinking about. So no, no.
You just hate Star and I because we are just libs. Just admit it. Because
No, I have admitted it.
You were just to be like, I
You
start
know why
fully
Prime picks
agree
always
with
fights
you.
with me now? You know,
What?
Prime always is picking a fight with me every single time on one of his
True.
panels.
It's never the
True.
case.
He's at least picking a fight like 2 or
Hey.
3 times in the panel, being like, "Stardust, I have
remember-
something to say to you," and then
I remember
every
the first
single time.
I remember the
He
first
never
time
do
Stardust
that. He
came.
never does that to Gambit. He never
No.
does that
What?
to Gambit. You know,
Okay.
Gambit?
What? No, we yell at each other for sure. But I remember the first panel Stardust came on and y'all got into it just a little bit. And it was hilarious.
I don't even remember the first panel I was on.
Yeah, I remember. I was like, who the fuck is this talking this nonsense?
You blocked
said
out
you were
the-
mad at me about something.
You blocked out the intellectual ass whooping I gave you, Stardust, and that's
You
okay,
did not
right?
give
Like
me
it was a
any
trauma.
intellectual ass
It
whooping.
was a trauma,
You did not
and
give me any
you don't
intellectual
remember,
ass whooping.
but you don't remember, so you can't.
You did not give me any type of intellect. I would have remembered, but I remember my failures. Okay, those are the things that I sleep with at night. And that,
The PTSD was too much for you. Like you're protecting yourself.
Nah,
I
dude,
get it. It's
I
fine.
remember the look. Let me tell you. You want to see a debate where I completely failed? I'll tell you all the debates where I completely failed, man.
Okay.
But-
but no, Stardust, I enjoy drawing. I don't try to pick a fight with you, but I enjoy drawing differences.
Yeah,
That
no, I know.
you and I think differently. Yeah, that's cool. So, does anyone? So, am I the only one who has such a dim view of the Democratic Party in terms of its performance in this subject? Anyone else, or are you all thinking they did a fantastic job?
Well, Prime, I'd have to
No, I think
suggest
the
that.
voters are doing better. I think the voters themselves really believe in this stuff, but I think the party itself is
I think we
a
need to get
right-wing
more
corporate
people voting.
disaster.
I think we need to get more people voting. I think that's the issue.
I don't think
I'm
so.
not one of them.
I think we need to
think the problem-
de-radicalize Prime.
I think the problem on the Democrat side, Prem, is that while we all acknowledge that each party, right, is made up of these various factions, on the Democratic side, there's far more disunity among those factions. And so whether or not you'd want the Democratic Party as a whole to energetically pursue something. I mean, you have environmentalists and union advocates who are at each other's throats. There's huge conflict between those two factions, and so that's just one example. And again, you might have a sizable faction in the Democratic Party who is pro absolute abortion, but they're far outnumbered by the other more reasonable, rational people in that party who recognize there ought to be restrictions on abortion.
Debate bar. I understand that my position is extreme, and again, galaxy brain, and I don't expect anyone to be on my level. They never really are. But
I'm just trying to get there. I'm not high enough yet, man.
but I get it. The idea of political concessions, right? Like, this is the goal that I want, right? And I shoot for that goal, and I understand failure is inevitable, but the act of fighting for that goal leads to successes, right? If I'm not fighting for it, then I get nothing, correct?
I think like this though, Prime. This is how I think about it.
I think you might be right, Prime.
If I went to a job, let's say my goal is to be a millionaire, and if I walk in the door like, pay me a motherfucking $1 million, it's not always true that they're gonna meet you somewhere in the middle and y'all are gonna resolve differences and we'll settle at $750K. And I feel like sometimes leftists think that that's how it's gonna work, and they're like, I'm gonna be bombastic. I'm gonna say abortion should have no restrictions, and then I'm hoping that we settle somewhere reasonable. But I don't think that's how. I don't think that is gonna work politically.
But it's reasonable now. It's reasonable right now. There's nothing insane or crazy going on. There aren't people like pummeling women in the stomach to go, I'm pro-abortion. Like, none of that is happening. It's reasonable right now.
What are you doing, Stabby? Stop doing. Like, I don't know if you're memeing. I don't know what the fuck is going on with your head.
It's reasonable. No, it's reasonable. You are acting like we have asked for something far above and beyond normality.
We were about to have a reasonable conversation, and you interjected. Let's just punch. Men are just punching women in the stomach. Like, just be sane.
It would be extreme.
No.
It would be the only way to make it more extreme.
I will give you a 12-month sub if you'll just be sane. That's all we're asking.
No, I am being sane. It is normal right now. Abortion with Roe V Wade, the way it stands at this moment at midnight in my state, it is normal. Libs didn't go, the only way I could escalate what's going on now and make it a bad thing is to say we're punching pregnant ladies in the belly. That's it, because it's so normal. Nobody is doing the extreme. Literally no one. Where is this coming from? We didn't come in and go, we should abort everybody. We were totally normal the whole time. Where is this stance coming from that we made these huge demands so that you guys would meet us in the middle?
Hold on, wait. What's your policy? What's your policy on abortion? When should it be not allowed?
It should be allowed, period. And it's not, we're already allowing it. No,
you don't think that's an extreme position?
Because that's what we have right now.
That's the problem. You're like on the fringes, and you think you're somewhere in the middle.
Can you explain it better? Maybe. Can you explain it better for him? Maybe because
Prime, would you say you have a fringe position on abortion, Prime?
Me
Absolutely.
personally, I have a fringe position on abortion, but I'm trying to understand what Stabby is saying, because
Okay.
Stabby, I think you're talking about like the status quo as it stands, because of course all we have is the first draft of this opinion. So the status quo as it stands is that abortion is allowed, and in your state, I'm not exactly sure where the restrictions lie, but I guess you're saying is that like this is the current status quo, and that I'm not sure after that.
Okay, so what GSU came in and said was that he thinks that liberals are a little misguided, or Democrats are a little misguided, thinking that if they ask for a big ask, we have to meet in the center. Here's the problem.
I said
We're not asking.
leftist.
So leftist, yeah.
No. Okay, leftists. Here's our problem. It's not a big ask to say that abortion should be allowed. It's working right now. Abortion being legal doesn't make people
wait. That wasn't what I was saying. Just to make sure we're clear, I was saying that abortion should have no restrictions is a fringe position, and that is the epitome of asking for too much. Not
I
asking
live in a
for
state where it
abortion
has no
to be.
restrictions, though.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where Colorado stands.
What state? Well, I don't know if you want to dox yourself.
It was like she said Colorado.
I live in Colorado. Yeah, I'm also allergic to weed, so it doesn't do me any good.
Yeah, I don't know the restrictions on abortion there, but I will answer GSU's question while you guys work that out. So in terms of political strategy, I disagree with you, GSU. I think of what I'm talking about does work, right? Because we can see it from our Republican friends. On the other side of the aisle, the right has become farther right. They have been moving their political center. There have been popular movements, right? With, for instance, like the Tea Party, and then what came after the Tea Party? I forget. What was MAGA right after that? No, something else in between there. But still, there has been a rightward shift, and their demands, right? Demanding more extreme things, and the party has shifted with it. Eventually, it shifted, and then eventually the country shifts with it, because you put something out there, it's batshit at first, right? How could you say that? That's too much, right? But you keep saying that, and you refuse to move, and eventually, right? Well, okay, we'll have a watered down version of this, right? And then that watered down version becomes the center, and you move the goalposts again. You can keep doing that. Right? It works for them. It's worked for us in the past too. We can do it again. So yes, I understand that my position, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but my position is extreme. But it doesn't have to stay that way.
I would say this though, Prime. I agree with you that in some ways it appears the right has moved more right. But the left has moved so far insanely left that y'all consider liberals conservatives. So like you can't just say like those guys have moved. Like me, Star and Chinchilla, fucking conservatives in on left leaning panels. Like, and it's like, wait, I have the same belief. I have more progressive. I have more progressive beliefs now than I did 10 years ago, and I'm considered more conservative now than I would have been considered 10 years ago.
Yeah,
so it's like
if you're saying that the center is moving, that we're becoming more left, then okay, then. Great, then some people are going to be left
Apparently
behind.
I'm a Nazi now. Like,
you are.
That's news to me.
She goose steps into the frame all the time. I see her. I don't know, whatever.
To be fair, we are all Nazis, right?
Yeah, I reject that it's just the right moving. I think our extremes are moving, and us that are staying stagnant are looked at as dinosaurs and like all conservative. And it's
allow me to quote conservatives, though. That's just words. That's just phrases and bumper stickers. Maybe stop being snowflakes. God damn. Who gives a shit what they're calling us? Who gives a shit what people call me? Who gives a shit what people are calling anybody? Oh, no. Somebody said that the left is like the libs are Nazis now. Or somebody said, oh, yeah, they're all conservatives now. Oh, we're hurt.
It goes back to what debate board said.
no, I
I
just
think
want
here's
to
the
push back
thing
on
that
this.
bothers me.
Get my name out your mouth.
I just wanna push back on this thing because of the fact that I remember engaging in online politics like 2 years ago, and I thought that I was some sort of like right wing person because of the fact that I didn't agree with like neo pronouns and like all these like super far left things, right? But I just turned out to be like just a shitlib, right? To be fair, right? I just turned out to be that, and it's like I feel like so many people on this platform are pushing away people from the left altogether. I'm just a
Yes.
liberal. I'm suck them. I wanna have like more social policies. I wanna have more social stuff, right? But like all these people on the left are just basically like pushing me away, and it's so crazy. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And
So
I
this is a separate argument. All right, guys. I think we've hit it. I think we've done it. I think we've
Oh, you don't want to
officially
talk about this?
I don't actually. Like I actually want to go to bed.
Yeah, there you go. There
But
you
we
go.
can talk about it
Friend your
later, right?
I'll
This
friend your
is
Discord and I'll talk to you
terrible
about it. Philip.
fucking liberals. All right, everyone, guys. We will be back in the future. If you haven't done so yet, hit the follow button. If you just found this channel, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do this 7 nights a week, and in fact, we're probably going to have a debate tomorrow between two individuals, Hunter Avalon and Goldie here. So that'll be a thing. They'll be talking about stuff and it'll be great. So we'll be back on Twitch for that, and hopefully I can do some YouTube gaming afterwards, but we'll see. Exclamation point social in chat. I will tell you all about it as soon as I'm done here. There's multiple. They're going to be talking about multiple things actually, like immigration and other stuff. A whole list of things actually. Thank you for the 400 bits, and it's awfully kind of you. Thanks for the support. Much appreciated. Okay. Exclamation for social in chat, as I put in there already. For my social media, we got my Twitter where I tweet things. We have my Discord where we do everything. Heart and soul of the community, right? If you want to be a part of these conversations, not today because this is a private panel, but we have open panels on Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So come back for that, or just be a part of this community. Jump into our Discord. And then, of course, there is the YouTube. If you've missed anything, you missed a lot, mostly me being frustrated, like, comment, and subscribe at our YouTube channel. Consider becoming a YouTube member, hitting that join button, supporting us that way. Okay. I am